we will return to the problem of the relationship between the worlds of Marx's and Engels's ideas. For now, it is important to remember that the original of the third volume came to be before the first was ready for print, nor is the former completely in step with the latter. According to Marx's own declaration, Volume 3 of Capital would locate and describe the concrete forms which grow out of the movements of capital as a whole. 33 In order to manage this task, Marx first made an important distinction between surplus value and profit. As we will remember, surplus value is the value conveyed to the product through the worker only receiving wages for a certain portion of their labor time. As soon as we talk about profit, we are regarding the matter more from the capitalist's point of view. For them, profit is the difference between what was invested in machines, raw materials, and labor power, and what they bring in from the sale of their commodities. It appears as though it was capital, and not labor, that generated profit. In Marx's opinion, it is the same error of judgment as seeing workers' wages as compensation for the entire labor time. Now there is also another difference between surplus value and profit. Profit, but not surplus value, is calculated in dollars and cents. Profit has a price, but value does not. We are thus faced with what is known as the transformation problem, which has led to many controversies among interpreters of Marx. We will also return to this in a moment. In Volume 3, Marx tried to solve it himself but came to the conclusion that the method selected did not work. He put it aside rather casually with the words, "Our present analysis does not necessitate a closer examination of this point." 34 Posterity has not been as unconcerned about the issue. It is from the concept of profit that Marx developed his law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Essentially, this law says that the ratio between profit and capital invested falls over time. When Marx overshadowed all his predecessors and the age he lived in, it is easy to believe that this is a thesis that was original to him. This is not so. Most economists from Smith forward embraced it, but their explanations varied. Marx was original in finding the cause, as he described it, in the nature, Wesson, of the capitalist mode of production. 35 His line of thought is simple and clear. Capitalism is dependent on the unceasing development of labor power. But at the same time, this development means that the value of fixed capital increases. Dead labor, which has passed into the machines, grows at the expense of new, living labor. Calling constant capital C and variable capital V, the ratio C/V thus increases. Profit will constitute an increasingly smaller portion of the capital its owner commands. Marx also entered upon more concrete economic relationships that play a crucial role for capitalism. Interest belongs here. It is certainly ancient, but it is no longer just a speciality for profiteers. Even ordinary workers take out loans, and the interests they have to pay can be of use for capital. Certain capitalists specialize in loaning out portions of their wealth to other capitalists, who invest the money in production. Marx distinguishes between money capitalists and industrial capitalists. The money of the money capitalist seems to grow by itself through interest. Interest-bearing capital, Marx said, is thereby the most external and most fetish-like form of capital. 36 Its formula is M, money that yields more money. The money seems to be given life, it is equipped with its own inner power. This organic increase, in Marx's opinion, is an illusion that capitalism inevitably creates. We can observe today that the illusion remains. Money in an account seems to grow under its own power. According to Marx, the banks take on ever greater significance in capitalism, and especially through them credits of various kinds as well. Marx also spoke about fictitious capital, by which he meant stocks and shares. He certainly would also have counted options and other derivatives as part of that, if he had only lived to experience them. One important theme in Volume 3 is the recurring crises of capitalism. Through its constantly increasing productivity, the system is constantly threatened by overproduction. No previous society could have been stricken with an overabundance of commodities. Capitalism can. It happens again and again. We will remember that the crisis of the late 1850s filled Marx with hopes of speedy social change. The disappointment he experienced when nothing of what he imagined happened meant that he toned down the significance of crises. He developed no theory of crises in Volume 3, but still emphatically asserted that crises constitute an inescapable ingredient of the capitalist mode of production. Aggregate production gradually and inevitably becomes greater than the consumption that people can manage. The crisis means that value is destroyed and many people, primarily the workers, suffer greatly. But on the other side of the crisis, production and consumption will meet again, a new cycle of development begins, and productivity again increases up until the next crisis. From inside the system, it is impossible to determine when the increase of production leads to increased sales, and thereby increased wealth, or when it yields overproduction. The individual capitalist always has to invest in producing more and selling more, and the illusion that new crises are impossible re-emerges. It is still so now, at the beginning of the 21st century. Marx's hopes that an economic crisis would pave the way for a revolution have been toned down in Capital. There is no obvious path from the crisis to a new society. Change can only be the work of the working class, and it is not at all certain that the working class will be ready when the crisis breaks out. Marx did not say this directly, but this is the conclusion that can be drawn from how his words changed from the time he wrote the Grundrisse. At the end of Volume 3, he returned to a theme that played a large role in Volume I, namely, the ideas that are inevitably generated by the capitalist mode of production. Modern society may have liberated itself from diverse traditional religious ideas, but their counterparts exist in people's relationships with the coldest economic conditions. Marx spoke about superstitions that only the scientific gaze is able to penetrate, which find expression in what he called the Trinity formula, in which the appropriate parts of the Godhead were capital, landed property, and labor power. They provide income to their respective owners, and for the observer they thus seem to also create value to an equivalent extent. But this is not so, and the basis for this error lies in the fact that the character of labor under capitalism does not emerge for the observer. The worker appears as free as the capitalist and the landowner. But this freedom is illusory, since the worker is compelled to sell their labor power for their survival. Nor does it become clear that the worker sells only their labor power, and that the capitalist in return pays for only a part of what was created through labor power. A part of the surplus value created goes to the landowner, while the capitalist keeps the rest for themselves, and above all for future investments in new production. 37. The very last chapter in the work is only a torso, if that. The subject, the social classes, is central enough, but it is interesting to note that while the class struggle appeared before all other concepts in the manifesto, as the actual driving force of society, Marx put off its systematic treatment until the end in Capital, so late, in fact, that he did not even manage to bring his argument to its point. This of course does not mean that classes had negligible significance for him. His Trinity formula deals with exactly those three classes that his predecessor David Ricardo had already pointed out as involved in an irreconcilable struggle. Rather, the essential thing is that Marx's last words on the class struggle were never spoken in his main scientific work. The interpreters. The first interpreter of Capital was of course Friedrich Engels, and his significance for the reception of the work was that much greater, as he brought two of the volumes to some kind of conclusion. The extent to which he accomplished his friend's intentions is one of the most controversial questions in the substantial literature on Marx. In the next chapter, the relationship between the two men will be examined more systematically. Until then, only a few short points will be adduced. Engels never expressed himself as subtly as Marx, he always wrote more simply and in a more straightforward manner. That simplicity, as Hobsbawm points out in his 2011 book How to Change the World, also implied a vulgarization. 38 Others have spoken about pure misinterpretation. What Marx called dialectics was always inseparable from his method of presentation. The very beginning of Volume I, on the commodity and money, is a prime example. Engels sighed over the degree of difficulty in the account. He himself always wrote about the dialectic, and did not employ it in his own presentation. There is also a difference of nuance between their views on capitalism. Marx treated developed capitalism chiefly as a system that functioned when all the essential bits, capitalists, free wage laborers, and so on, were in place. Historical changes such as the development of productive forces and the concentration of capital were consequences of the system itself. In his analyses of capitalism, Engels gave more place to broad historical overviews. Let us be satisfied with these points for the time being. The essential thing is that Engels not only completed Capital but also, through his own works, Anti-Düring, 1877, and The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884, would leave an imprint on the general notion, especially among social democrats and socialists of the time, of Marx's theory of capitalism. People read and were influenced by Engels first of all, whereas Capital stood out as an entirely too demanding work, suited more for academics than workers hungry for reading. Engels's presentations were not only simpler. Analyses of value and capital were added into a huge framework of historical development in which all signs pointed to socialism and communism. The sympathetic reader could feel a sense of secure hopefulness at the prospect of the future. Engels would long dominate the interpretation of capital. His line was continued by Karl, who developed a kind of orthodoxy that could be condensed into catechism-like works. But further development also took place after 1900, and that directly on the basis of capital. Also to the point is that what generally came to be called Marxism became popular especially among young academics, at the same time as the German Social Democratic Party was enjoying great electoral success. Success breeds resistance, and Marx's economic theories, officially embraced as the very center of social democratic theory, became the subject of heavy-handed scrutiny. Chief among the critics was the Austrian economist Eugen Böhm-Bawerk, who belonged to the neoclassical tendency that maintained, as against Ricardo and the other classicists, that prices are not related to the value created by labor but exclusively obey the law of supply and demand, an idea that is still completely dominant among economists today. Böhm-Bawerk addressed himself directly to Marx, who had created an alternative to the classical theory. 39. Another Austrian, Rudolf Hilferding, appeared in Marx's defense. Hilferding, who began his career as a pediatrician but soon went over to economics and politics, played an important role in both the Austrian and the German workers' movements. But above all, he was the author of the 1910 book Finance Capital, which was an audacious attempt at simultaneously updating and modernizing Marx's theory in Capital. According to Hilferding, development had left the stage Marx had depicted in which individual capitalists found themselves in life-or-death competition with each other. Instead, large monopolies had developed, companies that in turn had become increasingly dependent on the banks, which had taken a dominant role in the economy. In brief, finance capital and industrial capital had grown together. In this economy, the capitalists had become dependent on the state, which with its forces could promote the export of capital that had become necessary once the large monopolies had saturated the domestic market. It could be said that Hilferding depicted very well the period of enormous concentration of wealth that characterized the period before the First World War, which had no equal until the dawn of the 21st century. 40. Hilferding's analysis also became influential in the workers' movement of the time. Weightiest was the contribution Rosa Luxemburg made through her 1913 book Die Akkumulation des Kapitals, The Accumulation of Capital. Luxemburg, who was from Poland but would make her most important contributions in Germany, was especially interested in what Marx called primitive accumulation. Something like this had also gone on outside of capitalism, but as a result of colonialism these pre-capitalist societies were integrated into the New World economy, which was becoming increasingly dependent on the exploitation of people and natural resources in other parts of the world. Luxemburg criticized Marx for treating capitalism as a closed system. Against that, she maintained that capitalism could only survive as long as it had non-capitalist surroundings to expand into. 41. The Russian revolutionary Vladimir Ilyich Lenin went further along Hilferding's and Luxemburg's line while at the same time disputing their conclusions. In his 1916 book Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, he declared that contemporary developments would inevitably result in a revolution and a new type of society. Through the Bolshevik seizure of power in 1917 in Russia, he seemed to have confirmed his thesis. Now socialism would be built, no sacrifice was too big for this task. Luxemburg was among the sharpest critics of the dictatorship of opinion that Lenin and his closest collaborators exercised. Freedom is always and exclusively freedom for the one who thinks differently, she declared. 42. Luxemburg can be said to have been correct on another point in relation to Lenin and his followers. In the future society Marx sketched out, there is a market of goods and not a completely regulated planned economy. But the market is equal, in contrast to the kind that characterized capitalist society. The decades after 1917 are not marked by any audacious interpretations or further developments of capital. When Stalin, after Lenin's death, created what he called Marxism, Leninism, Marx, or, rather, Marx via Engels, was overshadowed by Lenin, and gradually also by Stalin himself. There were new issues on the agenda, especially how a socialist economy could be constructed, and the capitalist system stood out chiefly as the foreign other that could be dismissed with a few stereotypical phrases. There were individual thinkers outside the Soviet Union who wanted to work in the spirit of Marx instead of following the directives from Moscow. For Hungarian philosopher George Lukács, who wrote the important 1923 work Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein, translated in 1967 as History and Class Consciousness, there was a particular concept in capital that stood at the center, reification. This was concerned with commodity fetishism, according to which it is people who appear as things in capitalism. 43, Lukács met violent criticism from Moscow for his unorthodox book, and soon fell back in line. The influential Frankfurt School, with Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno as prominent figures, were implacable critics of both the Soviet Union and capitalism. They further developed a central concept in the tradition from Marx, namely critique in the sense it occurs in the subtitle of Capital, a critique of political economy. In general, capital played an important role as a source of inspiration and a model. But Horkheimer, Adorno, and their colleagues were less interested in political economy in the narrow sense than they were in a broader critique of society and culture, according to which people in capitalism had become easy victims of totalitarian ideologies. In countries where dictatorship had not been victorious, the inhabitants had on the other hand become passive consumers of a soulless culture. The foundation of these defects could be found in capitalism itself. 44. Marx's critique of economics also had a number of direct followers, particularly from the 1930s onwards. One prominent example of this tendency is the American economist Paul Sweezy, who played a crucial role for decades in the Marxist-oriented journal Monthly Review. Together with Paul A. Barron, an American of Russian extraction, he wrote the influential 1966 book Monopoly Capital, in which the authors could be said to have brought forward arguments not only from Marx but from Hilferding and Luxemburg as well. Thanks to capital accumulation, it becomes more and more difficult for the capitalists to make profitable investments. The economy threatens to stagnate when companies in monopoly positions draw down production in order to avoid overproduction. 45. The book on monopoly capital came out at a time when Marx and Marxism were again attracting many readers and interpreters. Whereas capital had been overshadowed by later interpretations for decades, the work was now being put into focus. Competing readings fought for attention. French philosopher Louis Althusser and a group around him published a collection of analyses in 1966 under the title Lire le Capital, Reading Capital. 46. Althusser and his collaborators had an extremely firm idea about Marx's development. The author of the manuscripts was a young philosopher who wrote texts in the style of the times in which he tried to lay bare the essence of humanity. But a short time later, he was awakened to new, crucial insights that he expressed in the theses on Feuerbach and the German ideology. There, as Althusser says, he discovered the continent of history. Only there does the Marx who would later write Capital emerge. The basis of his theories was the conviction that material circumstances govern history, the class struggle, that is, the struggle for power over production and the results of production, is the motor of history. Under capitalism, the class struggle assumes its particular character with wage laborers and capitalists as the major antagonists. Thus the materialist conception of history stands at the center, and it is based on this that Capital should also be interpreted, namely, as a book about an epoch with its unique features. 47. Althusser's interpretations were subjected to harsh criticism by a number of young readers of Marx on the continent. West German philosophers Hans-Georg Backhaus and Helmut Reichelt were some of the most important, and the Danish historian of ideas Hans-Jürgen Schanz was part of the tendency, at least at the beginning. 48 A common designation of their interpretation is capital logic or the capital logic school, but in Germany they prefer to speak of Die Neue Marx lecture, the new Marx reading, or Marx interpretation. This is certainly a more suitable name. Capital logic is only the designation for what Marx himself called the expansive nature of capital. The essentially new thing with this loosely put together tendency is the method of reading both Capital and the Grundrisse in detail without being guided by the traditions of interpretation based on Engels, which continued with additional simplifications and later additions in Soviet Marxism. What was crucial was both the almost ascetic strictness in the reading of Marx's texts and the firm idea that Marx's theory of capital had no substantial connection with his materialist view of history in general. There is already a rapidly growing body of literature on this new reading. Ingo Elba has produced a summary, as comprehensive as it is energetic, in his 2010 book Marx im Westen. The 2011 omnibus Kapital and Kritik provides a series of longer articles that are examples of the approach. 49 One of its pioneers, Hans-Georg Backhaus, provided his version of the path to a new understanding of Marx in his 1997 book Dialektik der Wordform. In an introductory text, he talks about his own development as well as that of his closest collaborators. Important impulses came from the Frankfurt School, but the specialization in certain texts of Marx awakened during the encounter with the first edition of Capital from 1867. The second edition, as we have seen, is partially a popularization of the first, and by going back to a succession of texts and letters Backhaus can show how after the Grundrisse Marx strove to make his theory more accessible to more readers. In the Grundrisse, therefore, the outlines of the real, original theory that Marx, supported by Engels, gradually watered down can be detected. It got worse when Engels later misinterpreted the theory by placing an equal sign between simple circulation and simple commodity production. With that, he erased the boundary between distribution and production that was so important for Marx. The essential part of the original theory that remains even in later editions of Capital, according to Backhaus, is commodity fetishism. On the one hand, the commodity is something real and concrete, on the other, an abstraction that is ascribed an exchange value. The fundamental economic categories are twofold all along. This duplication continues in the distinction between value and exchange value. Exchange value is the visible, expressed in price. Value, like surplus value, is something fundamental that only thought can show the necessity of. Backhaus thus makes Marx more of a philosopher than an economist in the narrow sense. Readers can themselves draw the conclusion that Marx, in and through his simplifications, is merely placed before certain insoluble dilemmas. Backhaus does not even mention the transformation problem. On the other hand, he admits in his survey of the new Marx reading that as an older man, he can see difficulties with his and Reichelt's interpretation of Marx. 50. Michael Heinrich, who we have encountered several times, also sees himself as a representative of the new Marx reading. But his background is different, as are his interpretations to a considerable extent. Whereas Backhaus and Reichelt had their main schooling in Frankfurt am Main, Heinrich was from Berlin and was associated early on with the journal Prokla, a contraction of Probleme des Klassenkampfs, problems of the class struggle, where he still has a dominant position. Otherwise, the central figure of Prokla has long been Elmer Altvater, a political scientist and critic of capitalism who, moreover, was one of the founders of Die Grünen, the German Green Party. Heinrich himself is a mathematician and political scientist. 51. Unlike Backhaus, Heinrich does not regard the second edition of Volume I of Capital as a superficial version of a scientific project whose real outlines can be seen in earlier versions of the text. In a direct polemic with Backhaus and Reichelt, he points out that what Marx wrote after the Grundrisse consisted not only of popularizations but clarifications as well. On the other hand, he sees the many different versions of the text as a link in a great, unfinished project that in his opinion had its start in 1850, after the revolutions, when Marx set about his new project on the critique of economics once more. It is this project that, according to Heinrich, constitutes the most important turning point in Marx's development and not, as Althusser states, the introduction of the materialist conception of history. The critique of economics that Marx developed before the revolutions was colored by speculations about the essence of humanity. In Heinrich's opinion, Marx remained fundamentally ambivalent towards his new project. It is not only the concept of alienation that turns up here and there in his later writings. His relationship to his predecessors in economic theory is also ambiguous. On the one hand, he continued in their line, presenting yet another variation of their theory. On the other, his project constituted a critique of the social conditions for the type of theory that Smith and Ricardo developed, as did later economists following them. According to Heinrich, it is the latter that constitutes the important and valuable thing in the project, while Marx's own variation of the theory is interspersed throughout the entire effort. The subtitle to Heinrich's most important work, Die Wissenschaft vom Wert, The Science of Value, indicates the ambivalence in Marx's attempt, the Marxist critique of political economy between scientific revolution and classical tradition. In other words, Marx was an innovator in the theory who did not fully realize the consequences of what he had done. According to Heinrich, Marx had developed a theory that was not empirical in the sense that it generalized what was sensuously evident. In that case, Marx asserted, we should be satisfied with the merely apparent, as for example John Stuart Mill, Nassau W. Sr., and others were. Instead, Marx created a particular theoretical level at which the inner coherence in capitalist society would be laid bare. Its historical character would also become evident here. Heinrich does not mention the term hypothetical deductive theory, that is, a theory that generates certain general hypotheses that can directly or indirectly be tested on empirical material. Theories like this are commonly accepted in the modern natural sciences, but this is surely not the type of theoretical construction Heinrich has in mind. Rather, he refers to the strict conceptual construction that characterizes capital, in which the view is opened at times to a fluent empiricism, for example in the chapters on the working day and on the development of machinery. Only through theory do we know why there must inevitably be a struggle on the length of the working day and why capitalism, equally inevitably, must strive for increasing productive force. Only through theory can we thus interpret empiricism. 52. Heinrich is otherwise best known for having developed a monetary interpretation of Marx's theory. On that point he comes close to Backhaus, who asserts that as regards simple circulation, the Marxist theory of value is essentially a theory of money. 53. Heinrich goes further, however, and draws support from the most astute of the GDR's Marx specialists, Peter Rubin, typically enough a persona non grata in his homeland, who in 1977 pointed out that Backhaus seemed to ignore that value cannot exist outside the form of appearance of the commodities, that is, their actual sensuous existence. 54. Heinrich is of the opinion that Marx himself put obstacles in the way of the development of his theory through immediately perceiving money as an actual commodity, thereby linking it to its historical genesis. The essential thing, however, is the conventionally determined symbol of value that can take any form whatsoever. Something has value attached to it, regardless of what that something is. Today we often encounter it as a few digits on a bank statement. Products of labor are neither commodities nor objects of value if they are regarded in isolation. Only through commodities being related to money can the connection between different individual labors be established, Heinrich says. Point 55. The interpretations by Backhaus, Reichelt, and Heinrich may seem complicated. I believe that what they say can be more easily understood if the philosophical background to Marx's conceptual construction is examined. But, before we do that, and thereby distance ourselves from both Heinrich's and Backhaus's modes of expression, we have to take a look at some other traditions of interpretation. Robert Kurz, another German philosopher, was an original author who vigorously attacked anyone and everyone who interpreted Marx. His last book, published posthumously in 2012, was called Geld ohne Wert, Money Without Value. There, as previously, he asserted that many of these people were continuing in a tradition from orthodox Eastern Bloc Marxism by talking about labor and about class struggle in an antiquated manner. Heinrich, on the other hand, was in Kurz's opinion a postmodernist Marx interpreter. The concept of crisis stood in the center of Kurz's own analysis. Inspired chiefly by Roswitha-Scholz, he emphasized that the patriarchal element in capitalism, and here he warned about the development the world was now going through, could result in an endless catastrophe and not at all in peaceable socialism. Point 56. Another subject of Kurz's attacks was Wolfgang Fritz Haug, a German philosopher who became known for things such as being the publisher of Das Argument and of the enormous anthology Historisch-kritisches Wörterbuch des Marxismus, historical critical dictionary of Marxism, which began publication in 1994. 57. Haug, who has also authored a long series of books, is one of those who unhesitatingly asserts that there was not only a structural dimension, but also a historical one, in capital. It is in this spirit that, over the last few years, he has begun dealing with what he calls high-tech capitalism, the latest phase in the development that Marx only saw the beginning of. Haug is also part of the growing group of specialists who have published detailed instructions on how capital should be read. Over the last few years, this species of literature has increased drastically. Michael Heinrich is one of its most assiduous contributors. A shorter version of this pedagogical work exists in English under the title An Introduction to the 3 volumes of Karl Marx's Capital, 2004, a more comprehensive, as yet unfinished version exists in German. A Swedish professor of cultural studies, Johan Fornes, has authored a book of great merit called Simply Capitalism, a companion guide to Marx's economy critique, 2013. Two renowned American specialists, cultural geographer David Harvey and literary historian Frederick Jameson, have also written similar guides. Moreover, Harvey has put out lectures on the subject on the internet. The English-language commentary already shows that the new Marx reading has also made its entry into the Anglo-Saxon world. There is also other, less pedagogically arranged literature that bears witness to this. One example is Andrew Clement's 2007 book, Reclaiming Marx's Capital. We will return to this. Point 58. Now, it is time to tackle a few important and controversial themes. Here, I will also take my own position. Essence and appearance, form and content, surface and depth. In the substantial current literature about capital, it is striking that many authors avoid exploring the devices according to which Marx created a dominant part of his conceptual apparatus, above all through categories such as essence and appearance, Wesen and Erscheinung, and the related form and content, Form and Inhalt. Even surface, Oberfläche, can be considered as part of the same category, though its counterpart depth is only implied. But there are exceptions, of course. Backhaus is among those who point out that the thinking around essence, like other tools of classical philosophy, is central to Marx. The same applies to older Marx specialists from the Soviet era. But a greater or lesser dose of Leninism is thrown into the bargain, especially a firmly rooted conviction that Engels thoroughly understood Marx's intentions and developed them further in his own work. This is the price that has to be paid for becoming acquainted with, for example, Jindrich Zelany's works, which we have done in the previous chapter. One of the most thorough analyses of capital is of the same type, the work of Russian philosopher Mark Rosenthal, translated in 1957 into German as Die Dialektische Methode der politischen Ökonomie von Karl Marx. It is a solid work, certainly the best on capital from the Soviet school, and the author did not conceal the fact that the concept of essence has a fundamental role in Marx. 59. The timidity of many other interpreters is likely due to the fact that the thinking about essence had become so unwieldy because it was associated with Marx's early and soon abandoned ideas about the essence of humanity. This timidity is also discernible in the face of Marx's later use of terms such as alienation, or more precisely, of both the related German terms Entfremdung and Entäußerung. To choose a single example, Heinrich asserts that when the word Entfremdung turns up in capital, it should not be interpreted in any literal sense but in the same spirit as when Marx and Engels laughed the word off in the German ideology by using it so that the philosophers would grasp what they were saying. 60. But what Marx said about alienation in both the Grundrisse and Capital was completely serious. It is obvious that he was not using it in the same way he had in the manuscripts. He now had another understanding of what humanity was, and what it could be. His definitive reckoning with the image of humanity in the manuscripts came in the 6th of the 11 Theses on Feuerbach, in which he said that the essence of humanity was not an abstraction residing in each individual person, but the ensemble of social relations, das Ensemble der gesellschaftlichen Verhältnisse. Marx's choice of words is important. He did not assert that humanity did not have an essence. He said that this essence changes along with changes in society. The thinking around essence remains, also where humanity is concerned. But the essence of humanity is not stable, it was not the same in the 13th century as it was in the 18th, or the 21st. 61. It is obvious that Marx in future would not try to interpret the essence of humanity, since it would become an unutterably lengthy affair. It would be much more fruitful to analyze society in its various aspects. People are social beings marked by their different roles in one type of society or another. But the rather passive word ensemble does not capture the dynamic in Marx's idea of humanity's interaction with society. Marx did not only talk about how we bear the mark of the external circumstances under which we live. He also talked about the possibilities that these circumstances opened up for us under certain definite conditions. The most beautiful example we have is, perhaps, from his journalism. He wrote about how the Indians' possibilities for a modern life were being opened up by the British conquest of their country, but how these possibilities were closed off in the same moment by the oppression the new masters were committing. He drew a parallel with the lot of the workers in Great Britain. With their hands, the workers were creating the wealth of the age, which was nevertheless entrusted not to them but their masters. This form of thinking was a recurrent one, from at least the Theses on Feuerbach forward. People are alienated from the possibilities that society opens up. The good life lay in full view of the proletariat, who were nonetheless compelled to live in poverty. Only in a radically different society could the prosperity that had been created be entrusted to everyone. Humanity changes with society. But there is a danger in overemphasizing its variability. Marx did not run that risk, especially not after his encounter with Darwin's theories. We will return to this in the next chapter. It was not the essence of humanity that interested Marx in Capital. It was commodities, money, productive forces, capital, and much else of a more mundane character. But some of the central vocabulary of classical philosophy was put to use in their treatment. Essence and appearance, form and content, surface and depth can be seen as a kind of meta-concept in the abundantly rich world of concepts in Capital. The ordinary concepts can be related to one another using these meta-concepts, often in an ingenious way. The reader has already encountered the greatest challenges in the introductory chapters. Marx was aware of the difficulties. Every beginning is difficult, holds in all science, he said in the beginning of the foreword. 62 Capitalism appears in an enormous accumulation of commodities. But these commodities turn out to be more mysterious than their appearance hints at. To attract buyers, they must have a use value that is dependent upon their concrete properties. This use value has nothing to do with their exchange value. Use value divides them. A coat is not an iron, but exchange value makes them comparable. Exchange value has nothing to do with their nature. Society is entirely its arena. The boundary between nature and society is crucial in capital. It is hidden away in spontaneous observations, but it can still be seen. Society becomes second nature. The distinction between exchange value and value is only made fully clear in the second edition. The relationship is less clear in the first edition, whereas the significance becomes evident from the Ergensungene Verandrungen, supplements and changes, to the first volume of Capital that Marx worked on between December 1871 and January 1872.63. In the completed edition, Marx emphasized that exchange value, also called the value form, is the value's Erscheinungsform, form of appearance. Value is thus the essence of exchange value. It can also be called its content. Why were these terminological subtleties now so important for Marx? The answer is rather simple. From exchange value, we cannot infer the secret behind the increase in value that occurs in production. Exchange value lies on the surface, it is immediately visible. If we are satisfied with that, we end up with the idea that what the capitalist invested of fixed and variable capital, raw materials, machines, and workers' wages, has increased under its own power. But the increase in value, according to Marx, lies completely in the labor that the workers performed when they sold their labor power to the capitalist. Value is thus the essence, exchange value the form of appearance. Or, in other words, value is the content, exchange value the form. But when we put the matter into words, we catch a difference between both pairs of concepts. The essence itself does not have an essence, whereas the content can very well be the form of another content. Or the same content can also have two different forms. Value also has use value as a form of existence. A use value, a coat, for example, can be a mode of existence of value. Point 64. There is no peculiarity in the Marxian conceptual apparatus. This relativity belongs to the ancient logic of the concept of form and content. Clarifying this requires a brief excursion into the fascinating history of these concepts. Marx himself invited us on such a trip by citing Aristotle, also in Greek, for safety's sake. In his text. Point 65, Aristotle was the one who codified the terms form and substance. His word for substance is hyle, a word that means wood or timber, and he indicates the relativity of the pair of concepts with the word itself. Wood that is cut down can be the substance for sawn boards, which in turn become the substance, or material, as we say, for a table. Aristotle used the same pair of concepts for most areas of knowledge. The acorn is the substance, the fully grown tree is the form, the body is the substance and the soul its form, the uneducated man is the substance, and the educated man its form. With Aristotle, the form is the goal of a process. It did not need to be so in later traditions, and absolutely was not so in Marx. Only during the Renaissance, some 600 years ago, did content turn up as another paired concept to form. It spread the same way over many areas, and not infrequently would interact with substance. It is like this to a great degree in Marx. In Capital, he spoke more often about content than substance, but he always had the word substance at the ready as a synonym, showing that he had not abandoned his fundamental conviction that capitalist society had its roots in concrete, earthly relationships. Point 66. Let us return to our example. The content of exchange value is value, which also has use value as another form, that is, what makes a commodity desirable to a buyer. But use value also has a content comprised of its various physical, and in certain cases also intellectual, properties. A slice of bread is desirable because it has material properties that both provide nutrition and taste good. A novel often attracts buyers more often for the sake of its aesthetic qualities than for its external assets. Even labor has its use and exchange values. The use value is the concrete labor necessary to transform raw materials, using machines, into products that can be offered on the market. The exchange value is the power that the worker sells to the capitalist against a fixed working time. Labor has a twin nature, Marx said, and he himself was the first to examine critically this twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities. Concrete labor produces concrete products, the weaver weaves cloth, the metal worker joins machine parts. Labor in its abstract form, labor power, is a commodity that the worker sells to the capitalist against a certain amount of compensation. This compensation is in turn exchangeable for other commodities, loaves of bread, clothing, or whatever is offered on the market. Money is the general bonding agent between commodities. It does not matter what external forms they have. When Heinrich asserts that Marx perceived money as an actual commodity, it is possible that his criticism affects certain statements in Capital but hardly the central one, in which Marx does things like erupt in a quote from Revelation, in Latin, where these important words are found: "No man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name." Here, it is thus the symbol of value that is the only thing of decisive importance in business. In the Latin text, suitably enough, the word character turns up, and Marx has a convenient opportunity to talk once again about character masks and go into commodity fetishism. In the exchange of commodities, people exist for each other only as representatives of the commodity. They are nothing more than the personifications of the economic relations that exist between them. 67. Here it becomes clear that money is only a form that can have any material content at all, gold or silver, paper notes, or, as it does today, numbers on a bank statement. Naturally, Marx knows that money also has a history, but this history has no significance in the conceptual construction of capital. In this construction, form has a distinct similarity with surface. The form is visible, or has been made visible through analysis, it is therefore accessible to the observer. In fact, surface figures even earlier, namely in the very first lines of Capital: the commodity is an object outside us, a thing. 68. Immediately thereafter it says that exchange value presents itself, erscheint, as a quantitative relation. To appear means precisely to be visible on the surface. At the beginning of the section on commodity fetishism, Marx said that at first glance the commodity seems to be a trivial thing, but that analysis shows that it is full of subtle points and theological subtleties. The concept of surface adds nothing new to the concepts of essence and appearance, or to the concepts of form, content, and substance. It only brings home the way Marx worked in Capital. The starting point is empirical material, which in turn is to be broken down and its secrets revealed. Empirical work meets theoretical. Natural and supernatural, freedom and equality. When Marx quotes Revelation in the middle of his presentation on the nature of money, it is not a temporary outburst of humor. On the contrary, the quote slides into a stream of biblical or generally religious allusions that characterize the whole of Capital, as they did most other writings by Marx. The very first pages, as we have just seen, talk about theological subtleties concerning commodities, and a few dozen pages further on it says that the value of a commodity is something übernatürlich, actually supernatural but toned down in the English translation to non-natural. 69. This turns out immediately to be the same thing as something purely social, and the reader easily gets the impression that Marx was only playing with the word supernatural. But he was being serious. The contradiction between nature and society is crucial. Use value is anchored in nature, or more precisely in the concrete properties of the object of use. This is not so with value. Value has its only origin in interpersonal relationships, where the one between capitalist and worker, who respectively buy and sell the commodity of labor power, is the decisive one. People's ideas also shoot forth out of interpersonal relationships. Nature as such provides no basis for religious or magical ideas. Society is their breeding ground. In one spot, Marx describes the transformation of commodities into money as a transubstantiation. 70 The word is central in theological contexts, designating the transformation of the host and the wine into the body and blood of Christ in communion. The specific superstition of capitalism is commodity fetishism. It is not a set of false ideas that can be corrected with a sufficient dose of enlightenment. It is a result of the way itself in which value is created in capitalism. The value form has nothing to do with the physical properties of the commodity. To find their counterpart, we have to look in the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world. The human brain's own creations appear as independent beings. The religious reflection of the actual world can only disappear if people enter into rational relationships with each other and with nature, Marx said. All this is only further development of lines of thought Marx had been following since the early 1840s. It is important to remember that they are central throughout the whole of Capital. In Volume 3, they culminate in the Trinity formula of capital, land, and labor. The text in which this formula is developed, Chapter 48 of 52, is partially in draft form and was put together later by Engels. But the main theses there tally completely with the lines of thought on commodity fetishism from Volume I. Capital is not a thing, but rather a definite social production relation, Marx assured us. 71 This thereby applies once again to the difference between nature and society. The means of production are definite objects. They consist of machines and raw materials and as such are no more capital than gold and silver are in themselves money. But in the same way as metals, or slips of paper or numbers in an account, are transformed into money, so are raw materials transformed into capital. Nature is transformed into the supernatural, that is, the social. Land in itself creates no value, however fertile it is. Only through labor does it generate such products as can be sold on a market. Nor does labor produce any value outside society, however useful it may be. Society, in short, is the arena in which the trinity of capital, land, and labor emerge. Each of the three are historically determined. Their interaction and conflicts are bound up with a particular mode of production in a particular type of society, capitalism. Land and labor have a much older history, but appeared then in entirely different forms. Humanity under capitalism is still not free. The forces of production have certainly developed splendidly, but necessity still governs it. As he did so many times, Marx held out the prospect of another society, a realm of freedom that certainly assumed necessity but which still freed humanity from subjection under the dictates of other people. 72 The reader is not allowed further details, the Grundriss has more to give on this point. Marx showed clearly how religious or pseudo-religious fantasies flourish under capitalism. But highly respectable ideas such as freedom and equality can also develop there. He had already taken up the basis of bourgeois freedom in the Grundriss, but now he completed the picture. Purchases and sales in the sphere of circulation are in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. Freedom, equality, property, and Bentham reign supreme there. 73 Jeremy Bentham, the English philosopher, here represents the entire sphere of ideas, even if for Marx himself it might have been more apt to associate it with the French Revolution. But Bentham was certainly quoted more often in the circles where capitalism is defended and where for every person it was only a question of looking after themselves. The ideals in question, according to Marx, shoot forth out of the formal freedom and equality that prevails between those buying or selling a commodity, whether it be clothing, machinery, or labor power. Both buyer and seller are free to reject the offer, they seem completely equal before the commodity, and they bargain over a property that can legitimately migrate from the one to the other. The problem is that the defenders of these ideals in bourgeois society ignore the conditions in production. Neither freedom nor equality prevail there, and the worker is robbed of every property in their labor. Marx's analysis did not mean that he denied the ideals of freedom, equality, or justice. But he maintained that they could not be realized unless it was in a completely different type of society than a capitalist one. Striving for exactitude. So far, we have examined Marx's method of using a conceptual apparatus from classical philosophy. It was without doubt central and important for him. Marx's historical and philosophical depth of vision is impressive. He knew his Aristotle and other ancient philosophers well. As always, Hegel made up his closest background, but the relationship with him was ambivalent. Hegel's dialectic was important, Marx argued, but the idealism it was interwoven with was untenable. The airiness of philosophy is unusable where the real world is concerned. Hegel was standing on his head, and it was a question of turning him right side up. In the first edition of Capital, this right side up Hegel is often present, or at least suggested. The construction of many conceptual investigations was obviously inspired by him. But in the afterword to the second edition, Marx inserted a reservation. Hegel mystified, and I objected to that almost 30 years ago, he pointed out. But today, in an educated Germany full of mediocre epigones, Hegel was being treated like a dead dog, he continued. Thus, in the first edition, Marx openly avowed myself the pupil of that mighty thinker, and even here and there, in the chapter on the theory of value, coquetted with the modes of expression peculiar to him. 74 In the French translation, these portions of the afterword have been left out, because Marx did not find them of interest on the other side of the Rhine. In other editions down to our time, however, the entire text has been included. We have already seen that Marx was upset by Dühring's review, in which the author of Capital was painted as a pure Hegelian. He was in fact the opposite of Hegel. But the criticism nonetheless meant that Marx toned down the Hegelian elements in his analysis of the commodity and money. This also involved popularizing the content. The main point still remains, Capital without Hegel was unthinkable. But Hegel is never alone. Marx also had other important sources of inspiration. Adam Smith and David Ricardo scarcely need to be mentioned in this context, it is their theories he both assumed and cudgeled in his critique. On the other hand, it is necessary to call attention to the ideals he sought in the various natural sciences. There was a tension that occasionally intensified into opposition between his philosophical inspiration and his striving after the exactitude he admired in the physics and chemistry of his time. To this must be added Charles Darwin's 1859 book, The Origin of Species, which he read early on. He expressed this ideal back in the famous foreword to a contribution with the view that the upheaval of the base could be observed with the precision of natural science. 75 An ambition of this kind would have been completely foreign to Hegel, and it also meant something new in Marx's life. The words are not repeated in Capital, but this does not mean they were no longer of interest to him. His imagery already bore elements of his fascination for the natural sciences of his time. Metaphors such as crystal and cell are legion, and one of the leading chemists of his day, Justus von Liebig, is assiduously cited. Marx's interest in Liebig chiefly concerned agrarian chemistry and soil exhaustion in nature, but he was certainly also impressed by the precision with which chemists could analyze complex processes. Also to the point is that, via Engels, he came into personal contact with one of the era's great figures in organic chemistry, Karl Schorlemmer, a German socialist living in Manchester. Schorlemmer's direct, and above all indirect, influence on him and Engels will be dealt with in the next chapter. The same applies to Darwin's influence. Here, it is a question of how the striving after the precision of natural science marked his own presentation. He happily worked with simple mathematical expressions. The most obvious example concerns the concepts of surplus labor and surplus value. The starting point is the length of the working day, and he asks how many hours of labor cover the capitalist's costs for wages. Since the capitalist must make a profit in order to continue as a capitalist, the formula M, C, M, as we have seen, applies, where M means more money. The question is then how much of the working day does the worker have to work in order to create the value corresponding to their own wages? A misunderstanding immediately presents itself here. Researchers who were worse than Marx are actually guilty of it. In Capital, there is a very funny section called Senior's Last Hour. This was Nassau William Sr., who, considering the question of shortening the working day, hinted that surplus value was created at the end of the day, so therefore that hour was necessary. Marx was full of sarcasm for such a faux pas. The worker, of course, works up their wages, as they do the capitalist's surplus value, throughout the entire working day. 76. The example Marx deals with is entirely hypothetical. The day has 24 hours. If we start from a 12-hour working day, perhaps only 6 hours are needed for the worker to create the value that covers the capitalist's expenses. Over the remaining 6 hours, the worker thus creates surplus value for the capitalist. The capitalist's ambition is to increase working time and reduce wages, but there is a limit to what is possible so that the worker can survive. The status quo threatens, and that means ruin for the capitalist. The productive forces must therefore constantly increase, and the relative costs for wages thereby decrease. More can be produced in a shorter time. Marx illustrated the process with more fictitious examples concerning what this increase means for necessary work time. One important concept is the rate of surplus value, or the relationship between constant capital, which the capitalist invests in raw materials and machinery, and variable capital, which the worker's wages require. With the increase in the productive forces, according to Marx, this ratio has a tendency to fall, that is, the share that represents above all more advanced machinery increases in relation to the share that goes towards wages. 77. At last, Marx had arrived at what he called a law. This involves the amount of surplus value produced being equal to the variable capital multiplied by the rate of surplus value. 78. It sounds abstract at first glance, but the meaning is simply that this amount corresponds to the number of workers whose labor power the capitalist purchases multiplied by the degree of exploitation the individual worker is subjected to. The idea that the specific case, the specific workplace, the specific business, can be inferred from this law is reasonable, but it assumes not only devoting time to thought experiments of the kind Marx had done previously in Capital but also being able to work with exact numerical values for the degree of exploitation. Marx also seems to have assumed this when, on the same page, he said that variable capital is to be expressed in money. As we know, money is always a quantity. We therefore seem to be faced with the notorious transformation problem, how to go from value to money. The problem arises through Marx speaking here about laws, and obviously meaning law in the sense that occurs in the natural sciences. A law of this kind assumes that the variables in the predication of the law can be quantified. It is, as we will remember in the third volume, as if Marx attempted to solve the transformation problem but immediately admits that he failed. The origin of the problem itself is interesting. From the beginning, Marx criticized Ricardo for confusing labor value with production prices, and the very concept of the transformation problem has its origins in this critique. But he would thus come to work on it himself, although only in passing. In the 9th chapter, he grappled with the task. At first, he seemed full of confidence. He presented a solution, but after a number of pages he said that it was not valid and satisfied himself by observing that the cost price of a commodity is always smaller than its value. 79. Marx's own original text, which Engels revised and in this case also shortened, shows more clearly than Engels's version how Marx tested various hypothetical arguments in a manner reminiscent of natural scientists. He clearly marked the hypothetical level by breaking in with another argument that began in der Wirklichkeit, in reality. 80. We have already encountered Marx's way of concluding fruitless investigations with the sentence, "Our present analysis does not necessitate a closer examination of this point." The meaning must be that it would be meaningful to look for a solution in a completely different investigation. Here, at least, Marx did not think, when he was writing his enormous manuscript in a terrific hurry, that the problem in itself was insoluble or meaningless. The transformation problem has given rise to many controversies. The Polish-Russian economist Ladislaus von Bortkiewicz criticized Marx's unfinished efforts as early as 1907. He maintained that the error was due to the foundations of Marx's theory themselves. Namely, that Marx saw the various economic factors united in a causal chain in which the preceding moments marked the following: machinery and labor power are purchased for money, set into movement, and result in products that become commodities that are sold and yield more money, whereas, for his part, Bortkiewicz concurred with the marginalism that he above all associated with Leon Walras. According to this, the various factors mutually condition one another. In addition, Bortkiewicz regarded values and prices as two entirely different systems, and it was therefore a mistake by Marx to generally ask the question of their relationship to each other. Value has to do with production costs, whereas price is ultimately determined by supply and demand on the market. 81. Bortkiewicz wanted to show that Marx's theory was fundamentally untenable, and it may therefore seem surprising that many adherents of Marx concurred with his critique. This applies, for example, to one of the most influential Marxist economists in the West, the aforementioned Paul Sweezy, who maintained that Bortkiewicz had provided a crucial defense of Marx's doctrine of labor value. He also maintained that Marx's theories thereby became compatible with modern economics, created by Walras and others, in which the question of supply and demand, and not the amount of labor, determines the price of commodities. 82. Even Heinrich, in Die Wissenschaft vom Wort, expresses his great appreciation for Bortkiewicz's efforts and, more precisely, enters upon the use the latter makes of Marx's trisection in the second volume of Capital between means of production, wages, and luxury goods. Bortkiewicz created a system of three equations from this. But the system has four unknowns: the rate of profit, as well as the three already mentioned. This opens the way for a fourth equation in which it can be assumed that the sum total of prices is equal to the sum total of values. Other economists have expanded the system into an arbitrary number of spheres of production, and with that, Heinrich says, the transformation problem finally seems to have been solved. 83. But what consequences does this solution have? Does it mean that the analysis of capital can be developed? Does it open the way for new insights? On this, Heinrich says nothing. Another leading Marx interpreter of today, the aforementioned American economist Andrew Clemen, has a completely different interpretation strategy concerning Marx's text. Clemen limits himself largely to the 3 volumes of Capital as they exist in traditional standard editions. He is of the opinion that anyone who maintains that Marx was really trying to solve the transformation problem in the 3rd volume but failed is betraying the chief duty of the good interpreter, the principle of rationality, according to which finding the most favorable interpretation of a complex text is important. 84. Heinrich, on the other hand, sees Capital as only a great unfinished project with a number of sometimes contradictory attempts. There is thus no one final text for people today to go back to, not even for volume I in the condition it is found in the French translation. In December 1881, near the end of his life, Marx was ready to break the text up again. In a letter to his Russian translator, Danielson, he wrote that he wanted to change the book in the way I should have done at present. Only his fragile health prevented him. Whereas Clemen and the chiefly U.S. school that he is the most renowned representative of are thus building a theory for the present that is ultimately based on Marx's Capital, Heinrich sets himself and others an even more demanding task, to further develop the unfinished Marxian research program in a way that it can capture the capitalism of our time. 85. It can be added that Clemen and Heinrich do not seem to have concerned themselves with each other's interpretations. Clemen's book is equally as absent from Heinrich's Die Wissenschaft vom Wort as Heinrich's books are in Clemen's reclaiming Marx's Capital. The interpretation that Clemen represents is called the temporal single system interpretation, or TSSI. It aims chiefly at demonstrating the logical consistency in Marx's theses on the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and on transformation. Their chosen main opponent is still Bortkiewicz's solution and the critique associated with it that implies Marx's theoretical construction is contradictory on one important point. But Bortkiewicz has also become the spokesman for the great majority of economists who are not Marxists, and, as we have seen, even for a number who are, and agree that there are internal contradictions in Marx's presentation. TSSI has two main components that even its designation hints at. For the first, its advocates maintain that investment and starting price can vary over time, and normally do. In Marx's formula, P, V, P, the relationship between P and P is not as obvious as it may seem. In general, Liedman and his fellow thinkers object to the ambition of mathematizing Marx's theory more than Marx did. Marx developed a dynamic theory, they point out, whereas equilibrium is the precondition for the mathematics that prevailing economic theory works with. Heinrich, who himself has a background in mathematics, can criticize the equilibrium models but not the mathematical usage as such. Second, Liedman maintains that values and prices constitute a single system, whereas Bortkiewicz on the other hand sees them as separate. In plain language, this means that Liedman believes that both values and prices are expressed in money. There is thus a point here where Heinrich and Liedman approach each other. For both, as for most of the present-day Marx interpreters, money has a key role in capital. Heinrich just goes a step further and develops a purely monetary theory. According to this, value does not belong to the individual commodity, only price does. Money appears exclusively at the societal level, and not in production itself. It is uncertain whether Liedman wishes to go that far. For him, the essential thing is that Marx's theory is logically consistent. According to Heinrich, on the other hand, the transformation problem is not just a figment of the imagination with some interpreters. Marx really made an attempt at solving it, saw that he failed, and moved on after that. After Marx's death, Engels tried to find new solutions but he also failed, though without himself admitting his failings. This is also the interpretation that appears most plausible to me. But I would like to add that the transformation problem can be explained to a decisive extent from Marx's ambitions of achieving a natural scientific exactitude. On the purely conceptual level, it seems given that the distinction between value and exchange value, so important for Marx in the second edition of Capital, deals with the relationship between surface or form, that is, between exchange value, expressed in money, and value, which is an intellectual construction necessary for the insight into the role of labor in capitalist development. Marx himself expressed the matter clearly and distinctly in Capital when he said that value had its form only in the shape of money. 86 But he was not satisfied with this purely theoretical operation, he also wanted to see it expressed with the precision of natural science. That ambition led him astray at times. Historical development in Capital. For decades, readers have battled over the relationship between historical materialism and the fundamental theory of capital. The new Marx reading has largely wanted to get rid of the idea that capital lies embedded in a general theory of human development. Marx's more far-reaching statements, phrased most simply and clearly in a contribution, on the relationship between humanity's actual existence and its ideas and ideals have only a superficial connection with the specific theory he was busy developing, the most elaborate result of which is the first volume of Capital. 87. This severe, nearly ascetic, standpoint becomes comprehensible in light of the conventional view of history that became a dogma in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. There were eminent, even brilliant, historians there, but they were always compelled in their works to pay at least lip service to a system of assertions that only had a vague connection with what Marx himself said on the subject. Most had been developed after him. But the repudiation of historical materialism is not problem-free. The dominant idea seems to be that the core of Marx's project on capital has nothing to do with any form of philosophy of history. More than that, in fact, if an aspect of development is brought into the theory, it loses its acuity and its definite area of application. This applies both to ideas about pre-capitalist development and to ideas about different, more or less advanced stages within capitalism. As regards the latter point, it is easy to find support for the ascetic standpoint in central portions of Marx's texts. Back in the Grundrisse, as we have seen, he emphasized the difference between the capitalist system and the circumstances under which it arose. He was not as explicit in Capital, but the difference constitutes a condition for much of his argumentation. So, for example, he contrasted technological development in a capitalist society with what had occurred earlier in history. This is particularly evident in the immense chapter on machinery and modern industry. In it, he emphasized that technological innovations since the 18th century are not the result of any isolated individual events but are part of the inevitable striving of capital to increase the productive power of labor. The more the machine produces, the cheaper, relatively, labor power becomes. This is why everyone who is to have a chance in competition has to put their trust in technological reorganizations. It is also clear that Marx saw the epoch often called merchant capitalism as a condition for the actual, industrial, capitalism his theory dealt with. Certain portions of the wealth that were part of the primitive accumulation of capital were created thanks to the faraway trade that was made possible through Europeans' combined procession of business, plunder, and conquest both eastward and westward. Another source was pure usury, in which unjustified interest rates meant that wealth could be piled up and then put to use for early industrialization. 88. Only when both of the two decisive classes of capitalism, the capitalists, who wish to increase their assets through production, and the free workers, who are compelled to sell their labor power for their survival, are found on the social stage, only then does Marx's theory of capital become valid. But the question of the role of history in capital is not finally answered with this. A theory always has assumptions that are not part of the theory itself. This concerns themes that are usually dealt with in introductions or only act as tacit assumptions. External conditions of this kind are, incidentally, a logical necessity. A theory never stands entirely on its own, however exact it may be. According to Gödel's theory, nothing of the sort is possible, even in arithmetic. 89. Marx commented explicitly on the further assumptions of his theory of capital in a long note at the beginning of the chapter on the development of machinery under capitalism. It is a very important note, perhaps the most important in the entire book. He pointed out there that a critical history of technology was missing, which coming from him meant that a history would be needed in which technological innovations are related to material production in a scientifically satisfactory manner. He compares with Darwin, who in The Origin of Species was interested in how the organs in plants and animals developed in an endless adaptation to changing environments. The comparison is striking, but also very typical of the time. Like his contemporaries, Marx saw biological evolution as a process of advancement that had similarities to the technological development of the age. But the note contains more. From the comparison between biology and technology, Marx's thoughts move to the 18th century Italian thinker Guillaume Battista Vico, who in his work from 1725, Scienza Nuova, The New Science, argued that it was easier for humanity to understand history than nature because they themselves were the creators of history and not, on the contrary, nature. Technology, Marx said, reveals the active relationship of humanity to nature. Social conditions and the ideas that humanity recreates the world and themselves also proceed from this. It is easier to bring out the worldly core from these ideas through analysis than it is to go the opposite way, from material production to the ideas. But the latter way is the only materialistic, and therefore the only scientific one. This materialism differs from the abstract materialism of natural science, which ignores human history. 90. The latter comment will be central in the next chapter. Here, what the note says about Marx's view of history in general and under capitalism in particular is important. One thing is clear: Marx kept the general conception of history that appeared back in the German ideology. As far as I know, there is no one who has denied this, either. The controversial issue instead is what significance these general, sweeping theses have for the theories of capital that Marx developed, and modified, over a number of years. First, it can be shown clearly that Marx made no direct derivations from his general conception to the specific theory. The relationship between production and circulation, between constant and variable capital, or between concrete and abstract labor has no necessary connection with the theses on the relationship between humanity's mode of production and its ideas. On the other hand, it can be asked whether the latter has any heuristic significance, that is, if they guided Marx in any way in his work on capital. The response is no, where the more specific development of concepts in Marx after the Grundriss is concerned. A certain shift of accent from the sphere of production to the sphere of circulation can be spoken of, naturally without production losing its significance as the starting point for the economic analysis. But money is given a more prominent and dynamic role in the total process of capital. In the Grundriss, Marx could still deal with value and money separately from each other, but in the manuscript he worked out a few years later, which would come to be called Theorien über den Mehrwert, theories of surplus value, this no longer appears possible. Value can only be expressed in money, money is the appearance of value, its form. 91. Marx's thoughts on the relationship between existence and ideas played no role for this shift. But, as the long note we recently examined shows, they are still important for the author of Capital. There is an excess of examples of how he made use of religious allusions and metaphors. They are not just ornamentation but serve to emphasize how the capitalist mode of production itself promotes certain kinds of ideas. Even more explicit is the analysis of how ideas about freedom, equality, and property arise out of the relationship between capitalist and free worker. The general conception of history is important here. The next question is inevitably how central this analysis is for an understanding of Marx, and the answer may be twofold. For the specific theory of capital it plays no role, but it is important for Marx's assessment of the totality of the time and society he lived in. It is especially of crucial significance for his political analysis. There is one inflammatory subject that still remains to be taken up regarding the development of capitalism. As we have seen, certain interpreters such as Wolfgang Fritz Haug claim that Marx also captures the development of capitalism, that is, its various stages, as a result of his theory. Many others who are part of the traditions from Marx discern a particular, contemporary phase they call late capitalism. This is a term that is more than 100 years old, and it was given the meaning of the last stage of capitalism, before its ruin, sometime in the 1930s. From the 1950s onwards, on the other hand, it became more the designation of development after the Second World War with a strongly developed welfare state. The word was used in this way by the Trotskyist Ernest Mondale and by the representatives of critical theory, for example Habermas. After the tide turned around 1980 and classical capitalism quickly gained ground, the term again became less common, and many who wanted to give the period that began thereafter a particular name have, like Haug, preferred to talk about high-tech capitalism or something similar. An even more popular term for the new epoch is postmodernism. The word is ambiguous, to say the least, as it can stand in opposition to both aesthetic modernism, Baudelaire, Picasso, Schönberg, and so on, and to modernity in the sense of the entire enormous process of transformation the world has undergone over the last few centuries, in which capitalism, cast with the expansion of trade, industrialization, urbanization, and much else, constitutes the very center. It is chiefly in the latter sense that the word has direct bearing on the debate having to do with the inheritance from Marx. A key role is played here by the American literary scholar Frederick Jameson who, in the title of his 1992 book Postmodernism, or, The Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism, directly attempts to revive the term late capitalism. He sees no break in the development of capitalism itself, but places the new in the sphere of culture. However influential Jameson's book may have been, it has not meant that the idea of late capitalism as an unbroken development, at least after the Second World War, has been vitalized. Today, a good bit into the 21st century, the epochal designation postmodernism also obviously finds itself on the wane. 92. It is naturally uncontroversial to state that society has undergone a tremendous change since Marx wrote Capital. Rather, the debate concerns whether the fundamental theoretical assumptions Marx made must be changed in any radical way in order to be able to cast light on a later phase in his development. Have electronics and biotechnology meant that the theory of capital must be recast in some way? In one sense, the answer must be no. Over the last few decades, we have only witnessed yet another great step in the development of productive forces. Money has become even more abstract thanks to computers, but its role is in principle the same. Marx himself discerned a stage of manufacture in capitalism, with its beginnings back in the mid-16th century. The craftsmen soon lost their former specialties, just as they did their own tools. So developed the system whose essential elements were not changed through the mechanization of industry. Stages in the development of capitalism that Marx never got to experience have not changed the exact relationships that represent the elementary building blocks in his theory of capital. It is another thing if capital is seen, as Heinrich does, as an unfinished project that it is now important to bring forward into our own time. But Heinrich gives us no detailed information about what this means. Back in the German ideology, Marx and Engels pointed out that the general guidelines they provided for how society was to be studied could not be used as a timetable according to which history could be put in order. What is actually occurring emerges out of a swarm of details. Only when this swarm has been overcome can the real description of history begin. A pattern emerges, and the more this pattern is concretized, the more complete the picture becomes. It is naturally this concretization that Marx was striving for in his project on capital. What he said about the place of religion, the origin of liberal ideals, and much more has a place in this concretization, even if these phenomena have not been defined, nor can they certainly be defined as well as the concept of productive forces or the relationship between abstract labor and value. Humanity and classes. Labor is primarily a process between humanity and nature, Marx says. To describe how intimate the relationship is, he used a term he drew from contemporary physiology and organic chemistry. Through labor, humanity arranges, regulates, and controls its metabolism, Stoffwechsel, with nature. 93 This metaphor could possibly be seen as an example of how Marx can sometimes naturalize humanity's reality, that is, express himself as if the boundary between humanity and the rest of nature had been erased. 94 In the French translation, Marx inserted a note, not about. The word metabolism, which disappeared without further ado from his French text, but about the process in the compound term labor process, procès de travail. By that, he said, he meant a development regarded in the totality of its real conditions, pointing out that the meaning, separate from the one found in jurisprudence, lawsuit or trial, had in French become common in physics, chemistry, and even metaphysics. It would gradually become completely natural, he assured the reader. 95. Marx meant what he said literally, in relation to nature, humanity is one natural force among others. With its arms and legs, heads and hands, it shapes nature according to its needs and thereby also changes itself. We are again reminded of the sharp boundary Marx drew between labor as a force of nature, the sphere of use values, of concrete labor, and work as a social phenomenon, the sphere of exchange values, of abstract labor. Immediately afterwards, he was ready to demonstrate the crucial difference between humans and animals' ways of working upon nature. His example is rightly famous. A bee, he said, can build the most perfectly shaped cells that an architect could never even come close to. But even the most wretched architect differs from the cleverest bee in that they build a house in their thoughts before they build it in stone. Construction work is a conscious activity in which each stage is anticipated in thought. François Mitterrand published a book in 1978, a few years before being elected President of France, called La Bille et l'Architecte, The Bee and the Architect. 96 At that time, it was still important for a socialist to show they knew their Marx, and Mitterrand not only succeeded at that but also extracted an elegant piece of rhetoric about his own audacious political program from the parable. By the time he became president, he had shed his skin and become less a social architect than a building contractor for state monuments. The similarities between the bee and the architect say something essential about Marx's image of humanity. Consciousness may always be marked by the society in which a person lives. It is through constantly setting goals and plans that they differ from other living beings. In their work, they are a force of nature, but a force of nature that in contrast to all other forces of nature knows what they are aiming for. A question nevertheless presents itself. Did Marx see labor only as a transaction between humanity and nature? How did he view the activities of lawyers, doctors, researchers, or teachers? Of course, he viewed such occupations as labor. In his letters, he often described how hard he was working, or complained about illnesses and other concerns putting obstacles in the way of his work. Only two examples among many possible ones: "I am working like mad all night," he wrote in a letter to Engels in 1857.97. More than 8 years later, he wrote to him again that a new outbreak of carbuncles involved an interruption in my work. 98. Marx lived in a time when the word labor itself had been given an expanded meaning, from having signified only physical work to also encompass intellectual and artistic activities. Hegel was among those who enthusiastically adopted this meaning. As we will remember, Marx asserted back in the manuscripts that Hegel's commentary on labor were the most praiseworthy things in his philosophy, see above, p. 157. But in the theory that Marx developed in Capital, it is only labor that has to do directly with material production that is up for discussion. At the same time, he emphasized the significance of science and technology for the development of the productive forces. In this context, this activity does not itself appear as work, but only an activity that makes labor power cheaper. Marx happens to approach the question of what research is in this context. This becomes clearest in a commentary in Theories of Surplus Value. Thomas Hobbes, the 17th-century English philosopher, is up for discussion, and Marx comments that according to Hobbes science, not performative labor, is the mother of the arts. The word arts here has its classical meaning of handicrafts, but Marx certainly meant physical work in general. 99. It is tempting to draw the conclusion from Marx's statement that research, in his opinion, is non-performative labor. Research, Marx implies, is an activity that is similar to work but does not result in any products of labor to be offered on the market. This line of thought is easiest to follow in the field of technology. The person with the research task of improving or renovating the technology used, for example in industry, recreates the labor processes, not in order to produce commodities, but to arrive at how production itself can be improved. Research in the natural sciences that is less oriented on production can also be of significance for future technological breakthroughs, and even a medical student who sets themselves the goal of improving people's health contributes to the development of productive forces. If looked at carefully, every scientific activity can have this effect. But, Marx said, where scientific reorganization, like all non-manual labor, Geistige-Arbeit, is concerned, the costs of reproduction are not at all as high as for their production. He takes Newton's binomial theorem as an example. It cost great effort to develop it, but today a student at school can learn it in an hour, Marx said. The interesting thing, of course, is that Marx in general talked about Geistige-Arbeit, which can also include artistic activity. In his analysis of labor in Capital, it is only labor that is of use in material production that Marx is interested in. At least in English industry, the one he actually investigated, academically trained engineers still had no role. It was in Germanic culture, including German-speaking Switzerland, that this sort of engineer first turned up. 100. What would Marx have said about their significance for material culture? Did they also have productive work in the sense of capital? Did they sell their labor power, like the workers? These were questions Marx was not confronted with, and we can only speculate about his answers. As we have just seen, when clarifying how human activity differs from that of animals, he mentioned the architect, der Baumeister, which can also be translated as master builder. The distinction was fluid in Marx's time. In all likelihood, he must have had human labor in quite general terms in mind, and not the labor he would later talk about in the chapter on labor time, that is, what the capitalist buys against time for a certain amount of compensation. Marx was not talking only about humanity in general terms. We have already encountered his concept of the character mask several times. In our time, this would be seen as a concept in social psychology. It describes how inhabiting a certain role in society leaves its mark on a person. They become only a living representative of certain economic relations. The capitalist gets a soul of capital. What they are like in private life, or more precisely when they are not buying labor power or selling commodities, is of no significance. Marx dramatizes the text. He puts himself in the worker's place and says to the capitalist, "You may be a model citizen, perhaps a member of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and in the odor of sanctity to boot, but the thing that you represent face to face with me has no heart in its breast." 101. What Marx said here is a powerful argument against everyone who claims that capitalists are particularly greedy people. The personal qualities of the capitalists have no significance for how they act in their role as capitalists. They may be greedy or generous, but they will not survive as capitalists if they do not minimize their costs and maximize their profits. Marx said nothing more detailed about how the worker is marked by their role, but we know this from much of what he wrote in other quarters, from the manuscripts to his later statements on political questions. Workers differ among themselves, but are similar in that they must give up their formal freedom and sell their labor power for as high a price as possible. Their subordinate position leaves its mark as soon as they are compelled to take on the role of workers. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels held out the prospect of development towards a society of two classes in which there would be workers and capitalists, and beyond that only small remnants of other occupational groups. In Capital, he provides another, richer image of the time he lived in and the future that awaited. The concept of reserve army is now central. 102 With the development of productive forces, fewer workers can perform more and more work, while others are sent off to unemployment or forced into other occupations. Most often this concerns unproductive activities such as maids, servants, or footmen for the aristocracy and the middle class. Marx reproduces figures from the 1861 census carried out in Great Britain. Out of somewhat more than 20 million inhabitants, just over 1 million were agricultural workers, and approximately 642,000 worked in the cotton and wool industry as against 565,000 in the mines. The metal industry employed close to 400,000, while the servant class, working in the homes of the finer folk, encompassed no less than 1,208,648 persons. It is clear that Marx was arguing that many of them had been forced out of an industry that no longer needed them. He also pointed out that technological developments created entirely new categories of labor. Telegraphy, photography, railroads, and gas works occupied a large number of people. The population also contained other groups. Apart from children and housewives, there was also what Marx called the ideological classes, that is, those tasked with upholding and protecting certain ideas about people, society, and the world, the government, priests, lawyers, and members of the armed forces. It was the number of domestic slaves that above all surprised Marx. They were more than the industrial workers, and he sighed, "What a splendid result of the capitalist exploitation of machinery." 103 On the other hand, he did not talk about the character masks these people wore in their work. There is no reason to suppose that on this point he would deviate from what he was saying about the capitalist. In their work, a person's personality bears the mark of the requirements the activity places. We should recall that the word person originally meant mask. The few pages on the various population groups of Great Britain indicate that Marx's concept of class had become significantly more complex than it had been in the time of the manifesto. We have already observed that he never got to the subject of classes, even in the third volume, the one that remained a manuscript from the 1864-65 working period that Engels later tried to complete. He wrote barely a page but then immediately concluded his project. There could naturally be external reasons for the interruption. but there were probably also objective reasons for the text not being longer. When this was written, Marx, to all appearances, was already familiar with the British population statistics from 1861. In the text, he nevertheless began by establishing the thesis he had found in Ricardo, namely that there were three main classes in capitalism: free workers, capitalists, and landowners. But not even in England, the most modern of societies, did these classes appear in pure form. There were various gray areas between them. He defiantly continued, saying that this played no role here. There was an obvious tendency towards converting more and more work into wage labor and more means of production into capital. Moreover, landed property was separating more and more from both capital and labor. But, he asked in the next breath, what constitutes a class? We see that the members of a class each have their definite source of income, wages, profit, or interest. This, however, is not enough. In that case, doctors and civil servants, for example, would also constitute classes. In addition, workers, capitalists, and landowners could also be split up into different interest groups through the division of labor. Just when he had piled up a number of difficulties, he left off. It is an educated guess that he was not sure how he would go further. After 902 pages, he put the enormous manuscript aside and never seriously took it up again. 104. The concept of class is not given the space in the capital project that should reasonably be its due. On the other hand, Marx devotes proper attention to it in his political activities, as we shall see. Marx ascribed no prominent role to the issues of schooling and education in Capital. In the chapter on the development of machinery, he provided shocking examples of how labor in industries, mines, and agriculture undermine the worker's health and make even the most elementary schooling impossible. He noted with a certain degree of satisfaction that factory legislation at least made certain demands, though modest ones, as regards hygiene, safety, and the acquisition of knowledge. Children who worked would be allowed to acquire certain fundamental insights and skills at the workplace itself. 105. It may seem surprising that Marx did not in principle have anything against a system that involved children over a certain age combining schooling and work. He quoted with a certain amount of approval a statement by Nassau W. Sr., whom he otherwise mocked and dismissed as a vulgar economist. The children of the middle and upper classes spent an unreasonable amount of time at their desks, Sr. said. Much of their time, health, and energy was thereby wasted. Better with a more even division between work and education. Marx calls attention above all to Robert Owen, the founder of New Lanark outside Glasgow and, according to the vocabulary of the manifesto, one of the utopian socialists. According to Marx, Owen had observed that the factory system had laid the germ of the education of the future, an education that will, in the case of every child over a given age, combine productive labor with instruction and gymnastics, not only as one of the methods of adding to the efficiency of production, but as the only method of producing fully developed human beings. A few pages later on in the text, Marx spoke of a future, whether it was near at hand or far off, he left unsaid, in which the working class had seized power and saw to it that theoretical and practical vocational training characterized the schools. He thereby professed himself an adherent of the polytechnic idea that had had a prominent place among radicals of various kinds, from liberals to communists, since at least the French Revolution. He shares the opinion also that became prevalent during a large part of the 20th century that school was an institution that over the long term could transform society and reduce or eliminate class differences. 106. He said nothing about his own very thorough theoretical education. He was certainly of the opinion that substantial parts of it could also be incorporated into the schooling of the future. But we do not know how he imagined the matter in more detail. The unknown masterpiece. In February 1867, it was clear that Marx would finally be finished with the first volume of Capital, and he had good hopes that the second would soon follow. On February 25, he wrote a letter to Engels. It had to be short, he explained. The landlord was visiting, and before him Marx had to play the role of the ruined businessman Mercadet in Balzac's comedy, a man who was always trying to convince his creditors that he would pay his debts as soon as the mysterious Monsieur Godot finally turned up. A propos Balzac, Marx continued, there were two of his stories Engels had to read, Le Chef d'Oeuvre and Canoe and Melmoth Reconcili. They were two masterpieces, full of the most delightful irony, Voller Kostlicher Ironien, Marx assured his friend. 107. We do not know if Engels followed the suggestion. He was no lover of Balzac, and in general not a great reader of literature like his friend. Many who later wrote about Marx, on the other hand, have noticed these short lines, and we will not deviate from this tradition here. Attention is usually paid exclusively to Le Chef d'Oeuvre and Canoe, the unknown masterpiece, while the other story, Melmoth Reconciled, is left aside. But this one also deserves a moment's reflection, even if its contents do not open themselves to equally exciting interpretations as the unknown masterpiece. Melmoth Reconciled can be seen as a parody of that type of fantastic story that was popular during the Romantic period. It deals with a materialistic time, the period after 1815 when the principle of honor was replaced by the principle of money. The main character is named Castanier, and he has followed this exact development in his life. But he has spent all his money on a prostitute and has ended up insolvent. A strange Englishman turns up to his rescue, Melmoth, who is the devil himself, the bearer of light, that is, Lucifer. Castanier sells him his soul, but soon discovers that the limitless ability to enrich himself that he has thereby acquired drives him to the horrible melancholy of the Almighty that only God and the devil can endure. Full of gloom he sets off for the stock exchange, the holy site of the money men, and there he succeeds in selling his curse off to another man weighed down with debts, who soon experiences the same melancholy and passes the diabolical baton on. Finally, it ends up with a priest. Marx's fascination with this story is easy to understand. Balzac was painting a picture of capitalism. The capitalists live their lives at the stock exchange in a pact with the devil, equipped with petrified character masks. Forming associations between Goethe's Faust, another of Marx's literary favorites, and Balzac's story is reasonable. Faust also sells his soul to the devil, and also becomes a hard-boiled exploiter by the end of the second act. But he does not let his curse pass further on to others, he dies with it. He is saved from the torments of hell at the moment of his death simply for the sake of his constant striving. The unknown masterpiece has an entirely different resonance for Marx. At its center stands a purely invented character, the great painter Frunhofer. Around him, Balzac grouped a few well-known persons from the history of art, among them Nicolas Poussin, who here appears as a young man eager to learn the secrets of the profession. Frunhofer is the great master, ruthless in his criticism of others but above all of his own work. For 10 years, he has been working on his great masterpiece without letting anyone else see it. The solution comes when he is permitted to use Poussin's wonderfully beautiful fiancée as a nude model. It is a great sacrifice both for her and for Poussin. Their love feels tarnished, and comes to an end. But the painting is finished. Now, Frunhofer can proudly show the results to his friends. It is a shock for them. They see a jumble of colors. It is possible only to clearly discern a foot. Faced with their reaction, Frunhofer breaks down. That night, he dies. His goal had been to present movement in a picture. Even the best works of art were unable to do so, but he wanted to be the first to succeed. His friends and admirers believed that he had failed. 108. Many commentators have noted that Balzac, with his imagination, anticipated modernist art, in which movement in a two-dimensional image had been an important goal for many leading artists. One only need think of Marcel Duchamp's 1912 work Nude Descending a Staircase, or works by Umberto Boccioni, in which the rapid tempo of modernity is captured in a way that cartoonists later took over. Marx's enthusiasm for the story had to do with his own attempts through Capital to develop a theory that captures the movement in capitalist development. It is an ambition that separates him from most other economists, who instead worked with various types of equilibrium theories. But now, with the first complete results of his many years of toil, he was seized by doubt. Had he, like Fraunhofer, only succeeded in achieving a confusion of colors? Would his closest critics also turn their gaze away from his work in consternation? According to his son-in-law, Paul Lafargue, Marx willingly compared himself to Fraunhofer. The reference in the quick lines to Engels was thus not just a moment's inspiration. In the literature on Marx, his fascination for the unknown masterpiece has often been pointed out. Opinion is undivided that in Fraunhofer, Marx saw an image of his own struggle to create a theory that captures the dynamic in the development of capitalism. There is something gripping in the worry he expressed in and through the comparison. He knew he was creating a masterpiece. But would the world realize this, and admit it? 109. There is an important difference between the works of Fraunhofer and Marx. Fraunhofer was finished with his work before he died. Marx was not. He was not satisfied even with the first volume, the one he still saw as finished in 1867, but was constantly prepared to make revisions. He was planning the last one during his final years. What is there to say, then, about his unfinished masterpiece? His anxiety is understandable. Engels and other friends had let him know that his earlier texts on value and money were difficult to understand, bordering on incomprehensible. Capital is no easier, and moreover a bulkier volume. But he also harbored another worry that lay deeper. Had he really succeeded in capturing the movement, the violent force in capitalist society? Had he convincingly demonstrated how the interaction between capital and free labor inexorably led to greater efficiency and increased production, and crises? Was it clear how the formal freedom of the worker to sell their labor power bears its own inner compulsion? Were his theses on commodity fetishism and character masks convincing? Had he succeeded in clarifying how the bourgeois ideas on freedom, equality, and justice grew out of the labor market's own dynamic? In the first tremendous pages of the manifesto, he had succeeded in describing how capitalism destroyed and renewed everything. But there, it was still a matter of just a description. With capital, he would lay bare in a scientifically convincing manner how this process of destruction and renewal came to be, and how it constantly had to be driven further until the day, when was left unsaid, when capitalism's most important product, the workers, would have enough of their lack of freedom and cast off the yoke. He expressed his worry in comparing himself with Fraunhofer, the old master who year after year struggled with his masterpiece but ultimately lived to see that not even his greatest admirers saw anything but a jumble in his painting. Balzac's character says a great deal about form and movement that Marx could very well have agreed with. But he was probably most deeply struck by the following words from the old master: after all, in fact, entirely too much knowledge, like entirely too great ignorance, results in a negation. I have no faith in my work. That is, an overabundance of knowledge can, like the absence of every insight, place obstacles in the way of a convincing presentation. Marx, constantly immersed in new books that complicated the image of the society he lived in, had difficulties not only in bringing his presentation to an end but also in setting out the decisive results of his research without letting them be buried under the tremendous profusion of the fruits of his reading. Fraunhofer died, grieved, after what he saw as his failure. But posterity could see that he had in fact anticipated the art of a later time. Marx's Capital did not have many contemporary readers. Most did not even notice the work. Others found it entirely too difficult to understand. One thing is certain, there are today many more people who are not only reading his great works but also seem to understand the essential features of its content, and its greatness. 12. Twin Souls or a Tragic Mistake. Anyone who wants a picture of Marx needs to take a position on Engels. The two of them were the closest of friends for several decades. They wrote a few early works more or less jointly. In abundant correspondence, year after year, they exchanged ideas on society, politics, science, and life. There were fewer letters after 1870, when Engels moved from Manchester to London. But then they could meet face to face more often. The intellectual and emotional exchange ought to have been enriched, but posterity, obliged to use words on paper, can only follow the course of events indirectly, though impressions in the things they wrote down during the London years they spent in common. As we know, there were also more prosaic bonds between them. Without Engels's constant subsidies, Marx would not have been able to provide for himself and his family. Neither of them wasted many words on this aspect of their relationship. It became a matter of course for Engels to send his friend money week after week. Marx was like a nestling who constantly needed more. It is difficult to say what this financial dependence did for their relationship. Their views on capitalism played a role, of course. It was profits from Engels's capitalist operation that Marx was living off. Their common goal was a society without such private profits. But what did the incessant need for money mean on a more personal level? Did Marx feel coerced into a kind of gratitude? Did he, the inveterate critic, become careful before reading what Engels wrote? That last question inevitably presents itself in the face of Marx's reactions to Engels's first independent post-1840s work, his 1878 book Anti-Düring. It is both a defense of capital and a tract on science and reality in quite general terms. What did he think of the defense, and how did he view the text? The few reactions that posterity can acquaint itself with are rather uninteresting. But many have had quite definite ideas about how it should or must have been. Their views differ widely. According to the one extreme, Marx and Engels were like twin souls. According to the other, Engels made a tragic mistake when he tried to make Marx's theory accessible to many while at the same time wrapping it up in a comprehensive philosophy. Point 1. Here, it is not a question of the one extreme or the other. Marx and Engels were two very different people who collaborated for many years, and thereby also influenced each other. Marx played first fiddle, Engels explained, and he himself said he was satisfied with playing second. Point 2. Their division of labor was definitively established when Engels gave up the attempt at supporting himself by his pen and went off to Manchester to work in the family company of Ehrman and Engels. In practice, this meant that, for most of the 1850s, he could manage neither any political nor any scientific activity to an appreciable extent. He only barely kept the journalist alive through the articles in the New York Daily Tribune he wrote on Marx's behalf. But they dealt primarily with current economics, that is, what he was occupying himself with every day of the week. When in 1859 he wrote the manuscript for a review of Marx's A Contribution, he asked the author himself to correct the text. "Through lack of practice I have grown so unused to this sort of writing that your wife will be greatly tickled by my awkwardness," he sighed. "If you can knock it into shape, do so." 3. Incidentally, it was right at the end of the 1850s that Engels began taking sporadic notes on a subject to which he would gradually devote great energy but which Marx would only touch on in passing, the conception of the world that could be furnished in connection with current scientific development. In Anti-Düring, Engels excelled in far-reaching ideas of that type, but he would never complete the greater project that occupied him up until Marx's death, the result of which posterity only got to read in the 1920s under the title The Dialectics of Nature. 4. After 1883, his main task became bringing the second and third parts of Capital to a successful close. In addition, he had to take over first fiddle in the rapidly growing international workers' movement. But he also managed to write a shorter work titled Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy, which was published in 1886. We will return to all this later. But to put the issue of the relationship between Marx the author and Engels the author into some sort of order, we will have to start with a few more basic circumstances. We will begin with mathematics. Towards the end of his life, Marx worked assiduously on mathematical manuscripts. Engels expressed his enthusiasm over the results, but by all appearances was not as fascinated by the subject. His notes in Anti-Düring, at least, are more dutiful. After that, there is a question of the interest that both men devoted to technology and the natural sciences in particular, areas that in accordance with their views of society and of history are of crucial significance for historical development. Further on, we will have to see how this interest is expressed in their work. A number of important themes will thereby have to come into focus. One of them concerns what similarities Marx on the one hand and Engels on the other found among the natural scientific theories they encountered and the theory of capital that Marx in particular was trying to develop. The concept of dialectical law will be in focus here. Organic chemistry provided Marx with the material for a law of this kind. The representative of chemistry in the lives of Marx and Engels is named Karl Schorlemmer, a major scientist and a striking individual. Darwin's theory of natural selection was just as important for the Marxist conception of the world. But Marx also took up certain ecological problems. In addition, a new subject came up that would occupy him over his final years, and which Engels afterwards would work at in his own way, social anthropology. Both Marx and Engels thus tried to get a clear idea of development within a broad range of fields. The question, ultimately, is, how did all this new knowledge relate to the theory of capitalism that Marx was in the process of developing? Could capital claim a central spot in the world of late 19th century science? If so, what did its scientific value consist of? Did this scientific value risk being lost when Engels tried to make it the fixed core of a philosophy that resembled a conception of the world? Both Marx and Engels tried, in somewhat different ways, to understand and interpret the world in many of its aspects. But how did this intensive activity fit with their ambition to also change the world? The question naturally leads to the next chapter, which deals with political activity in the international and beyond. Mathematics. Mathematics was a recurrent problem in the construction of Marx's theory. He made a number of quantitative calculations and worked up a large amount of statistical material. When he was working on the manuscript that would later be called the Grundrisse, he was tormented by a number of miscalculations and tried to find a better way through making use of algebra instead, see above, p. 370. In Capital, he contented himself with the thesis that economic crises could not be predicted, a claim that holds true even today, after an infinite amount of mathematizing within economic theory. But, however correct the statement was, Marx nonetheless dreamed of surmounting this obstacle to the knowable. He talked about his hopes in a letter to Engels at the end of May 1873. Engels was on a short visit to Manchester. He was now living in London, visiting people such as their friends Karl Schorlemmer and Samuel Moore. Moore had a solid education in mathematics, and Marx plied him with questions on the mathematics of a potential crisis. "These are thoughts I have long gone over again and again by myself," Marx wrote in his letter. But Moore considered the problem to be unsolvable, or at least impossible to treat for the time being. Marx had hoped that a regularity could be read in the zigzag movements of prices, interest rates, and the like. But no, Moore assured him, it was impossible to mathematically determine the principal laws governing crises, at least as long as a number of factors were unknown. Marx wrote in his letter that he had decided to give it up for the time being. 5. On the other hand, he obstinately continued to improve himself in mathematics. He had begun this back in 1859, and his efforts had intensified over the last few decades, in fact, during the last few years of his life. It is impossible to read from the excerpts whether he was ultimately aiming for the solution of the crisis question. It could be said, at least, that in that case he had a long way to go. The path from the type of differential equations he was occupying himself with to the mathematics of economic crises seems quite far. His work consisted of both excerpts from above all English textbooks, and a number of his own comments. Only in 1968 was the entire material published in both the original German and in a Russian translation by the Russian mathematician S. A. Yanovskia. A German edition, in which the excerpts were cut out, was published in 1974. The publisher, Wolfgang Endmann, also wrote a foreword and a long introduction. Endmann asserted, as against Yanovskia, that Marx's notes only aimed at further developing the great project of capital. Through mathematics, Marx hoped to reach inner connections that would barely be conceivable without mathematical language, he said. 6. But above all, Marx's notes contain a number of ideas on dialectical connections within differential calculations. He sees a negation of the negation in the very starting point of the zero of calculus, signifying the absolute smallest, a nothing that nonetheless leads to real results. The line of thought is simple. Zero signifies a nothing that nonetheless turns out to be something, namely the instantaneous change. 7. The basic problem for Marx was the relationship between mathematics and reality, and it was his hope, through more advanced mathematics, to be able to capture deeper aspects of an economic development that was changing and difficult to survey. The equations themselves were only a symbolic indication of operations that had to be carried out. 8. This is an enigmatic expression. What, besides operations, are being carried out when the mathematical symbols are being used? But, with these words, Marx surely wanted to emphasize the close connection between calculus itself and the processes it was to demonstrate. He could hardly have intended anything else when he spoke about the contents of the equations. He complained that contemporary mathematicians were not interested in this aspect, while those who had discovered differential calculus, Marx uses just that word, discovered, made the differential symbol itself the starting point of calculus. He had Isaac Newton in mind, who never forgot that with his new method of calculation he had reached aspects of reality, primarily instantaneous movement, which previously had resulted in paradoxes of the Achilles and the tortoise type. According to this paradox, attributed to the Greek philosopher Zeno of Elea, Achilles would never catch up to the tortoise despite running 10 times as fast. When Achilles had run 100 meters, the tortoise had managed to crawl 10, but when Achilles had run those 10 meters, the tortoise was still a meter ahead. After that meter, the tortoise would have crawled a decimeter, and so forth. With his flux ions, his term for derivatives, Newton overcame such problems mathematically. Leibniz did the same thing on his own with the nomenclature still used today. Marx, reasonably, devoted particular attention to this historical development. It is easier to learn something new by seeking its historical roots. When the problem to be solved was still relatively simple. 9. He never had any opportunity to make serious use of his new insights in his work on capital. If, in the end, it was the principal laws governing crises he wanted to get at, it would have required him to thoroughly revise what would become the third volume of Capital in Engels's edition. Marx had not worked on that since 1864. The reality he wanted to capture was entirely too chaotic. His studies in mathematics nonetheless certainly gave him a certain amount of pleasure. He seemed to imagine more effective ways of capturing a constantly changing societal reality. In a sense, he anticipated the later mathematization of the subject of economics. But he of course cherished other hopes than those who still dominate neoclassical economic theory. Engels had not had any particular access to Marx's manuscripts and excerpts while he was alive. When he went through what Marx left behind, it surprised him that the text on dialectics Marx had talked so much about was not there. 10. The condition in which the continuation of Capital found itself, it was also an unpleasant surprise for him. We do not know if he had any awareness before Marx's death of the existence of excerpts in social anthropology that would later form the starting point for his own book on the same subject. On the other hand, Marx at least let him read a part of the mathematical manuscripts. We know this from a letter Engels wrote to Marx in August 1881. The letter is full of appreciation and agreement. He was even of the opinion that Marx had realized something that mathematicians usually denied. It seemed not to concern any shocking innovations, just a way of understanding the nomenclature. 11. Marx did not react to the praise. His subsequent letter dealt with entirely different concerns. By all appearances, Engels was not influenced any more deeply by Marx's notes. What he stated on the subject in Anti-Düring lay 5 years back in time, and even the notes and drafts for the dialectics of nature had come into being earlier. In Anti-Düring, he asserted that mathematics has its origins in the practical needs of humanity despite it developing into an exact system, and in the dialectics of nature he stressed that the number 0 was not devoid of content, but on the contrary found itself at the center of the entire sequence of numbers. 12 The statement appears extremely trivial but could lead to the most extraordinary consequences when the dialectics of nature became an important part of Marxist, Leninist orthodoxy. One such consequence occurred when the regime of Mao Zedong was going to create a new center of power after taking over in 1949. One idea was to locate the center outside the old city. But Mao and his advisor Chen Gan came to the conclusion that the old city would then be competing with the new one. They found support in Engels, who said that the 0 point in relation to both positive and negative numbers is the point on which they are all dependent, and by which they are all determined. Conclusion: the 0 point of the emperor's power had to be raised and a new 0 point created. 13. Encounter with the natural sciences. Engels had been forced to give up his successful high school studies early to go into commerce. A few years later he underwent a year's training as an officer in Berlin, where he also came into contact with the radical currents of thought blossoming in the city's young universities. Marx finished both high school and university. He ground away at the classical languages and was forced to cram in a bit of jurisprudence, but above all philosophy, in its wide-embracing version of the time, became the center of his studies. His doctoral thesis in classical Greek philosophy testified not only to his ability to handle Greek texts, but also to his interest in natural philosophy in a broad sense, regarding the smallest component parts of matter and the necessity or randomness of the course of nature. There has been a bit of fuss made about the fact that, back in high school, he had teachers who were close to some of the men behind the breakthroughs in natural science of the time, and that in Berlin he heard lectures by the polymath natural philosopher Henrik Steffens and one of the men behind the breakthrough of modern geography, Karl Ritter. 14 In the long letter to his father in 1837, he wrote that he was also studying natural science, and history. 15 We know nothing about how deeply he was influenced by these studies. On the other hand, we know that early on, he displayed the interest in technological innovations that would follow him throughout life. His fiancée, Jenny von Westphalen, jokingly called him a dear little man of the railways. 16 This means of transportation, at the time absolutely new, roused a burning interest in him. In general, he was convinced early on that the lives and labor of people were on the verge of being fundamentally changed by an entire suite of technological innovations. When, in the mid-1840s, he and Engels came to the conclusion that industry, that is, humanity's adaptation of nature through various kinds of technology, was the most dynamic power in historical development, both of them were well prepared to understand it. This applied in particular to Engels, who during his time in Manchester could not only see how the factories drastically transformed all of society, but also came into contact with the daily life of capitalism from the perspective of the factory owners. It was also he, not Marx, who first engaged the new economic theories of the Manchester School. But Marx contributed to their collaborative effort with all of his intellectual acuity, his broad education, and especially his enormous appetite for reading. The difference between him and Engels cannot be perceived if their different ways of reading are not taken into consideration. Engels also read a great deal, even though other duties long divided up his time. But he was not a devourer of books like Marx, and above all he did not regularly compose detailed excerpts. Marx obviously most often had the ambition to fundamentally learn what he read, with a view to using it for future writing. All his notebooks, which became an increasingly bulky collection over the years, also served as a reference library. Marks in the margins show that Marx returned to his excerpts, and it was from them that he poured out the myriad of notes that flow through Capital. His endless reading and composition of excerpts sometimes appear to be an escape from the demands of completing the great project he had outlined back in the 1840s. Capital would be his magnum opus in every respect, and for the sake of perfection no expense would be spared. Its composition had to be made artistic, above all, no gaps in knowledge could be left open. At the end of his life, the demands for all-round knowledge became increasingly and heroically unreasonable. Aged and sick, he continued more hectically than ever to throw himself into new worlds of knowledge, whether it was mathematics, chemistry, or social anthropology. In his private life, the sorrows accumulated. Jenny, who was such a great part of his life, fell ill with an incurable cancer and died in December 1881. It was a horrible blow for him, and it became even worse when his oldest daughter Jenny, his beloved Jenny Chen, was struck with the same illness and died a few months before her father. But Karl Marx continued reading and taking notes as if he himself were immortal. He did not even interrupt his studies during his late recreational trips to Algeria and southern France, which he did on the advice of his new friend, the biologist Ray Lankester. Right up to his death, he was on the path towards new knowledge. Fittingly, he died sitting at his writing desk. Engels's notes are far more sparse. They testify more infrequently to his wanting to learn a subject from the bottom up. It was after anti-Düring that he above all composed a few really ambitious excerpts in physics, obviously to get a solid foundation for the planned work on dialectics that remained unfinished. There are two contemporary works that he primarily delved into, William Thomson and Peter Guthrie Tait's 1867 work treatise on natural philosophy and Gustav Wiedemann's two-volume Die Lehre vom Galvanismus und Elektromagnetismus from 1874. In the Dialectics of Nature, electricity is the subject of by far the most comprehensive and ambitious section, some 50 pages long. 17. With electricity in particular, Marx and Engels expressed a strong interest in both the practical and the theoretical sides. Early on, Marx had been preoccupied with its significance for material production. In the middle of the revolutionary tumult at the end of the 1840s, he was captivated by the work of German scientist Gustav Kirchhoff, who showed that circuits were of the same nature as electrostatic phenomena. The possibility of transmission of power across distances could thereby be imagined, something that would be equally as revolutionary as steam power. Marx was enthusiastic. 18. During the first dark years in London, he also experienced the highest point of capitalism up to that point, the famous 1851 World Exhibition, where the Crystal Palace became a contemporary unifying symbol for a dazzling modernity that was either promising or frightening depending on one's outlook. The exhibition also turned up in passing in Marx's and Engels's correspondence. Engels had to go there on behalf of his job, and Marx visited the exhibition because the world of commodities there appeared more clearly than anywhere else. Commodity fetishism took concrete form in front of his eyes before it became a central concept in his theory. Nor could he avoid being fascinated by the remarkable machines that were on public view there, steam locomotives that could reach a dizzying 100 km per hour, and printing presses with theretofore unseen capacities. Even prototypes for electric motors and dynamos, both of which promised a grand future, could be observed. 19. Electricity continued to fascinate him. During the last years of his life, he devoted a particularly intensive interest to it. An 1881 exhibition of electricity in Paris was followed by another in Munich in 1882, both had lively commentary by him and Engels. Above all, they stayed with the electrotechnician Marcel Deprez, who had, fittingly enough, succeeded in transporting electricity from Maisbach to Munich, a distance of 43 kilometers. Marx was eager to know more, and in the letter to Engels was annoyed at his son-in-law Charles Longuet for not having sent him the information about the new breakthrough that he had requested. Clearly, he was trying to acquaint himself with the theoretical background to Deprez's achievements. 20. He composed excerpts from an entirely new work by Deprez's colleague Édouard Hospitalier, La physique moderne, les principales applications de l'électricité, the modern applications of electricity, from 1882. His notes are nowhere near as detailed as those for chemistry, but Marx's copy of the work shows that he had carefully read through it, underlining and commenting briefly on many parts. He did not get very far in making the excerpt, his death put an end to it. 21. Engels was equally fascinated by the long-imagined opportunities now being realized. In a letter to Eduard Bernstein, a young German social democrat who we will be talking about later, he did not mince his words. The transmission of power that Deprez had demonstrated would free industry for good from virtually all local limitations. It makes possible the harnessing of even the most remote hydraulic power, and over the long term it would erase the differences between town and country. Productive forces would soon grow beyond the control of the bourgeoisie. Marx and Engels were seeing the beginning of the Second Industrial Revolution. Electricity would play a crucial role there, alongside a range of specialties within chemistry such as agrarian chemistry and petrochemistry. 22. Agrarian chemistry became a central field of study for Marx during the 1850s and 1860s. In particular, he studied the great German chemist Justus von Liebig carefully. He would sometimes mention the latter's colleague, Christian Friedrich Sconbein, in the same breath. This took place when he was working with ground rent, the large field of study that David Ricardo had placed at the center of economic theory. With all due respect to Ricardo and his colleagues, the new agrarian chemistry in Germany, especially Liebig and Sconbein, is more important than all the economists put together, he exclaimed in a letter to Engels in 1866. 1 week later, in an entirely euphoric epistle, while speaking of these same chemists and their achievements, he burst out in English, "I feel proud of the Germans. It is our duty to emancipate this deep people." 23. This outburst must be viewed in light of what he just said about his own soon-to-be completed work, Capital. Despite certain weaknesses in the details, it is a triumph for German science, he assured Engels. In fact, the results belong to the German nation, which is that much more gratifying because that nation was otherwise the stupidest under the sun. He had, perhaps, never expressed his ambivalence for the German people more clearly. But back to chemistry. He pointed out the significance of Sconbein in his letter, but the man's name was given no place in Capital. Another author whom he had read and been influenced by to a certain degree without citing him in Capital was the Bavarian agronomist Karl. Unstable development leads to wasteland, he wrote to Engels regarding Frase's 1842 work Klima und Pflanzenwelt in der Zeit, Climate and the Plant World. He did not only have capitalism in mind, but also ancient Mesopotamia, Persia, and Greece. 24. But the book that above all roused his interest was Liebig's 1840 work Die Organische Chemie in ihrer Anwendung auf Agrikultur und Physiologie, Organic Chemistry in its application to agriculture and physiology. Marx was not alone in appreciating the book. It was published in numerous editions and translated into many languages. Earlier on, Liebig had established himself as one of the great pioneers in the new speciality of organic chemistry, and he also made a name for himself for his practical efforts in a number of fields, from the first sleeping pill to bouillon cubes. 25. Most saw in Liebig's work on the chemistry of agriculture grand promises of a future when no one would have to starve thanks to a judicious use of artificial fertilizer. But Marx belonged to the minority that also saw something else in it. Increasing ruthless exploitation threatened to deplete the soil over the long term. To have developed from the point of view of natural science, the negative, i.e. destructive side of modern agriculture, is one of Liebig's immortal merits, he wrote in a note in Capital. He also reproduces a few striking figures on how, in a number of European states, height and capacity among soldiers decreased from the end of the 1700s to the 1830s, something that according to Liebig, and Marx, would be a sign of impaired nutritional intake. On the other hand, he was not satisfied with certain other elements in the German chemist's account, for example how he presented contemporary economic theory. 26. But the essential thing is that Marx took arguments in Liebig to mean that capitalization of agriculture, which he seemed to see, would entail increasing depletion of the soil. More than that, in fact, it would create a growing gap between humanity and nature. In the third volume of Capital, which Marx wrote the manuscript to back in 1864, important references to Liebig are found. Supported in part by Liebig, Marx speaks there of an irreparable break, unheilbarer Riss, between nature and society, which is created through fewer and fewer people pursuing increasingly industrialized agriculture while more and more people are drawn to the industries of the cities. In his treatment, Engels made rearrangements in the text and moved the expression irreparable break to a later context, where the reader gets the impression that it is the transition itself from small-scale to large-scale agriculture that creates the growing gap. Point 27. Engels also struck out a number of Marx's references to Liebig, which blunted the acuity to a certain extent. The distance that capitalism creates between humanity and nature plays a large role in the first volume of Capital. The power of the soil to grow is ruined, and this ruination is spread over national borders through commerce. In this way, large-scale industry and industrial agriculture aid each other. The person who above all has the honor of centering Marx's alarm in the face of the destruction of nature is American author John Bellamy Foster, through his book Marx's Ecology. But Foster does not escape the danger of presenting Marx as a champion of the environment, or at least an ecologically conscious person in the modern sense. Point 28. This was not the case. Marx found support in Liebig for his thesis that over the long term, capitalism was devastating in all respects, including where the production of food was concerned. But he also imagined that the society that would replace capitalism could also restore the balance between humanity and nature in agriculture. The growing gap between town and country would then be filled in a way that many utopian socialists and communists had previously imagined. The countryside would no more sink back into its old narrowness of outlook than the industries would be localized to growing megalopolises. The pessimistic conclusions that Marx, in glaring contrast to most of his contemporaries, drew from Liebig's book are thus not unconditional. In another society, agriculture would not drain nature of its resources, just as industry would not devastate the air, the water, and the soil. All the blessings of technology would then be bestowed on both humanity and nature. The irreparable break he spoke about is thus only irreparable in a capitalist society. A present-day reader must remember that Marx lived in a time the environmental impact of production was insignificant in comparison with that of the early 21st century. Locally, it could be devastating, industry's contamination of the local environment was frightening, and large areas of land were devastated by injudicious agriculture, but it affected the entire atmosphere of the earth and its water resources only marginally. Like any of his contemporaries, Marx could little imagine the development of production that has taken place over the last 150 years. As has been pointed out, the word Marx used throughout when portraying the relationship between humanity and nature was Stoffwechsel, that is, metabolism. The idea that man lives in symbiosis with nature had been a natural one for him since his youth. He had encountered it among his romantically inspired teachers, with Heinrich Steffens at their head, and in the manuscripts, nature is called humanity's inorganic body. But the concept of metabolism is more precise and advanced. It had spread out among German biologists in the 1830s, and had its big breakthrough thanks to Liebig's 1840 book Tierchemie, Animal Chemistry. Humanity's manner of assimilating various nutrients could be studied at a certain level of detail there. Point 29. But Marx used the concept in a broader sense. He included everything that had to do with humanity's adaptation of nature, both in agriculture and industry, in humanity's metabolism with nature. Humanity lives on nature, but through its work and its production it also changes nature. Sometimes, as in capitalism, humans do this in a way that is harmful to both nature and to themselves. But the idea of a possible healthy relationship between humanity and nature was important to Marx. In the previous chapter, we saw how Marx argued in Capital that the theoretical apparatus concerning society in nature that we have constructed expressed the altered relationship between both. He derived the entire world of religious ideas, including commodity fetishism, from this fundamental disharmony. Point 30. It is therefore entirely natural that both technology and the natural sciences played a central role for him. But his interest was not always of the same type. Sometimes it is practical to a great degree, so, for example, when he wrote the long chapter on machinery in Capital, or when he composed excerpts on the development of technology. The excerpts, unfortunately, have been lost. Marx wrote about them in a letter to Engels in 1863, and George Lukács was able to read them in Moscow in the 1920s. But sometimes his interest concerns more vague theoretical topics. For him, chemistry was not just a discipline that had achieved the most striking results in both industry and agriculture. It also entailed an adventure into the world of theory, an adventure that could lead him along remarkable paths that in due course would turn out to be fraught with momentous consequences. No one played a greater role in this conviction than Karl Schorlemmer. Karl Schorlemmer. Karl Schorlemmer was an internationally acknowledged specialist in organic chemistry. He was also a member of both the First International and the German Social Democratic Party. Next to Marx, he was Engels's closest friend. He also played an important role for Marx, but has strangely been forgotten. In 3 of the latest great Marx biographies, by Adderley, Sperber, and Stedman Jones, he is not even mentioned. Nor does Foster, who nonetheless dwells much upon the significance of chemistry for both Marx and Engels, speak about him. 32 If anything, this indicates selective dealings with the sources. Schorlemmer's name occurs frequently in Marx's and Engels's correspondence, just as he is mentioned a number of times in their writings. Only a very few of Schorlemmer's own letters are preserved. In the obituary he wrote for his friend in 1892, Engels declared that they both exchanged many ideas by letter on the sciences and party affairs. 33 But it was also Engels who went through all the papers Schorlemmer left behind. For some reason, he must have destroyed what he wrote to his friend, just as he destroyed nearly all the letters he himself received. What remains is only one letter from Engels in a manuscript on the history of chemistry, and a few letters from Schorlemmer. In addition, there are 7 brief messages from Schorlemmer to Marx. 34. It is not much, considering how important he was in the lives of both Marx and of Engels. In addition, this life played out within the borders of 3 extraordinarily dynamic fields: organic chemistry, the prevailing fashionable science of the time; socialism, embodied in both of its principal leaders; and the external environment that the cradle of the Industrial Revolution, the Manchester area, represented. We also know relatively little of Schorlemmer's life before he came to Manchester. He was born in Darmstadt in 1834 and received a scanty education. Like many chemists of the time, he learned the basics of the subject as an apprentice pharmacist. He is said to have attended lectures on the history of chemistry in Heidelberg without enrolling at the university. In the spring of 1859, he had the great luck to get work in the most celebrated of all chemical laboratories at the time, the one that Justus von Liebig had constructed in Gießen. Once there, he was soon invited to come to Manchester to be the personal assistant of English chemist Henry Enfield Roscoe. Roscoe's move of bringing on a rather unlearned apprentice pharmacist was a consequence of his respect for German chemistry. Like most of the more prominent British chemists of the time, he himself had been educated in Germany. Now it was a question of constructing the theoretical basis for a chemical industry in Great Britain. This is why Owens College, the educational institution that later became Manchester University, came to Manchester. Roscoe's own speciality was inorganic chemistry. Schorlemmer would soon master organic chemistry. In Manchester, there was a large German colony that flourished up until the outbreak of the First World War in 1914. The men created a meeting place in the Schilleranstalt, in which Engels was an important member. Schorlemmer also went there, and made Engels's acquaintance. Engels mentioned his name in a letter from 1865.35. Soon, the both of them would be close friends. Both of the men who had the most to do with Schorlemmer, Roscoe, and Engels, provide entirely different pictures of him. Roscoe wrote in an obituary of his friend, he was of a retiring, most modest, and unassuming disposition. Oddly enough, Roscoe, who himself was politically active as a liberal, maintained that he did not know much about Schirrlammer's socialist opinions. 36 Engels and Marx were much better informed about their friend's political involvement. In addition, they had a standing nickname for him, Jolly Meyer. It meant that Schirrlammer was a jolly fellow. If anything, it became clear when happiness left the sick and prematurely aging Schirrlammer. 37 Schirrlammer and Engels saw a lot of each other. Marx and his family were also drawn into their social life. When Engels moved to London in 1870, the chemist often came to visit. They both went on holiday trips together. Schirrlammer also followed Engels to the United States, as did Eleanor Marx and her lover Edward Aveling. On his own, he visited Paul and Laura Lafargue in Paris. 38 Schirrlammer the chemist first made a name for himself through his experiments. But gradually, he moved more and more of his activities from the laboratory to the writing desk. Together with Roscoe, he became a leading textbook author in chemistry in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The magnificent 3-volume work, Ausführliches Lehrbuch der Chemie, a treatise on chemistry, 1877-84, was published in many editions and translations, including English. Writing a comprehensive handbook in the subject such as chemistry was not, unlike today, a pedagogical task. It was a question of creating a synthesis of many fields that had not yet been joined. According to Roscoe, Schirrlammer was the one who bore the heaviest burden in the work. 39 Schirrlammer conducted his most important experiments back in the 1860s. We have reason to dwell upon what in Schirrlammer's time were called paraffins, from the Latin param affinis, little related. Today we speak of alkanes. This concerns simple hydrocarbons, or the compounds constructed according to the formula CnH2n+2, that is, methane, CH4, ethane, C2H6, and so on. Schirrlammer's discoveries have a direct connection with the great controversy over the electrochemical theory of Jöns Jacob Berzelius, the theory that radicals in organic chemistry corresponded to the elements in inorganic chemistry. They were, so to speak, the fixed building blocks whose electrical charge determined how they could be combined with other substances. Schirrlammer was able to add a piece of the puzzle to the new molecular theory, in which the radical could be defined in relation to the molecule. The radical was a remnant of the molecule. Schirrlammer encountered resistance from adherents of the older theory of radicals. Edward Frankland, who was regarded as a leading chemist in the 1860s, persistently defended it. He took his starting point in certain problems concerning hydrocarbon radicals. With support from the available empirical data, he maintained that there were two homologous series, the radicals, methyl, ethyl, propyl, and so on the one hand, and on the other the family of methanes, or hydrides, methyl hydride, ethyl hydride, and so on. It was here that Schirrlammer made his contribution. He showed that methyl and ethyl hydride were identical and traced both of them back to ethane, C2H6. He could thus assume that there was only a single series, and the hydrides could go all the way. In a long series of reports to the Royal Society, which he would soon join, he continued to show his results concerning the simple hydrocarbons. He could show that Frankland was wrong when he maintained that radicals and hydrides would have different boiling points. 40. This was important for the foundations of organic chemistry, but it also had massive practical significance. Knowledge of the boiling points within the methane series would later be of significance for the oil industry. Refinement of rock oil, or petroleum, is based on knowledge of the different boiling points of the hydrocarbons. The earlier members in the methane series are in gas form at normal room temperature, but the more complex compounds concerned, the higher the boiling point. Obviously, Schirrlammer could not predict the enormous significance of oil in the future. At the end of the 19th century, it was still an unreasonable thought that it would take up the fight against coal. Only the automobile industry changed the picture. Oil had certainly been extracted in small quantities for a long time, but it was only in 1859, in Pennsylvania, that real development got its start. The export of kerosene to Europe began in 1861. By 1862, Schorlemmer had analyzed amerikanisches Steenol, American rock oil, that is, petroleum. This seems to be the way by which he got into the problem of hydrocarbons. His interest continued. He was the one who synthesized octane, so important in oil. 41. In our context, the crucial question is how Schorlemmer, with his research, which he later summarized in his textbooks on chemistry, influenced Marx and Engels. This, of course, he did. Having an outstanding chemist in their circle of acquaintances was of great significance for the both of them. As we know, Engels wrote more about the natural sciences than Marx did. Above all, he was eager to draw conclusions that could support what he saw as a scientific worldview. But it was Marx who first made use of the results of Schorlemmer's research to strengthen his own line of argument. Quantity turns into quality. While Marx was working on the final version of the first volume of Capital, he also found time to attend the popular lectures held by the German chemist August Wilhelm von Hofmann in London. He talked about them in a letter to Engels. He was not impressed by the lecturer, who nevertheless seems to have given him new ideas. Namely, he inserted a note in the proof sheets in which he compares the transition from handicraft to manufacture with the new chemical theory of molecules. He would not mention Hofmann, he told Engels. On the other hand, he would mention the three French chemists Auguste Laurent, Charles Frederick Gerhardt, and Charles Adolphe Wurtz. The latter was the real man, he added. Engels did not react appreciably to the statement that the same kind of relationship of laws could be found in chemistry and in history. He only said that Schorlemmer said that Wurtz was a popularizer and that apart from Gerhardt, the German chemist Friedrich August Kekule von Stradanitz was the one who had developed the theory concerning molecules. Incidentally, Schorlemmer was going to send Marx a book that had the correct information on the development of molecular theory. 42. Marx took the correction only in part, in the brief note that remained unchanged through both German editions and the French translation. Only Laurent and Gerhardt are mentioned. But the significant thing is not the note, it is what Marx said in the text. He said that in history, as well as in chemistry, is shown the correctness of the law discovered by Hegel, in his logic, that merely quantitative differences beyond a certain point pass into qualitative changes. It is correct that Hegel, in his great science of logic, wrote a lot about quality and in particular quantity. A large part of the first volume consists of different determinations of the concept of quantity, and at the end of the same volume quantity and quality are put in relation to each other. The increase of a quantity can yield a new quality. But it would never have occurred to Hegel to call this a law. For him, a law in science was etwas ruhend, something quiescent, whereas the dialectic deals with the constant changeability and development of reality. By speaking of laws, Marx introduces a concept that belongs to the modern natural sciences but not at all in the philosophy of Hegel. We have already seen that in other places in Capital as well, Marx speaks about laws in a way that lures him into quantitative calculations of a risky nature. 43. The concept of law in science is already ambiguous. On the one hand, we have laws that apply when certain conditions exist. Chemical reactions are of this type. Ammonia and sulfuric acid form ammonium sulfate within a given temperature interval. If ammonium sulfate is heated up to over 280 degrees Celsius, ammonia and sulfuric acid are recreated. Laws of development are of an entirely different type. The second law of thermodynamics, which involves nature tending towards increased entropy, was known in Marx's time. Heat can never completely be transformed into movement. This applies to both steam engines and human muscles. One popular metaphor that is easy to misunderstand is heat death. One does not die from heat, it is heat that dies. It was German physicist Rudolf Clausius who first formulated the second law of thermodynamics. He was also the one who later introduced the concept of entropy, which is the measure of how much heat energy cannot be transformed into kinetic energy. Marx did not react with any intensity to the second law of thermodynamics, but Engels did so much more eagerly. Like Marx, he had studied the principle of energy, first called the law of conservation of energy, that William Robert Grove proposed in his 1846 book Correlation of Physical Forces. Grove, a judge and physicist, is today chiefly known as the father of the fuel cell, but his work on how forces transformed into each other was very influential. Marx read the books more by accident, whereas Engels was more deeply influenced by it. He saw it as a brilliant example of a materialism that did not assume that all forces could be reduced to mechanical movement. As he understood the energy principle, it involved matter in movement under quantitatively determined conditions passing from one form of movement into another. It was always a question of attraction and repulsion, but in different forms. Engels wrote, "Mechanical motion of masses passes into heat, into electricity, into magnetism. Heat and electricity pass into chemical decomposition, chemical combination in turn again develops heat and electricity and, by means of the latter, magnetism, and finally heat and electricity produce once more mechanical movement of masses." These words are found in the important section of the Dialectics of Nature that he called Grundformen der Bewegung, Basic Forms of Motion, written in 1880-81.44. This harmonious image of a number of forces that are quantitatively related to each other but qualitatively different had now been disrupted by Clausius's calculation of the inevitable heat loss. Back in 1869, Engels complained in a letter to Marx about the new idea running rampant in Germany that the world is becoming steadily colder. The theory of heat death had its popular breakthrough with the lecture über den zweiten Hauptsatz der mechanischen Wärmetheorie, on the second law of thermodynamics, that Clausius held in 1867 at the Natural Research Society in Frankfurt am Main, which was later published in a separate pamphlet. Engels heard about it directly through Schorlemmer, who had taken part in the meeting, and was shocked. 45 In some of the notes that posterity has collected in the Dialectics of Nature, he continued his somewhat bizarre polemic. Obviously, it was not only the idea concerning the content of the principle of energy that riled him, but also the death blow to the idea of the eternity of the universe that he, like many other materialists, embraced. Gradually, the name of Clausius stopped being like a red rag to a bull for him. Quite the contrary, he referred with respect to Clausius's chief work from 1876, Die mechanische Wärmetheorie, the mechanical theory of heat. Most likely, he realized that the second law of thermodynamics was a great development, and that in his world of ideas it could thereby be compared with Darwin's theory of biological evolution and Marx's theory of historical development. 46. But back to Marx and the parallel between the transition from handicraft to manufacture, and the relationship between, for example, the various compounds in the alkane series such as methane, CH4, ethane, C2H6, and so on. At first, the parallel seems strange. Marx maintained that handicraft became manufacture when the number of employees reached a certain level that made the typical forms of work in handicraft, with masters, journeymen, and apprentices, impossible. In its place, a form of production develops in which the division of labor is important and natural. The relationship between the different hydrocarbon compounds in a series such as the alkanes is of an entirely different type. Methane does not develop into ethane. Only through analysis can the striking regularity in the atomic setup be found. One carbon atom binds 4 hydrogen atoms, 2 carbon atoms 6, and so on. These purely quantitative similarities are not matched by any similarity as regards properties. On the contrary, the substances in the series are strikingly different, that is why they were previously called paraffins. What, then, was the connection Marx saw between hydrocarbons and the path from handicraft to manufacture? Obviously this, that a certain increase in quantity, in the one case, the number of employees, in the other the number of atoms, leads to something qualitatively new. The similarity does not lie in the processes, no process can be spoken of as regards the hydrocarbons. Nor is there similarity between any theories. The similarity that can be spoken about concerns a phenomenon, examples of which can be found in many areas of reality. In connection with changes in temperature, the substances can transition from solid form to liquid, and from liquid to gas. People assembled for a common task behave differently if they are only 5 than if they are 20, or 10,000. When one type of air pollution reaches a certain limit, it has catastrophic consequences. As the popular phrase goes, it is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Hegel saw the transition from quantity to quality as a regularity to dialectical thinking, in brief, what Hegel called logic. It is actually a line of thought that is a consequence of his idealism. Reality is, in essence, thinking. But Marx was not an idealist. What is it, then, that he concurs with when he cites Hegel? Does he mean something that has its basis in material reality? Or can we talk about quantity passing over into quality only at the theoretical level? In the first case, it would concern a kind of super law that would apply in principle to all areas of reality. But the question of why reality agrees with this law would have different answers in different areas. The relationship between the different hydrocarbons included in the alkane series is of a different type than the one prevalent among different groups of people, work communities, or projects. If validity is limited to the theoretical level, we come significantly closer to Hegel's own ideas, with the substantial difference that this theoretical level, for a materialist such as Marx, only deals with our method of organizing knowledge and not with the reality the knowledge is about. We could say that theories in all areas must reckon with limits of different types. A handicraft company may not grow over a given level in order to preserve handicraft production. One carbon atom in the alkane series can only be combined with 4 hydrogen atoms. 2 carbon atoms are inevitably combined with 6, 3 with 8, and so on. John Bellamy Foster opened the way for a third possibility, namely that Marx was following in the footsteps of Immanuel Kant. In his 1790 work Critique of Judgment, Kant dealt with humanity's way of experiencing functionality in their world. He deals with 2 areas, separate today but often brought together in Kant's time, even more so under the following Romantic era, art and organisms. It is said of both that they are so functional, regarded as totalities, that we inevitably imagine them as created by some intelligent being. As regards a work of art, this is in fact so, but living creatures. Within the horizon of human experiences, there is no organizer of the living. Creatures are born and develop according to a fixed pattern. In their bodies, there are numerous processes taking place that interlock in an artistic manner. We have no right to imagine an independent creator, we have the right to imagine that we better understand how organisms function if we look for the functional within them. This is a regulative idea, Kant says. It regulates our thinking, but does not lead us to any certain conclusions of the type that science advances. Foster, of course, is very familiar with the fact that Marx asked no questions about organisms and their method of function. But he maintains that the dialectical method he seems to see in Marx is a more radical alternative to Kant's way of thinking. Dialectical reasoning can thus be viewed as a necessary element of our cognition, arising from the emergent, transitory character of reality as we perceive it, Foster says. Point 47. The concept of emergence plays a key role in many different scientific and philosophical contexts. It means that a more complex structure arises from a less complex one. Relatively simple patterns can give rise to more complicated ones. This applies to both inorganic and organic nature, as well as to society. Meteorology talks about how small changes in the weather can trigger hurricanes. At one point, life arose from complex organic compounds, a splendid example of emergence. The human species, with its large brain, its singularly useful hands, and its larynx placed so low that it can pronounce vowels, involves something crucially new in the development of species. And the history of humanity and its societies is full of examples of similar leaps. A range of circumstances are joined together and give rise to something new. Marx spoke about the transition from handicraft to manufacture. In the Grundriss, he made a bigger move and spoke about relationships that constituted the preconditions for capitalism without being an element of it. Here, capitalism stands out in an eminent sense as an example of an emergent phenomenon. There is nothing mysterious in its origin. But it entails something qualitatively new. Foster thus has an important point when he introduces the concept of emergence into the context. It is much more apposite than the concept of limit that we recently examined. But Foster is definitely wrong when he introduces Kant into the line of argument, thereby limiting the scope of Marx's idea. Marx did not talk about reality as we perceive it, but about reality quite simply as what we gain admission to through observing it, and above all through working on it. This does not mean, as is often said in the tradition after Marx, that human knowledge is a reflection of reality. Marx has a few explanatory lines to say about this in the postscript to the second edition of Capital, which we previously dwelt upon. In research, the whole material is assimilated in its diversity, which is hard to grasp. There is no obvious order in this mass of material, this order is only created in the description. The dynamic in the material is ideally reflected in what may appear as an a priori construction, Marx said. There is thus no question of any reflection of reality, nor of reality as we imagine it. It is the result of an aggregate process of work and description, a production, if you will. Point 48. The concept of emergence also helps us to realize that the example that Marx gave in his note about quantities passing into qualities is entirely misleading. The transition from handicraft to manufacture is a fine example of emergence, but the hydrocarbon series in chemistry is definitely not. The alkanes may all be constructed according to the formula CnH2n plus 2, but there is no process that leads from methane to ethane, and so on. There, a conformity to law applies that says that one carbon atom binds 4 hydrogen atoms, but 2 carbon atoms bind 6 hydrogen atoms. So it always remains, it is something quiescent, something stable, as Hegel said. Marx's mistake can be explained by the enthusiasm that all the new knowledge of chemistry roused in him, Hoffmann's lectures, his acquaintance with Schorlemmer, and much else in a time and environment where many more than just the specialists wanted to acquaint themselves with the new advances of chemistry and the natural sciences in general. As we have seen, Engels did not react appreciably when Marx wrote to him that he was going to compare a historical course of events with the chemist's new theory about molecules. Marx did not develop the consequences of the concept of dialectical law he thereby introduced, nor would he ever do so. For his part, Marx never returned to his innovation. He did not even use the word law when he spoke about the negation of the negation, p. 416 above, at the end of Capital. But his little note about the laws in chemistry and history had repercussions that no one could have imagined. We will now cast a glance over this history. Anti-Düring. On May 30, 1873, Engels wrote a dramatic letter to Marx. This morning in bed the following dialectical points about the natural sciences came into my head, he wrote. The letter was clearly hasty. Marx and he would meet again soon enough. Karl was on a temporary visit to Manchester, and Engels had been living in London for 3 years. It is clear that he had not spoken about anything similar under the numerous meetings face-to-face they had had in London. Marx's response also indicated that he was a bit taken by surprise. He said that he could not say anything definite about his friend's ideas until he had consulted the authorities. These authorities were Karl Schorlemmer on the one hand, and on the other Samuel Moore, the lawyer and mathematician we have already encountered, who would also at length translate Capital to English. While Marx was writing his letter, Schorlemmer conveniently showed up and wrote a few notes in the margins of Engels's letter. They were nothing but agreement, very good, my own view and quite right. Engels himself was certainly not uninfluenced by his outstanding chemist friend. But Schorlemmer was obviously not initiated into Engels's new ideas, either. According to Marx's response, he additionally did not want to comment on their more immediate import. Point 49. The letter from 1873 meant something new in Engels's life. From that point until Marx's death, the work that posterity would call the dialectics of nature was at the very center of his activity. To be sure, since 1858 he had been writing scattered remarks on things that interested him in the natural sciences and in philosophy. But now, a whole big project was taking form for him. The project was to show how the new natural sciences formed a unity. They formed a hierarchy of different forms of movement. The path ran from the simple to the complex, from mechanics via physics proper and chemistry to biology. Engels did not even need to point out to Marx that he ultimately wanted to find a place in this complex unity for their own theories on human society and its development. It is worth noting that Marx's response to Engels's new ideas was just as indifferent as Engels's response to Marx's ideas on dialectical laws that connected organic chemistry and social theory. In any case, Engels worked further on his idea. But he would soon be disrupted in his concentration. The reason was Eugen Dühring's vehement attack on capital, which we have touched upon several times and influenced Marx's postscript to the second edition. The attack had not only irritated Marx but also agitated his social democratic sympathizers in Germany. Dühring was a social democrat, he lived in Berlin and his influence over fellow party members, in that city in particular, was growing rapidly. Wilhelm Liebknecht, who after his difficult youth in London was now an important man in the party and managed its newspaper Vorwärts, wrote to Marx and encouraged him to respond to Dühring's low criticism. But Marx did not have the time, his continued efforts with capital left him no peace. 50 Engels took up the task unwillingly. In the first foreword he wrote to Anti-Dühring, which he later discarded and thereby ended up in the Dialectics of Nature, he wrote, "The following work does not by any means owe its origin to an inner urge. On the contrary, my friend Liebknecht can testify to the great effort it cost him to persuade me to turn the light of criticism on Herr Dühring's newest socialist theory." 51 The letters between Marx and Engels also testified to the fact that it was after hesitation, and feeling that he had to put aside a more important work, that is, the Dialectics of Nature, that Engels took on the task of going after Dühring. Liebknecht seems to have believed to the very last that it was Marx who should defend himself against Dühring. It was a statement he spread around. Marx got upset and explained that Engels was making a great sacrifice, as this project was forcing him to interrupt an incomparably more important piece of work. 52 The work on anti-Dühring would thus, assumed Engels and Marx, be a parenthesis. In fact, it would change the direction of Engels's philosophical labor. The Dialectics of Nature consists of a miscellaneous collection of texts. Many of them are only short notices or aphorisms, others are half-length sketches, while others are completely developed chapters. This material is not arranged in chronological order in the printed editions, but most of the texts can be dated. One then finds that what Engels wrote before May 1876, when he began work on anti-Dühring, is limited to nothing but short texts in which Hegel is constantly present. At the beginning of that period, which began with his letter to Marx in 1873 in which he talks about his new ideas, he is occupied in particular with Hegel's Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, published in 1817 and 1830. In it, Hegel puts together a bold compilation of the human knowledge gathered in the various disciplines of philosophy, everything from mathematics and the natural sciences to history. Ernst Haeckel, who was the first to draw philosophical consequences from Darwin's Origin of Species, is also often brought up in Engels's notes. Two lines of thought that are interwoven with each other dominate Engels's early texts, all the way back to the first one from 1858 on Ludwig Buchner. 53 The only thing he ascribes to Hegel is that there are no fixed categories. The new natural science showed that phenomena previously regarded as clearly separate, or even incompatible, flow into and are mixed with each other. In the manuscript on Buchner, Engels makes a distinction between metaphysical and dialectical tendencies. With it, he tries to capture precisely the difference between fixed and fluid categories. Opposites go into each other, reason and consequence, cause and effect, identity and difference, appearance and essence. But the dialectic not only dissolves the concepts. It also shows us that what seems invariable in objective reality passes over into something else and develops into something new. In a note from 1875, it says that there are no hard and fast lines. 54 The examples there are taken from evolutionary biology, which demolishes the idea of unchanging species. It is important to remember that even in these early notes, Engels spoke of a dialectic of the same, or at least a similar, type in thought and reality. Ultimately, it is the evasive and constantly changing nature of reality that makes it necessary for thinking, and thereby also science, to work with opposite concepts that nevertheless do not exclude each other. 55. The order of nature is changeable, but all the same there is an order. Such is the second, more specific idea in Engels's early notes. This is what predominated in the letter to Marx from 1873. Everything that exists is matter in movement, but there are different forms of movement. The new natural science could show how the different forms of movement pass into each other. Mechanical movement, heat, electricity, and so on are not thoroughly separate quantities. They are qualitatively separate, but the transition from one quality to another can be quantitatively determined. Soon enough, he would broaden his examples to biology, and immediately thereafter also to humanity and their societies. When he wrote a small text in rough outline about the dialectic in 1875, he had made room for all of reality. Life was linked to the proteins, and human history was pushed forward through conflicts. The transitions between the various levels of reality go so quickly that the reader can scarcely keep up. The notes were surely made for Engels's own memory and not for other readers. 56. But there was still no hint of any dialectical laws. The dialectical laws first show up when he set about the task of defending Marx's use of the concept in Capital. It was a crucial step. The extremely general ideas that support the early, brief notes are given greater certainty in one stroke, namely, the certainty that characterizes all of Anti-Düring and even the majority of the texts that Engels wrote thereafter, which were included in the Dialectics of Nature. But what was its price? Engels wrote Anti-Düring, or, as it is actually called, Herr Eugen Dürings Umwälzung der Wissenschaft, Herr Eugen Dürings Revolution in Science, between September 1876 and June 1878. The text was first published as a long series of articles in the newspaper Voorwaarts between January 1877 and July 1878, and then as a book in 1879. His correspondence from the time of writing is full of grumbling. Wilhelm Liebknecht is that silly ass Wilhelm who suffered from a shortage of manuscripts for Voorwaarts and was therefore pushing Engels to write as quickly as possible. In another letter, Engels for once is jealous of Marx. You can lie in a warm bed, study Russian agrarian relations in particular and rent in general without anything to interrupt you, but I have to sit on a hard bench, drink cold wine, and all of a sudden drop everything else and break a lance with the tedious Düring. 57. Engels was easily exasperated, but Marx actually also contributed a text to Anti-Düring. He called it Randnoten zu Dürings Kritische Geschichte der Nationalökonomie, margin notes on Düring's critical history of political economy. It was run in an abridged version in the newspaper, but with various small changes by Engels in the book version. 58. But the whole of it was Engels's, and gradually he also found some greater pleasure in his work. This gave him the opportunity to develop the worldview he had displayed such a desire for even before the work on Anti-Düring. On the other hand, he could still say in 1879, when the book version came out, that he never again intended to allow himself to be interrupted in more important matters by journalistic activities. 59. Only later, when he had given up hope of ever completing his great work on dialectics, could he speak a little more appreciatively about Anti-Düring. But then the book could also become the gateway to Marx's theories for many active members of the young workers' movement. It would come to leave its mark on what began to be called Marxism around 1890, but what should rather be called Engelsism. 60. In its way, Anti-Düring is also a clear, easy to understand book. There is no equivalence whatsoever to the artistry in the plan in Capital. It consists of 3 parts following an explanatory introduction. First, philosophy, which in full accordance with tradition is divided into natural philosophy and moral philosophy. After that comes political economy, and finally socialism. It is a popular course in Marx's theories wrapped up in the more comprehensive theoretical construction that Engels himself had been putting together for a few years. But at the end of the philosophy section are a few brief chapters representing something new. The first is called Dialectics, Quantity and Quality, and the second Dialectics, Negation of the Negation. 61 In these chapters, Engels replies directly to Dühring's criticism of the brief lines in Capital where Marx talks about the law of quantity and quality, as well as of the brief lines about the negation of the negation. Most readers of Capital had surely not even noticed these spots in a vast, complex mass of text. But Dühring had, for the simple reason that he had developed his own dialectic to drive Hegel's out. That is why Marx's references to Hegel's connection with the dialectic were like a red flag to a bull for him. He characterized Marx quite simply as a Hegelian, which, as we have seen, enraged Marx. And now it was Engels's task to defend Marx. The matter was thus blown up to proportions other than the ones it had in Capital. Neither Dühring nor Engels made a fuss about Marx, in contrast to Hegel, speaking about a law in connection with quantity and quality. Both took it for granted that he was simply following Hegel. Engels complained about Dühring arguing that Marx saw Hegel's thesis on quantity and quality as a general law, from which every individual case could be inferred through deduction. It is actually the opposite. Marx said that Hegel's law passes the test in the face of both the empirical cases he compares, one from political economy, the other from organic chemistry. This is an important observation. But on the other hand, Dühring's mistake is comprehensible when Marx talks about laws. Engels also said that Marx was the first to discover this law. Hegel has thus fallen out of the calculation here. Engels himself, with all his ambitions regarding a good natural scientific orientation, grants Marx priority. But in the next step he trumps Marx, talking about the negation of the negation as also a law. Engels describes it as an extremely general, and for this reason extremely far-reaching and important, law of the development of nature, history, and thought. 62 As we have seen, the phrase law of development is important. But did Engels really mean that it had the same character as the law of entropy? No, hardly so. What he called the negation of the negation is borne out in a miscellaneous number of contexts, everything from logic and mathematics to history. Engels was aware of its variegated character. The path of the plant from seed to flower with its different stages, for example, did not have a lot to do with integral calculations, he said. We can safely agree with this. With two dialectical laws, the way lies open for more. When Engels took up the work on the dialectics of nature again in 1878, he first made a plan for the entire work. The introduction that he wrote before he took up anti-Dühring remains. But an entirely new section came into existence after that, a section on the universal validity of the dialectical laws. Suddenly, these laws have now become four. The law of quantity and quality is the first, and it is followed by a law of the unity of opposites. The unity of opposites had been under discussion in anti-Dühring as well, but it had not been pointed out as a dialectical law there. Rather, it had had the status as a dialectical principle superior to everything else. Now, it had been given a co-equal position. The law of the negation is number 3, and there is also a fourth law, the spiral form of development. 63. By all appearances, this fourth law was to capture the tendency of development to repeat previous stages but on another level, an observation that is also found in Hegel. But the law quickly disappeared. When Engels developed the outline plan for a somewhat more detailed text the following year, 1879, it was not included. 3 laws remained. They are the laws that have become normative in the tradition that has its beginnings when the dialectics of nature, first called Natur und Dialektik, was printed in 1925.64. They lived on up to the present day, but above all as long as the Soviet Union existed. They have been repeated in all kinds of handbooks, and expounded in various more or less imaginative ways. Dogmatists have stood up in their defense, but it can safely be said that no one has been drawn to the tradition from Marx, or even Engels, owing to these laws. They have become an extra burden that can only be defended with all sorts of more or less sophistic reasoning. As we have seen, their position in Marx's writings is extremely fragile. His contribution to them is a single one, a few individual lines in capital. They would certainly have disappeared into the great archive of oblivion if Dühring had not attacked them, and Engels found it important to defend them and then also work further on the concept of dialectical law. But he then had difficulty making up his mind. 2 laws became 4, and then 3. When at the end of his life, Marx was composing careful excerpts of rather advanced textbooks and chemistry, no dialectical laws turn up. He goes carefully through organic chemistry, including the paraffins that were the speciality of Karl Schorlemmer, but not a word about any dialectics in the process. His aim, quite simply, is to understand the context as such, very important for both agriculture and the chemicals industry. The big question is what attitude Marx took towards anti-Dühring, and in particular the exposition there on the dialectical laws, which were still only 2 in number. Marx, as we have seen, contributed his own text. But it had nothing to do with the laws. In the foreword to the edition that was published in 1885, that is, after Marx's death, Engels assures us that I read the whole manuscript for him before it was printed. 65 In all likelihood, Marx was eager to be more closely informed about a publication that dealt with his own theories to such a great degree. But how carefully did he consider the consequences of the dialectical laws? Could he have imagined that they would have served as a basis for the simplest sloganeering? It is not likely that the concept of dialectical law had anything but a highly temporary position in his consciousness. It was the same for Engels. It was not only due to the fact that he was occupied with completing the later portions of Capital. He was also concentrating on a smaller publication in which he would summarize his views on philosophy. It was called Ludwig Feuerbach und der Ausgang der klassischen deutschen Philosophie, published in 1886 as newspaper articles, and in 1888 as a book, and in English in 1929 as Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy. 66 It is surely the best he wrote in the genre, a clear and concentrated presentation of approximately 40 pages in which he goes through the thinking of Hegel and Feuerbach, the great natural scientific discoveries during the period in which he himself lived. And finally the theories, inspired by Hegel and Marx, that the new workers' movement were pursuing. But not a word about any dialectical laws. If anywhere, they should have had a place there if they had had any central role in his own philosophy. But the parenthesis is closed. Marx's little deviation no longer needed to be defended against an aggressive lecturer in philosophy from Berlin. Engels could let them disappear into oblivion without regret. The foundation of our theory. Charles Darwin's book The Origin of Species came out on November 24, 1859. The first edition sold out almost immediately. Engels was among the lucky few who succeeded in getting hold of a copy, and by December 12 he had written to Marx that the book was absolutely splendid. 67 He saw its significance first in the fact that it made all teleology impossible, that is, all ideas that organisms in some respect are determined for a purpose. Second, that it was the greatest attempt at demonstrating historical development in nature. The latter meant that Darwin got Engels to change his understanding on an important point. Only a few months previously, in his review of Marx's preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, he had established that nature lacked a history. 68 Marx came to the same conclusion when, approximately a year later, he went through The Origin of Species. For several weeks, he had been unable to write, since he had been sitting by his wife Jenny's side during the time she was critically ill with smallpox. But he had been able to read a lot by her sickbed, he told Engels, including Darwin's book. Although it was developed and a crude English fashion, it was still the book which, in the field of natural history, provides the basis for our views. These were important words. The phrase natural history is, to be sure, a little confusing. Well into the 19th century, it was the prevalent term for knowledge that could not be summed up in a few statements of law. Natural philosophy was the opposite. Newton's Principia was the very emblem of a natural philosophical tract, while Linnaeus was a typical natural historian. Traditionally, natural history thus had nothing to do with any development in time. 69. But obviously, it was precisely development in time that Marx had in mind. Humanity had developed from other animal species. Its history is a continuation of a long biological process. Roughly the same viewpoints recur in a letter he wrote to Ferdinand Lassalle a few weeks later. Darwin's publication was most important and suits my purpose in that it provides a basis in natural science for the historical class struggle, he wrote, adding, one does, of course, have to put up with the clumsy English style of argument. 70. Marx's relief, now that he could talk about the biological origins of humanity, is understandable. He had uneasily avoided the question with a rather sophistic line of argument in the manuscripts, and after that he had not even brought it up for discussion. With Darwin, he received a clear and honest response. It is true that in origin, Darwin did not say anything about the genesis of the human species. He did that first in his 1871 book, The Descent of Man. But both followers and opponents drew the conclusion that humanity was in the middle of the great process of transformation as soon as Origin was published. It would be bizarre for humanity to have remained the same since the dawn of time, while every other living thing had changed. But Marx complained about Darwin's clumsy English style. This must be the method of presentation itself he was bothered by, the rather artless suite of chapters packed with information, so far from the grand architecture of capital. It was worse with Darwin's enthusiastic references to Thomas Robert Malthus and his theory of overpopulation. Malthus was an important name in Great Britain at the time. His ideas that people, and the underclass in particular, increased more rapidly than food production long remained a fixture in British public debate. Malthus is among those who provided arguments for drastic measures against the poor and the unemployed, at the same time as he was an important target for Chartists and other harsh critics of the prevailing social order. In the liberal environment that Darwin was a part of, Malthus was among the popular topics of conversation. One did not need to read his books in order to get a clear understanding of him. He himself had been dead since 1834, but his name turned up in particular when the social problems of poverty, starvation, and childbirth made themselves felt. Malthus, himself a priest, had recommended sexual restraint as an effective means against overpopulation. Once Darwin was finally ready to publicize his theory through The Origin of Species, Malthus was already being regarded as a bit old-fashioned. But Darwin, who was rather unaffected by the ideas then in fashion, assigned him a place of honor among his inspirers. He called the important third chapter in Origin, where the principle of selection itself is established, struggle for existence, which later in the text is used interchangeably with struggle for life, a phrase similar in meaning. He got the idea from the 7th edition of Malthus's 1836 work, an essay on the principle of population. 71. Marx had always been a merciless critic of Malthus, which extended to his traces in Darwin's Origin. In a letter to Engels, Marx wrote, "It is remarkable how Darwin rediscovers, among the beasts and plants, the society of England with its division of labor, competition, opening up of new markets, inventions, and Malthusian struggle for existence." He remembered how Hegel, in Phenomenology of Spirit, spoke about bourgeois society as an intellectual animal kingdom. In Darwin, on the contrary, bourgeois society is found in the animal kingdom. 72. Marx was therefore displeased when Friedrich Albert Lang, a German socialist and neo-Kantian philosopher, presented human history as one long struggle for existence in his 1865 book Die Arbeiterfrage. Lang explained that it was his intention to derive the worker question from Darwin's principles. In the same breath, he added that he did not see these principles as inevitable for humanity since they rise above the cruel and soulless mechanism through calculating purposefulness. but they cannot completely liberate themselves from the struggle for existence. Lang saw his own book as an initial imperfect attempt at showing that intellectual as well as economic development can be understood with the same principles as the origin of species, that is, through the struggle for existence. It never becomes clear where the boundary lies between blind selection and humanity's ability to plan and predict. The main thing was to demonstrate the significance of natural selection for humanity's development. Lang gave the expression struggle for existence a broad interpretation. Even in nature, the struggle concerns not only pure survival but also the best conditions governing life. So it is also among humans. The struggle of the workers is primarily a struggle over wages. The conditions for selection are, naturally, overproduction, of the seeds of life in nature, but of talents in human society. These talents are scattered among the mass of the people, but in a hierarchical society they are never put to use since the leading positions are reserved for certain layers. According to Lang, a more effective screening of these gifts is required for development in a socialist direction. Capitalism forces the workers to be just that, workers. Their hope lies in a process of moral improvement that can partially eliminate natural necessity. Obviously, the struggle for existence could serve both rational and irrational purposes, both the struggle for justice and for an unjust hierarchical society. 73. Marx's commentary on Lang's book is thoroughly acid. When he read the second edition from 1870, he wrote to his friend Ludwig Kugelmann that Mr. Lang had made a great discovery, namely that all of history can be subordinated to one great law of nature. But this law of nature is nothing more than a phrase, the phrase struggle for life, and its content is Malthus's theory of population, or more correctly overpopulation. Lang did not try to analyze the phrase, he found in it only a very rewarding method, for stilted, mock-scientific, highfalutin ignorance and intellectual laziness. 74. Marx stressed that Darwin's struggle for life loses its usefulness in the field of history. This was also Engels's view. Selection is crucial for biological evolution, but not for the development of humanity. Long before Marx and Engels had heard the name of Darwin, they explained in the German ideology, men can be distinguished from animals by conscience, by religion, or anything else you like. They themselves begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, a step which is conditioned by their physical organization. 75. This was a declaration they both stuck to. But, at the time they wrote the German ideology, they still had no biological theory that they could simultaneously assume and contrast their idea with. But Darwin changed the situation drastically. Selection provided a key to the understanding of the development of life on Earth, but with humanity and their conscious production something fundamentally new had come. But Marx had problems with Darwin's uncritical use of Malthus. It could make Marx himself uncritical in relation to alternative explanations for the development of species. In 1866, when he was finally on the way towards completing the first volume of Capital, he happened to read a book by the French polymath Pierre Trémoz, Origine et transformations de l'homme et d'autres êtres, Origin and Transformation of Man and Other Beings, published in 1865. Trémoz was a prize-winning architect, photographer, and Orientalist who also wrote works on natural science. The book that Marx read is his best known. In it, Trémoz maintained that it was not selection that characterized the various species and their variants, but instead the external environment, the soil formations. His chief interest was in explaining racial differences in this manner. The different human races were formed by various geographical conditions. 76. Marx became very enthusiastic after reading it. Considering his own basic understanding of history, it may seem surprising that he noted with satisfaction that Trémoz could use his explanatory scheme in a more full and varied manner than Darwin on historical and political conditions. Trémoz had, for example, found the natural base for nationalities. But with that, biology would be muscling in on the field of the social sciences. Marx's enthusiasm was not to Engels's taste. Engels explained that the fact that Tremaz lacked insight into geology and had no concept of source criticism was reason enough to not take him seriously. His explanation of how white people became black sin zum Kranklachen was something one could die laughing at. Marx responded, visibly wounded but nonetheless subdued in his enthusiasm, that whatever faults Tremaz may have had, his basic idea about the influence of the soil was worth taking seriously. But Engels was merciless. The environment is certainly worth taking seriously, but Darwin was already doing that. What Tremaz had arrived at, apart from this scarcely original idea, was pure nonsense. 77. The discussion was thereby concluded, and Marx seems to have capitulated unconditionally. The disagreement not only testifies to Marx judging Darwin's theory quite highly based on his antipathy towards Malthus, thus becoming uncritical in his hunt for alternatives. It also shows that Engels, in precisely this field, had a more confident assessment than his friend. Up until then, he had also devoted significantly greater attention to the philosophical, or, if you like, ideological, side of the natural sciences. After his university days and until the encounter with Darwin, Marx had largely been occupied with the technical applications. In Capital, Darwin alone ruled the roost. He turns up twice, both times in footnotes. In the first, Marx talks about Darwin's epoch-making work with no reservations whatsoever. He has accepted the correction, an art he was otherwise not very distinguished in. 78. In fact, his feeling of affinity with Darwin was so great that he sent a copy of the second edition of Capital to the great man himself. In the dedication, he described himself as a sincere admirer. Darwin cut open the first pages and observed that it was a great work, but at the same time was confused by the German. He wrote back to Marx, thanking him and apologizing that he was not a worthy recipient of the book since he knew so little about political economy. But he understood that Marx, like himself, was working to broaden knowledge and thereby over the long term to add to the happiness of mankind. 79. Darwin and Marx got no closer to each other. But during his last years, Marx made the acquaintance of Ray Lankester, a gifted follower of Darwin. Despite an age difference of 29 years, Lankester became a close friend to him, so close that he was among the little group at Marx's funeral. Lankester was a first-rate biologist and a sworn enemy of the superstition that blossomed alongside the widespread faith in science during the second half of the 19th century. But he was also completely taken by Marx, his knowledge, and his critical disposition. He read Capital and wrote an enthusiastic letter to the author of the work. He had obviously also been inspired by Marx's analysis of capitalism. For example, John Bellamy Foster reproduces Lancaster's reaction to the sinking of the Titanic. It was, he said, one example among many of how impersonal mechanisms drove businesses to put profit before all else, even the lives and safety of people. It was a comment entirely in the spirit of Marx. 80. One main idea in John Bellamy Foster's Marx's ecology is that Darwin and Marx are the two great materialists of the 19th century. It is possible, but, in that case, they are materialists of two highly different types. There is nothing in Darwin of the view of history, and, more precisely, capitalist society, that is at the center of Marx's interest. It was not by chance that Darwin chose the theses of Malthus on the mechanisms of overpopulation as a model for his theory on natural selection. But the theory does not rise and fall with Malthus, on the contrary, it has only a superficial connection with the theory of that modest pastor. Darwin lived in an intellectual environment that greedily sucked up that type of liberalism whose clearest expression was the Manchester School with Bright and Cobden at the center, that is, precisely the ideology that Marx fought so persistently. But personally, Darwin had very little contact with the hard world where capitalists and workers dwell. He was privately educated with a private fortune, and in his view of society he was more an idealist than a materialist. A small patch of this conviction can be seen in his letter of thanks to Marx. It is through knowledge that the aggregate happiness of humanity increases. The phrase sounds like an echo from Jeremy Bentham and his thinking. On the other hand, it can be said without a doubt that Darwin was of greater importance than anyone else in showing that living nature developed on its own without intervention from some metaphysical power. He himself only came to such conclusions with a certain degree of uneasiness. For Marx, if anything, Darwin fulfilled a hope. With Darwin's theory, his own view on the history of humanity gained a foundation. At the same time, he was careful to separate the development of nature from human production, which changed both its own circumstances and its environment. Humanity is and remains one species among many, but it is alone in changing conditions for itself and other species in a conscious, planned way. Human prehistory. During his final, feverishly active years of life, Marx entered into a field of knowledge that largely was new to him, social anthropology. As a young man, he had encountered philosophical anthropology, above all in the form of the Norwegian-German philosopher Stephens. Hegel later became his guiding star in anthropology, before Feuerbach took over the role. Once Marx had pretty well freed himself from Feuerbach as well, anthropology sank out of his consciousness and did not seriously return until 1880. The new social anthropology he encountered at that time was something quite different than the thinking of Stephens, Hegel, and Feuerbach on what was uniquely human. It was now a primarily empirical discipline that had got some wind beneath its wings thanks to Darwinism. With the ideas on the development of species, there also came interest in the earliest history of the human species. This history was now more firmly limited to pure biology. Fossils of a human-like being were found for the first time in 1856, in the Neander Valley in the German province of Nordrhein-Westfalen. When Darwin's theory made its triumphal march soon thereafter, the discovery became a rewarding subject of discussion. T.H. Huxley, the indefatigable defender of natural selection, openly declared that humans and Neanderthals originated from the same species of apes. 81. This was one of the reasons that the earliest history of humanity aroused an increasingly lively interest. People wanted to get as close to the great moment of evolution as possible. As long as one ignored the fundamental discoveries of Gregor Mendel, conceptions of heredity were extremely blurry. It was common to violently exaggerate the speed with which a species changed. For the most daring, it was a question of mere generations. Herbert Spencer imagined he could see a new race of Anglo-Americans being developed, and he awaited the same development among the immigrant Australians. 82. At the same time, the conviction remained that contemporary societies perceived as primitive in substance resembled the earliest stages of development of civilization. Simply put, humanity's own earliest history was available in the modern age. Marx would also become interested in societies perceived as primordial. But his motives, as far as we know, were different. Above all, he was increasingly fascinated by Russia and its distinctive character, something we will come back to in the next chapter. Marx's ideas on early society were bolstered by the American Lewis H. Morgan, whose 1877 book Ancient Society he had read and taken careful notes from. Morgan was an American lawyer, born the same year as Marx, and was one of the first to seriously study the indigenous American peoples. At the center of Ancient Society stood an idea about human progress that is older than Darwin, and had been fully developed by Scottish Enlightenment philosophers back in the 18th century. This doctrine says that humans were savages at first, then barbarians, and finally civilized. Morgan refined it further by distinguishing between lower and higher stages of the savage state and barbarism. 83. This rigid scheme, which assumed that all cultures developed along similar lines, constituted the framework for the empirical data that Morgan collected from various Native American cultures. To this, he added information from cultures other than North American ones, many of which had disappeared a long time ago, and he imagined he found similar patterns everywhere. These were ideas that guided many researchers from that era. One only need think of the British anthropologist and religious researcher James George Fraser, whose work The Golden Bough first came out as a 2-volume edition in 1890. In it, the author sought to show, with almost pedantic precision, how the same religious practices recur from culture to culture as soon as a certain stage of development has been achieved. 84. Characteristic of Morgan was his ascription of a crucial role for technological progress in the development towards higher stages. It was an important reason for Marx devoting the attention to Morgan that he did. One of Marx's growing number of Russian friends, social scientist Maxim Kovalovsky, cousin to the famous mathematician Sofia, or Sonia, Kovalovskaya, had bought ancient history during a trip to the United States. Kovalovsky himself was an outstanding specialist in the Russian mir, or peasant village. He now aroused Marx's interest in Morgan's book and loaned it to him. As was his custom, Marx composed comprehensive excerpts before the fat boy got his property back. 85. Marx also took shorter notes from several other books that approached, in various ways, the same subject Morgan was dealing with. Obviously, he wanted to acquire solid knowledge of societies that were considered to have preceded the breakthrough of private property and the state. But he got no further than the excerpts that Engels later found among the papers he left behind. These were the starting point and the foundation for one of Engels's most widely read books, his 1884 work The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State. Morgan's significance is emphasized even by the subtitle, in the light of the researches of Lewis H. Morgan. In the first sentences of the foreword, Engels stresses that he had taken over the task of writing his book from Marx. 86. The traditional perception has been that it actually was so. Only a more detailed comparison shows that Engels indeed quoted liberally from the excerpts of his deceased friend, but that his work is permeated with his own ideas and unique spirit. Engels's attitude towards Morgan is without a doubt also more positive than Marx's. The difference can already be seen on the first page of the text, after the foreword. In ancient society, Morgan wrote that mankind are the only beings who may be said to have gained an absolute control over the production of food. 87. This is a statement that Marx could not feel comfortable with. He protested against it with a vigorous question mark followed by an exclamation point. Engels tried to smooth this over. In his zeal, he quoted Morgan incorrectly. Humanity had almost won unconditional dominion, it says in his text. Foster places great importance on Marx's reservations, placing them in connection with his thesis that humanity's exploitation of the soil has entailed a rift in the relationship between humanity and nature. 88. With his little distortion of the quote, Engels tried to take the sting out of Morgan's resolute formulation. It may seem to be a trifle, Engels was not writing an academic dissertation. But trifles are not isolated, they can fit into a pattern. Engels wanted to interpret Morgan so that the latter could be added to the same tradition as himself and Marx. In the foreword, Engels wrote that Morgan's perception squares with the materialist conception of history that Marx had discovered 40 years earlier. The observation is also interesting for the fact that, by all appearances, this is the first time the expression materialist conception of history occurs in the literature. Marx never used it. It is hardly likely that Marx would have viewed Morgan as an unconscious follower. Morgan's emphasis on technological development was extremely appealing to Marx. But he placed an exclamation point after ideas when Morgan spoke about the earliest ideas of property. Nor could Morgan's statement that all social and civil institutions developed from thought appeal to Marx. This is pointed out by Lawrence Crater, the American ethnologist and anthropologist, who carried out what is without doubt the most thorough investigation of Marx's excerpts from Morgan. Marx himself gave prominence to the significance of the collective in contrast to Morgan, and he maintained that politics is born when one tribe, or gens, seizes power over the others. With the gens, the lamentable religious element becomes an important point. 89. We have seen that the boundary between biological development and historical development was important to Marx, apart from the episode with Tremoz. It was not so for Morgan, nor, in fact, for Engels in his book Origins of the Family. What is relevant here is that Morgan turned Marx's and Engels's attention to the significance of the family in social development. But Engels went a step further than Marx. He not only said that production and reproduction constitute the foundation of historical development. He also said the production and reproduction were of a dual nature. 90 On the one hand, it concerns the necessities of life and other things that humanity reproduces, on the other, it concerns the production of new people. He apparently has Marxian support here. He quotes Marx's words in the Morgan commentaries that while families develop, relations of kinship, that is, what constitutes the family, palpably lag behind. 91. When Engels attributes the production of people to the base of society, a substantial change takes place. According to Marx's foreword to a contribution to the critique of political economy, the base constitutes the relationship between the forces of production and the relations of production. Talking about relations of production in this context offers no difficulties. It is a question of the composition of the family, monogamy, polygamy, and so on. But how did Engels imagine the forces of production? They must be the tools with which people produce children, that is, the genitalia. But, however complex the genitalia may be, the method of functioning is a purely biological matter. They appear as historically constant, and thereby are generally not a historical matter. They have not evolved from time immemorial up to the present day. Engels simply seems to be allowing biology to invade the field of history. He is tearing up the boundary markers he himself set up in Anti-Düring in an important area. Many, such as Edward Aveling and Karl Koski, followed in his footsteps. Aveling's contribution to the confusion is most clearly evident in his 1884 book The Darwinian Theory, incidentally, the book that Aveling wanted to dedicate to Darwin, but was told not to. Koski's image of the relationship between the theories of Marx and Darwin emerges, for example, in his memoirs Erinnerungen und Irrderungen. This book did not affect the age he lived in, however. It was first published in 1960 by his son Benedict. But, during his years of activity, Koski had fed his readership the conviction that Marx's theory and Darwin's fit together like hand in glove. 92. Engels also devoted himself to a type of psychologizing that was foreign to Marx. For Marx, capitalists are forced to maximize their profits with the same necessity that workers must sell their labor power. The alternative is ruin. It does not matter whether as people they are greedy or generous. So it is generally in every class society. The roles are given. Individual actors could fill them with personal content up to a certain limit. Engels, on the other hand, charges the masters of the first-class society with Habgier, greed. As Crater points out, this entailed an obvious deviation from Marx. Engels had fallen into an outlook that remained popular up until our own time. Large amounts of wealth or excesses and profit are explained by exceptional greed. 93 Marx was more sophisticated than that. But there was a central area he often ignored when he talked about society, its history, and its future: women. The notes to Morgan's book, however, constitute an exception. There, he asked himself whether the tales of the great goddesses of Greece did not guard memories from another time when women had a better, freer position. 94 That was all. But the comment testifies to the fact that he assumed that the subjugation of women had to do with the development of class society, and thereby of the state and of politics. At one point, woman had been free and equal, like Athena or Hera. Someday, she would be so again. It is impossible to determine what Marx would have done if he had worked out a text on the basis of his excerpts. Engels had much more to say in his book. He wrote in detail about sexual life among various species, and then came to humanity. As regards the communist household, he established that the woman was the master there. He polemicized heatedly against a conception he traced back to the Enlightenment, that woman was to have been man's slave from the beginning. On the contrary, he said, woman had not only a free but a respected position in the early stages of societal development. Swiss legal historian Johann Jacob Bachofen was of great significance for Engels's idea. His 1861 book Das Mutterrecht, Mother Right, made a deep impression on Engels with its thesis that the patriarchy was preceded by an age in which women ruled, a gynecocracy, as Bachofen called it. Point 95. Engels's description has played an important role in the modern history of feminism. This especially applies to one of the great classics in the field, Simone de Beauvoir's 1948 work L'Extrême Sexe, published in English in 1972 as The Second Sex. Beauvoir dismisses what she calls Engels's economic monism, but this does not mean that he did not greatly influence her work. As Eva Gothland showed in her dissertation Sex and Existence, early Marx and late Engels were important inspirations for Beauvoir. Point 96. Social anthropology became an important concern in Engels's life, while Marx never meant to give it anything but the attention he devoted to a number of other topics he adopted throughout his life, especially during his last years when he also managed to work his way through major works in chemistry, physics, and mathematics. It is not surprising that he would be fascinated by Morgan's theses on early societies with communal ownership. His desire to go deeper into the subject was also intensified by his interest in Russia. This curiosity is also discernible in his excerpts. Morgan's reports on communal ownership that still remained in certain Native American societies got Marx to wonder about how things stood with the Southern Slavs, and also the Russians to a certain extent, in that respect. We know nothing about how Marx intended to use his new insights over the longer term. They could scarcely be inserted as footnotes in the continuation of Capital. But was his interest perhaps politically conditioned? We do not know. On the other hand, we can be sure it would not have been the type of work that Engels created, partially on the basis of Marx's excerpts. Interpreting the world and changing it. The manifesto says that the history of all hitherto existing society has been a history of class struggle. When, in the late 1880s, Engels published a new edition of the work, he added a footnote. The statement seemed correct at the time it was made, he said. But we now know that early society was in no way characterized by class struggle. It is thus an exception. Lawrence Crater points out that with that, Engels turned a political act into a learned debate. It is an interesting observation. The thesis of ubiquitous class struggle is often interpreted as a general thesis about history. Engels did so. Crater hints that it was not so with Marx. Point 97. But is it a reasonable interpretation? Is it not a question of historical generalization also for Marx? It is possible. As we know, he was fond of talking about general laws even when there was reasonably no such thing. But what consequences would there be from assuming that every historical course of events is permeated by class struggle? First, such a law would be contrary to Marx's, as well as Engels's, most important meta-historical thesis, namely that the general guidelines for historical study sketched out in the German ideology and elsewhere cannot be turned into a timetable according to which history can be arranged. The real picture of a historical course of events appears only in and through a detailed study. Marx devoted attention of this kind only to the capitalist phase. But we can see that capital does not deal only with class struggle, either, even if the relationship between capitalists and workers constitutes the dynamic center of the account. The conflict between them emerges most clearly in the long chapter on the working day. But society also consists of classes other than both the main actors. Take a striking example: scholars of various types are directly or indirectly influenced by the antagonism between capital and labor, but the results they arrive at in their research are not permeated by class struggle. Such an account would conflict with another of Marx's central convictions, namely that science understands reality better and better through its development. In general, it can be questioned whether the thesis that everything is class struggle is consistent with Marx's dialectical method. When it has actually been made absolute, such as in the dogmatic Marxism of Lenin and even more of Stalin, it has been heedlessly combined with the statement that knowledge reflects reality. These are two statements that can only square with each other through a strangely clever solution, according to which the truth, such as it is, emerges for the person who takes the right class standpoint, that is, the proletariat's, which, upon closer inspection, simply becomes that of the Communist Party elite. The practical consequence is that scientific theories can be treated arbitrarily. For a long time, only the genetic theories of Trofim Lysenko were permitted in the Soviet Union. For a somewhat shorter period, Einstein's theory of relativity was branded as bourgeois and therefore to be condemned. 98. This was absolutely not Marx's standpoint, nor Engels's, actually. Marx spoke on his own authority only on such things as he regarded as his own field. He did not break the self-evident rules of scientific specialization. When he studied chemistry handbooks, it was to learn something new. He could complain about Darwin's dependency on Malthus, but that was due to the fact that the theories of Malthus directly contradicted his own in the field of the social sciences. We will stop next at the question of what kind of area of scientific competence Marx claimed, and how these claims fit into the ideas about scientific authority in the time he lived. Finally, we will throw light upon the question of the relationship between statements and norms in Marx. With that we will find a natural transition to the next chapter, which deals with Marx the politician. Every researcher must have a rather fixed area of competence. Within it, they can speak from their own authority and count on arousing confidence both among their colleagues and among a more or less interested general public. But the area of competence need not be the same as the area of activity. In a hierarchical scientific culture, those at the top have the competence to make statements about things they themselves are not working on. So it was, for example, in the world European universities in the 17th century. Theologians could censure well-founded physical theories with the argument that they went against the Word of God. In a specialized scientific culture, the fields of work and of competence tend to coincide. I conduct research on problems in a field in which I have my most solid and deepest knowledge, where I can quickly differentiate between good research and bad. My articles are published in the speciality's own journals, my colleagues reproduce my results, and I count on government authorities and the general public regarding me as an authority within my field. That is how the placid ideal image of a specialized scientific culture looks. But reality is ordinarily more chaotic and filled with conflict. There are struggles for fields of competence, particularly if there is a lot of research money, or strong and conflicting political and ideological interests there. Who can speak about the continent of humanity with the greatest authority? Who is worth listening to regarding schools, physical health, or God? The antagonisms are great, even in the rigidly specialized scientific culture of the early 21st century. The scientific world in which Marx moved was not at all as mapped out in detail as today's, but nevertheless it was considerably more specialized than that of the 17th century. But conflicts inevitably occurred. In Marx's time, there were still large new areas of knowledge where no specialists had yet established themselves, but where enthusiastic amateurs competed with each other. Social anthropology was one such field. To come to grips with the problems of specialization we must also grapple with another concept, professionalization. 99 They are both often mixed up, but they are not identical. Having a profession entails practicing an occupation for which you have a specific education and a diploma accepted by colleagues and government authorities. One does not need to be a specialist for this, nor does a specialist need to have their speciality as their profession. In 19th century Great Britain, many of the greatest scientists were amateurs, professionally speaking. Charles Darwin is the grandest example. He had a flimsy, incomplete university education behind him. He conducted his innovative scientific work against the background of a private fortune. But he did become a specialist. In the German sciences, speciality and profession coincided far more over the course of the 19th century. After the reforms of Wilhelm von Humboldt, the universities had what was up to then a unique position with their demands that professors should not only instruct, but also research. All research at the universities had the rank of science, Wissenschaft. The unanimity on this was nearly total. Historians and theologians were quite simply regarded as specialists, and in fact developed specialized research like nowhere else up to that point. But that also meant that those outside the universities, with their scientific professions, found it more difficult to get recognition or attention in general. Marx suffered from that kind of isolation. In Great Britain, science was nowhere near as boxed in, institutionally speaking. People moved about more freely, in particular in fields that had not yet become accepted specialties. Once again, Darwin is a good example. When he finally ventured to write a book about humanity's biological origins, The Descent of Man, he was just as fastidiously self-critical as he usually was, as long as he kept to the domains of biology. But it was different when he got into cultural questions. How, for example, could the origins of religion be explained? Darwin did not go deeply into the subject, he was satisfied with a little anecdote. He is sitting in his garden with his dog. A parasol starts spinning around in the wind. His dog growls. Darwin says that the dog must have believed that there was an invisible power present and concludes, this is how a religion must also have arisen among people. Darwin's dog traveled further in the literature. Herbert Spencer reproduced the anecdote as if it had some form of authority. But scientifically, it did not. On the other hand, it was an example of how a person who is a specialist in a scientific field can roam about with unconstrained amateurishness in another field where they think they will not find any real authorities. If he had been in Germany, he would either have been more careful, or, like his magniloquent follower there, Ernst Haeckel, risen to the role of philosopher with a view over all fields of knowledge. But it is impossible to imagine that the careful Darwin, like Haeckel, would set about the task of solving all the world's problems. 100. Scientific specialization is thus not a process that takes place uniformly across all areas of knowledge. Nor does it look the same in all countries and environments. Certain specialties can in addition have higher status than others, especially for those in political power, but also for a broader public. High-status specialists then gladly invade the domains of the low-status specialists. But even in scientific cultures with limited specialization, questions of the relationships between the various fields of knowledge arise. There may be similarities and methods and theories, tendencies arise that can be followed over large fields of knowledge, and philosophical consequences occur that can perplex, fascinate, and entice people to audacious syntheses. 101. Many of the great classical philosophers, Thomas Hobbes and Gottfried Wilhelm von Leibniz, for example, tried to assemble all knowledge into one system. During the heyday of German idealism, thinkers tried to add to each other by building comprehensive views of knowledge and the world. When their active period came to an end, a new sort of system builder turned up, more respectful of the fields of the accepted specialists, but audacious in their parallels between various sciences. Their projects, as grandiose as they were frail, resulted in an overall view of existence and the future, perhaps an ethics, or a replacement for a crumbling religion. French philosopher Auguste Comte, the creator of words such as sociology, positivism, and altruism, was the pioneer for this new type of synthesis. English philosopher Herbert Spencer followed in his footsteps. They were both extremely successful and tempted others to try the same risky path. Ernst Haeckel, whom we have already mentioned, was only one of them. Systems have been springing up by the dozen, overnight. Engels wrote in ill humor, and he himself tried in Anti-Düring and the Dialectics of Nature to build something that resembled a system. 102. Marx expressed no clear opinion in the face of this activity. He could test the idea of a similarity between chemistry and history, but no more came of it. His focus lay on the task of creating a sustainable critical theory of capital. To be sure, he also wanted to contribute to changing the world with his work. But he also saw himself as a scientist, who at the end of the foreword to his book could defiantly write, Segui il tuo corso, e la sia dirle gente, follow your path, and let people talk. He ascribed the quote to Dante, but there is an important difference between what Dante once wrote and what Marx wrote. In Dante's Divine Comedy, Virgil says to Dante, follow my path. But Marx says to himself, follow your path. People may speak ill of his undertaking, but it did not bother him. 103 He wanted recognition for his effort, and he also wanted to convince economists and historians. We already know that his successes were extremely limited, despite Engels's heroic efforts. In light of what I have just described, it is easy, entirely apart from the difficulty that reading Capital can offer the unprepared, to understand the problem. Marx wrote his work in German, and in Germany the approved sciences were more and more firmly linked to the universities. Marx was an outsider. Political economy had already been established as an academic subject in Germany, although for a long time in combination with other social scientific specialties. The leading representatives were historically oriented, followers of a historicism in Germany that had long set the tone, according to which the real picture of a phenomenon only emerged if it was observed in its development. The German economists were also heavily involved socially and politically, and saw providing for the poor and the unfortunate as the task of the state. That is why they were often called lecture hall socialists, even if politically they were far from the kind of socialism that Marx found himself close to. The older lecture hall socialists were already well established as economists when the first edition of Capital was published. Foremost was Wilhelm Roscher, whose book Die Grundlagen der Nationalökonomie, Principles of Political Economy, was published in 1854 and soon gained a great reputation in his homeland. 104 Marx, with his completely divergent theoretical construction, found it difficult to gain recognition or even attention against such competition. Among Marx's fellow thinkers, and among politically active people in general, Capital, as we have seen, attracted scarce attention in Germany. A small minority, Ludwig Kugelmann, Wilhelm Liebknecht, and a few others, really tried hard to force their way through it, but they all had their own academic backgrounds. For workers in general, Capital was a closed book. The latter was surely not a surprise to Marx. In Great Britain, economics was not yet a profession. The leading economists represented a broad variation of occupations, from bankers to clergymen. So it continued up until the end of the 19th century. It was actually only with Alfred Marshall and his generation that British economics was given a natural place in the universities. Marshall even gave the subject a new name. Political economy became economics, and his Principles of Economics from 1890 was long the standard work in the Anglo-Saxon world. 105. The first people to take in the ideas from Capital in Great Britain were not economists, but a handful of men, all of whom had a more or less distinguished social position. We have already mentioned Ray Lankester, an academic of the highest rank. Another somewhat more questionable character who also engaged Marx's thinking was Henry Hyndman, son of a rich businessman and a graduate of Cambridge. He got his hands on Capital, and under its influence wrote England for All, published in 1881, which became a great public success. He failed, however, to mention where he got his ideas from, something that roused both Marx's and Engels's fury. But Hyndman founded his own socialist party, which Eleanor Marx was a member of for a time. The party's successes were limited, especially as a consequence of Hyndman's dictatorial leadership style. 106. Among those who quickly left the party, one above all deserves to be named, the most significant follower of Marx in the 19th century, William Morris. William Morris had the same kind of background as Hyndman. His father was a wealthy businessman, and William studied at Oxford. Early on in his contact with the cultural elite of the time, he developed his ideal of arts and crafts that would counteract the mass production and aesthetic superficiality of industrialism. He only became a socialist in his 50s and even read Capital, a book, however, that according to his own statements cost him a lot of effort and a great deal of confusion. But despite the intellectual obstacles, he became a great admirer of Marx. 107. It can safely be said that early on Marx gained a certain reputation within British culture, while his influence on academic economics long remained minimal. In France, Marx's early breakthrough was political rather than scientific or cultural. Both his sons-in-law, Charles Longuet and Paul Lafargue, were influential in the incipient French workers' movement. Neither of them had a bent for economic theory, which is why they were not ambassadors for capital either. It was in France that the words Marxist and Marxism were first used. Lafargue was one of those who claimed the designation, but Jules Guesde was the central figure among the self-identified Marxists in the newly founded Parti ouvrier, Workers' Party. Marx was not impressed by the party's program, something he made clear to Guesde and Lafargue in a letter addressed to both. He also took up his displeasure in a conversation with Engels. It was then he uttered the words that later became familiar: "Qu'ilya de certain c'est que moi, je ne suis pas Marxiste, what is certain is that I am not a Marxist." 108. The fundamental ideas in Capital played no decisive role for Parti ouvrier. It employed more or rather vulgar materialism, something that even the party's self-characterization as the party of the stomach testifies to. 109. Capital gained even less of a foothold in the scholarly world in France. French universities did not have a position that could be compared with German universities. Formally, they were dissolved during large parts of the 19th century. It was only the faculties, directly subordinate to the Ministry of Education, that were re-established by Napoleon after the Revolution. Economic studies scarcely blossomed there, or at les grandes écoles such as the École Normale Supérieure or the École Polytechnique. It is telling that the dominant French economist of the late 19th century, Léon Walras, the greatest economist of all time according to Joseph Schumpeter, the historiographer of economics above all else, 110 received his professorship in Lausanne in Switzerland. Walras became one of the pioneers of economic marginalism, maintaining that the price of commodities was determined by supply and demand. He thus was not among the converts of Marx. Marx's cultural influence in France, so great during the 20th century, was also practically insignificant during the 19th, despite the beautiful translation of Capital that he himself to a great extent was responsible for. So far, we have theory in Marx and in the world around him. But how did theory relate to practice? He had written a heavy but epoch-making work in which he interpreted contemporary capitalist development against a broad historical background. How was this work connected with the ambition to also change the world? To get at this question, a certain philosophical exercise is required. Capital is a theoretical work. It is thoroughly dominated by statements about reality and its various intricate connections. In just a few sentences, it is established that the capitalist system must tend towards its dissolution. These are not freely evasive theses about a desirable future, but conclusions drawn from a theory that is artfully developed. Formally, apart from the foreword and the postscript, Capital contains no strictures of the do this or that type, that is, no analog to the appeal of the manifesto, workers of all countries, unite. Nor is there thus any explicit morality. According to Marx, morals are always conditioned by existing social relations, and therefore changeable. The prevailing morals, those that are preached in the schools, the church, and the dominant media, justify the existing relations of power in society. People are raised to see the current order as natural. The question of whether or not there is an implicit morality in Capital, just as in Marx's other works, is an old controversy. When Marx described the situation of the workers, his indignation shone through. It can even be asked whether a certain degree of compassion crept into the description of the compulsion the capitalist experiences. One person who tries to tackle this question with great energy is the American philosopher Allen W. Wood. In his 2004 book, simply called Karl Marx, he makes an important distinction between what he calls moral and non-moral goods. The former entails that a person should perform certain actions because it is their duty, the latter because these actions satisfy our needs. Marx's thoroughgoing criticism of the moralism of which he accuses Proudhon and many others applies to moral goods. Capitalism, according to Marx, can be condemned because it withholds a number of non-moral goods from people. It forces them to starve, it enslaves them, and it alienates them. 111. Wood's distinction is important, but he has no grip on Marx's understanding of alienation from the theses on Feuerbach and the German ideology onwards. As we have already seen, it is no longer a question of alienation from a suprahistorical human essence but from the objective possibilities that people have during a certain historical epoch that are denied them through class society. This means that Marx also counts among the non-moral goods a life, satisfactory in all aspects, in which people can realize their potential. That is how we are able to speak about duty or obligation, though in a very fixed sense. It is the duty of people to work for a society in which everyone can realize the opportunities that the level of scientific, technological, and economic development opens for them. One important theme for Marx is humanity's historical changeability. At the same time, he is acutely aware that there is something that is suprahistorically human. After his encounter with Darwin's theory, this insight became particularly salient, and it is discernible in the excerpts from the literature on social anthropology. The very remote social relations up for discussion there still have something important to say to the Europeans of the late 19th century. So far, the picture is clear. But there is still one question that has not been answered. How do the ideas that question the social order the prevailing ideology naturalizes arise? Must it not be a question of a counter-ideology, in which, to use a metaphor from the German ideology, the inverted picture in the camera obscura of ideology is turned right side up again? At one point, the bourgeois class debunked the seemingly harmonic ideology of feudalism regarding the natural and timeless mutual relations of the estates. Now the working class was busy doing something similar regarding bourgeois ideology with its theses on liberty, equality, and fraternity. Marx saw himself as having the role that the Enlightenment philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries had in the previous upheaval. But the role is only that of an enlightener. The liberation of the working classes is their own work. Marx provides the picture of capitalism and its mechanisms turned right side up. This revelation will provide the workers with tools in their struggle for liberation. Marx seems to have had no interest in the question of how the prevailing ideology gains its powerful opponent. The counter-ideology must accommodate the crucial components of the prevailing ideology, thereby providing an image of reality, an understanding of a good society, and norms for a successful struggle against the ruling class. Marx did not make his contemporary counter-ideology explicit. But he was entirely clear that a new order cannot be carried through only with the help of capital. Political activity is also necessary. During the years around 1848, Marx had been intensely politically active. In the 1850s, his activity slackened off considerably. But in the 1860s, just when capital was taking form, a new period of intense activity began. This is what we will now examine. Before that, a brief recapitulation. Conclusion. Marx and Engels were very different from each other. They were brought together through historical circumstance, and came to be deeply dependent on each other financially, intellectually, and emotionally. Engels worked nearly 20 years in the firm that his father had helped start. Marx was thus given the opportunity to devote most of his time to capital. His ambitions were so enormous that only certain parts of the project could be completed. What he presented to the world was impressive enough. But its impact was limited because he was so poorly situated in a scientific world. His German was an obstacle in England, and in Germany he was handicapped by the fact that he was not active at a university. Capital appeared in French in his own translation, but it would be a long time before the work roused any greater interest. The self-appointed French Marxists did not meet with his approval. For his part, Engels started working on his own projects in which he would bring together his view of society with a conception of the world based in the natural sciences. The project took another direction when he was compelled to defend capital against Eugen Düring. A few lines about dialectical laws in Anti-Düring, the origins of which are found in Capital, had fateful consequences. Engels labored over diverse laws of this type for a few years, but then abandoned the whole idea. In orthodox Marxism, on the other hand, the laws were given a strong position in the catechism-like accounts that people within the Soviet bloc were compelled to read during their education. Both Engels and Marx had a great interest in what was happening within a number of natural sciences. The energy principle and organic chemistry became important to them, as did biology through Darwin. Darwin's theory of natural selection would form the foundation in natural history for their own social theory, Marx declared. But Marx and Engels approached the natural sciences in different ways. Engels chiefly wanted material for the construction of his conception of the world. Marx composed detailed excerpts from books that in one way or another would be of significance for his own life's work, constantly in progress. Most likely it was for that purpose that he became interested in the new social anthropologists. From Marx's notes, Engels later wrote a book in his own spirit. Today, it is easy to see Marx, and Engels, to a lesser extent, as a pure theoretician. This was not at all the case. Politics was and remained important, it was necessary in order to change the world. But the transition from theory to practice was not self-evident. When, in the mid-1860s, Marx once again threw himself with all his might into political life, he could not rely on the manifesto from 1848 to guide him. The world had changed, the political landscape had become different. But his own interpretation of the reality that politics was to influence was also different in many parts. It is easy to ignore this, especially as he allowed new editions and translations of the manifesto to be spread across the world without the text itself being changed. Nevertheless, it was largely with a new agenda that he got into politics. 13. Marx the politician. Karl Marx kept his roles as social researcher and politician strictly separate. Rarely is this so clear as in a letter he wrote to the English professor of history Edward Spencer Beazley in 1871. Beazley was an acquaintance of his, and additionally a man who published articles on subjects close to Marx's heart. But he was also a positivist in the style of the times, that is, a follower of the doctrines of French philosopher Auguste Comte. In his letter, Marx wrote that he himself as a party man had a thoroughly hostile attitude towards Comtism and that as a scholar, als man der Wissenschaft, he had a very low opinion of it. Beazley, however, constituted an exception. He depicted the historical turning points in the history of England and France not as a sectarian, but as a historian in the best sense. Point 1 The position of the opposites is clear, party man or scientist, sectarian or historian. Marx differentiated between research and politics. That alone is reason enough to examine his more pronounced political work during the 1860s, 70s, and 80s in a chapter by itself. Politics for Marx was not only an emanation or an application of the social theory he was developing in Capital. It was, to be sure, deeply influenced by the development of the forces of production and the struggle between capital and labor. But politics is also an arena where people's desires and fears, their ambitions and dreams, their friendship and hate find direct expression. Politics is additionally marked by institutions and factions, traditions and fads. Marx would play an important political role during several periods in his life. For a long time, it was primarily as a journalist, in his early youth with the Rheinischen and then during the revolutionary years of 1848–49 as the editor-in-chief for Neue Rheinische. That kind of activity decreased later. It is true that in his articles for the New York Daily Tribune he took up political subjects of the greatest immediate interest, but his readers were on the other side of the ocean and entirely too distant for him to directly wish to influence them. The economic crisis of 1856–57 gave him great hopes of a more thorough revolution than the one that broke out in 1848. But nothing happened. By all appearances, this very non-event played an important role in Marx's life. The euphoria from the time of the Grundrisse was gone. The clearly more limited work with Capital now began. But it had barely managed to get its outlines before Marx broke off to write his thick pamphlet Herr Voigt, which was published in December 1860. In a way, this book signifies a low point in his political life. He stood outside all political groups, and was fighting for his own honor. It is all the more surprising, then, that in 1864, at first hesitatingly and half unwillingly and then with mounting enthusiasm, he got into the work of forming the first International Workingmen's Association. He really did not have the time, the work on capital was in a hectic phase, and Engels up in Manchester was sceptical towards the association. But Marx would soon be the most important inspiration for what posterity would call the First International, which here will simply be called the International. When Engels moved to London in 1870, he too joined the leadership. Marx would get to display characteristics he is not usually associated with, namely the ability to bring conflicting wills into a common project. But it was not the first time he was a forger of compromises. He had been so back when he was editor-in-chief of Neue Rheinische Zeitung. In the International, his patience gave out only when the pugnacious Mikhail Bakunin began challenging him on the ideological plane. The feud between Marx and Bakunin would gradually split the organization. But before that, something happened that Marx did not expect. After the defeat of France by Bismarck's Prussia, an uprising broke out in Paris and the Paris Commune was declared. The intent was to continue along the radical line that the original Paris Commune had followed, above all between 1792 and 1795. The new Commune held out for 2 months, and made Marx famous as the brains behind it. He was now beloved and hated across all of Europe. But he did not have any direct relation to the Commune. On the contrary, the Commune posed an important challenge to his political thinking. Political developments in Germany played a particular role in his life. Ferdinand Lassalle was the first person there to take the initiative for a political party that could be called socialist, but the relationship between Lassalle and Marx was full of contradictions, to say the least. Gradually, another competing party with leaders who stood closer to Marx was formed. In the International, Marx nevertheless tried to keep good relations with both social democratic parties which in 1875, about a year after the dissolution of the International, came together as the Single Socialist Workers' Party of Germany, SAPD, at a conference held in the city of Gotha. Marx severely criticized the new party's platform. This criticism became one of his most influential political documents. In his later years, Marx would become fascinated by political developments in Russia. The Russian Road that Tedershanin talks about in his 1983 book Late Marx and the Russian Road, became a fateful one too. It influenced the interpretation of what happened in Russia in 1917. There are a number of more fundamental questions regarding Marx's efforts as a politician that ultimately must be asked. How did Marx mean his political proclamations to be taken? Did he issue prognoses, that is, did he make predictions about what would happen? Or did they concern rather a normative program, in which he wrote about what seemed to him to be both a possible and a desirable development? These are questions we have already touched upon in talking about the manifesto, and now they are important regarding his contribution to the work of the International as well as his commentary on the Paris Commune. Another complex of questions concerns the political ideals he developed at that time. He often spoke warmly about democracy, above all in the form of a universal right to vote. After an absence of many years, the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat turns up again in his vocabulary in connection with the Paris Commune of 1871. Do democracy and dictatorship not exclude each other? Was Marx developing a more reformist strategy before 1871? Or did he remain a revolutionary straight through? Herr Voigt. In early February 1860, Marx wrote to Engels that he was going to aim a devastating blow at Karl Voigt. The defensive does not suit our purpose. 3 Engels had no objections in his response, and thus did not advise his friend to stick to his work with capital. On the other hand, his Russian friend Nikolai Ivanovich Sasanov did. Marx reproduced a letter that Sasanov had written to him, advising him instead to continue with the admirable work as soon as possible. Point 4 But Marx did not want to hear it. He was firmly resolved to neutralize Voigt and exonerate himself from the accusations directed towards him. In his time, Karl Voigt was a famous and widely read scientist. But he was also a politician, and as such an opponent of Marx. These were no small matters Voigt had charged Marx with. He maintained that everyone who came into close contact with Herr Dr. Marx sooner or later fell into the clutches of the police. In short, Marx was a police agent. To posterity, the accusation may seem bizarre. We know that Prussian police spies were on Marx's heels back during his time in Paris. They visited him regularly in London, writing reports about his conditions at home. But they did not know that on the continent. Voigt was trying to make his accusations plausible above all through the communist trial in Cologne, the one that Marx had written so vividly about, though anonymously. Was not everyone who got into trouble there closely associated with Marx? And had Marx himself not gone free? Marx thought about bringing a lawsuit against Voigt, or more precisely against the newspaper the accusations had been reproduced in, the National Zeitung in Berlin. He wrote his petitions according to the rules of the art, but the Prussian court refused to take up his case. It was only then that he wrote his far too thick book at breakneck speed. It is a massive text with many disparate elements. There is a long letter here from the brush maker, polymath, and socialist newspaper editor Johann Philipp Becker, who said he knew Voigt personally, but not Marx. Becker unhesitatingly took sides with Marx, expressing his dismay over the frivolous and unscrupulous manner in which Voigt has entered the lists on this occasion. 5. Marx also provides a small history of the Bund der Kommunisten, emphasizing that he had kept out of all political associations since the Bund had dissolved. His only efforts had consisted of holding free lectures in the German Workers' Association in London. On the 20th anniversary of the association, the 80 members present had unanimously decided to reject Voigt's slander. 6. Marx wanted to get his book, or pamphlet, as he called it in his correspondence with Engels, out quickly and decided to publish it in London with Albert Pech, a German publisher in exile. Engels warned in the most resolute terms against hiring an exile publisher. A book like that would go nowhere. But Marx was firm, and Herr Voigt joined the ranks of his writings that remained largely unread both in his time and in posterity. As regards Herr Voigt in particular, one can scarcely feel sorry about the obscurity. The indignation it expresses is understandable. But nearly 300 pages of rather spontaneous text? Hardly so. 7. Marx quickly moved on to more productive undertakings. He left Herr Voigt behind him. He would reap one triumph from it, however, a decade later. In his book, he had leveled a counter-accusation, claiming that Voigt was a paid agent for Napoleon III. When the emperor fell and his archive was opened, it turned out that a certain Voigt was found on the list of imperial payments. It was almost impossible that the name could refer to anyone other than Karl Voigt. 8. The International. In the substantial literature on Marx, there are numerous monographs on his political thought and political activity. A well-known example is Israeli political scientist Shlomo Avinri's 1968 work The Social and Political Thought of Karl Marx, in which the author asserts that there is a tension in Marx's writings between his conviction about an immediately impending revolution and the better-grounded idea that history is a longer process in which, for example, fully developed free trade is a precondition for the transition to a socialist society. 9. Doubtless the most well-balanced modern monograph on Marx the politician is Wolfgang Schieder's 1991 work Karl Marx als Politiker. In it, Schieder points out that in his time, Marx was chiefly known for his political efforts. Posterity may read him for the sake of Capital, the Grundrisse, or the youthful manuscripts. That same posterity also tends to see what he did in 1848–49 or in the International as the outflow of his social theories. In the Soviet tradition this was officially so, but the determined opponents of everything he did and stood for also agreed. In his own time, however, Marx was almost exclusively known as a politician. It is true that his efforts were limited to two periods. Schieder talks about the years 1847–52 and 1864–72. He was nevertheless politically more active than any other political thinker in the 19th century. 10. His most important efforts concerned the International Workingmen's Association. His first reaction to the invitations he received to the Constituent Assembly was hesitant. In Herr Voigt, he had stressed that he had kept himself out of politics for several years. When a Frenchman by the name of Victor Lebes encouraged him to participate, he did not react to it. It was only when the English Union leader William Randall Cremer contacted him that he yielded. He described the course of events itself in a letter to Engels. Cremer wanted to have a few Germans there. Marx proposed his friend, the tailor Johann Georg Ecarius, but also slipped into the constituent meeting himself in a non-speaking capacity. He knew that this time, significant people were involved in the new project. That is why he could break his usual standing rule to decline such invitations. 11. Even if Marx had been politically inactive for several years, the idea of a grander project was not unfamiliar at the time. A letter to his old friend, the poet Ferdinand Freiligrath, from 1860 testifies to this. The Communist League was precisely nothing, one association among 100 others, he said. The aim had to be set on a party in the broad historical sense. 12. Party formations in the modern European sense did not yet exist at the time. Their start in fact took place with various social democratic and socialist parties, but Marx was not directly involved in their creation. What peradventure were called parties had up to then been more or less temporary fighting or collaborative organizations, or quite simply voting communities in decision-making conventions. Often, people spoke about associations rather than parties. But Marx obviously had something grander in mind in his letter to Freiligrath. The truly historical party is rooted in the class. In comparison with that, the Communist League was only an episode. According to Marx, it is the social development of the class that is the fundamental precondition for it to be able to manifest itself as a political party in a deeper sense. The working class must thus have achieved both sufficient proportions and internal stability before it can support a powerful political party. This was a magnificent concept of the party. Marx also had to put up with the fact that people often spoke about Die Partei Marx, the Marx Party. The concept was born during the Cologne trials back in 1852, when Marx's closest followers were on trial. It then hung on more as a designation for those who completely embraced his theories than the name of a concrete political party. He often acted in a way that could provide reason for such a term. He distinguished sharply between those who were faithful to him or not. 13. As we have seen, Marx was careful in his own political activity to point out that the liberation of the working class must be its own work. But with the Marx Party, the idea that Marx and his followers would direct the struggle for liberation was a natural one. With its careful division of followers and dissenters, he made it easier for such an understanding. From the beginning, the International was a British and French idea. Napoleon III had given permission for a delegation of French working-class leaders to travel to London to meet a number of Union leaders. The French and the British wanted to find a form for lasting and profound collaboration between worker organizations of various types. Representatives from several other countries, most of them refugees in London like Marx, were also important. 14. The International was thus to be a collaborative body. A central committee was formed, consisting of 20 English, 10 German, 9 French, 6 Italian, 2 Polish, and 2 Swiss workers. Marx was one of the members, and he was also elected to a subcommittee that would propose a manifesto and regulations. The self-evident center of the work was London, but the annual congresses would be held in other locations. From the very beginning, Marx was tolerant in his assessment of the men he met in his work with the International. He described the leader of the French delegation, Henry Louis Tolaine, in his letter to Engels as a thoroughly nice fellow. Sehr netter Karl, and the other French members were also characterized as nice. 15 It is then revealed that Tolaine was a follower of Proudhon, whom Marx usually commented so negatively on. Even the others stood quite far from Marx in their opinions. Incidentally, Marx was rather unknown, in some cases, forgotten, in France at that time. The British knew more about him but also had other aims than he did. A few were old Chartists, others followers of Owen's ideas regarding an ideal society. Marx missed several of the program committee meetings. But when he got to see a proposal he found objectionable, he acted resolutely and invited the key people home for a visit. After a sound mangling that lasted till 1 o'clock in the morning, they reached an agreement on the rules for the International. After that, Marx wrote an address to the working classes, as they were still called, on his own initiative, trimming down the number of rules. His proposals were accepted, with some interesting and significant amendments. Along with the rules he suggested, Marx's proposals, which came to be called the inaugural address, comprise some of the most important political documents in his hand. There is thus good reason to dwell upon them. The address. The text Marx presented to his newfound friends is a rhetorical masterwork of barely 10 pages. First, the author depicted the contradictory development between 1848 and 1864, that is, between the years of revolution that were also the moments of the manifesto. What a fantastic development of industry and commerce there had been. The words vibrate with the author's own enthusiasm in the face of the wonders of technology, the enormous feats of machinery, and the ability of world commerce to make neighbors of distant continents. 16. And all at the same time. At the hub of this development, in Great Britain, countless workers were suffering from destitution. Objective reports testified to poverty, malnutrition, and misery. In 1864, during the millennium of free trade, it turned out that craftsmen in London were eating worse than the poorest agricultural workers. For someone preaching a fool's paradise not purely out of self-interest, it was clear that no improvement of machinery, no appliance of science to production, no contrivances of communication, no new colonies, no emigration, no opening of markets, no free trade, nor all these things put together, will do away with the miseries of the industrial masses. Quite the contrary, the development of the productive forces of labor would lead to deepening social rifts. So far, the picture is unambiguous, and it is the same picture as the one in the manifesto. The overabundance of capitalism was producing the poverty of the workers. Ricardo's iron law of wages applied. But the dialectical turn of the article comes right at this point. A ray of light breaks in. Positive things happened between 1848 and 1864. The first was the implementation of the 10-hour workday. The demand met with bitter opposition from the middle class. Marx uses that precise term, middle class, that is, not bourgeoisie as he did in 1848, and not capitalist as he often otherwise did during the 1860s and 1870s. This is certainly not by accident. The term can also include important parts of the petty bourgeoisie, of the smaller tradesman type. The spokesman for this middle class, André Seur, Nassau W. Sr., and others, proclaimed that the 10-hour workday would sound the death knell of British industry. But now the legislation was in force, and the wheels were spinning faster than ever. The other positive change that Marx placed even greater importance on was the cooperative movement, which constituted a grand experiment whose value could not be overestimated. If the workers themselves owned and ran their factories, not only slave labor but also wage labor would disappear and be replaced by associated labor where each and every one toiled with a willing hand, a ready mind, and a joyous heart. 17. But as long as the cooperative movement is reduced to its own forces, it cannot keep step with the formation of private monopolies. Intelligent supervisors had shown this back in the 1850s. To succeed, the movement had to develop on a national scale. But both landowners and capitalists were trying to put obstacles in the path of such a development. It was therefore the great duty of the working class to conquer political power. The workers had natural strength in their numbers, but the strength only becomes effective if the many individuals collaborate and at the same time are guided by knowledge. Previous experience showed how badly it could go if the bond of brotherhood uniting workers from different countries was held in contempt. Marx concluded with the same slogan as the manifesto, "Proletarians of all countries, unite." There are several things to dwell upon in this text. The importance attached to the union struggle is greater here than in anything else he had written up to that point. The struggle over the length of the working day returns in Capital, the first volume of which was first published in 1867. But in the inaugural address, its significance is programmatically emphasized. At the same time, he emphasized that it was thanks to the legislation that the shortened working day could be pushed through. This line of thinking returns in regards to the cooperative movement. Only on a national scale would it be able to outdistance privately owned businesses. For that, the workers' collective political activity was required. One of the key words of the text is association. The word is a central concept in 19th century political thinking. The opposite was the compulsory communities that individuals were incorporated into, regardless of their wishes. The traditional family was one such, marriage was in principle indissoluble, and children were bound to the parents until the age of adulthood. The idea of the association was also incompatible with the constraint of the guilds, with village communities, and with forced affiliation to the church. Serfdom and slavery constituted the absolute opposites. In the association, both liberals and socialists found a key to a new and better society. The early socialists went further. People should have the right to construct their own societies from the bottom up. Adventurous groups left the Europe of compulsion to build a phalansteer in the style of Fourier, or an Icaria as Cabet outlined it, somewhere in America. It should be free to each person to join the collective, or to leave it. The International itself was an association, the International Workingmen's Association. Free adherence was a fundamental principle. If someone did not feel at home in the organization, they only had to leave it. The principles of military cadres were foreign to it. And now, Marx had written in the founding document itself that the labor of the future would be organized in accordance with the principle of association. Gone are the individual owners, the capitalists, who purchase labor time from the worker, whose only choice is starvation or toil for someone else's profit. In the cooperative, it is, as the word implies, cooperation that is the essential thing, cooperation among equals. 18. The text contains nothing more than a faint outline. What is written there can appeal to anarchists to a great degree. The only difference is that Marx says that the association of the workers, and thereby the victory of the producers' cooperative, must occur on a national scale, which is the same thing as saying that the state must be used as a means of force. The difference between Marx's solution and Bakunin's would soon have fateful consequences for the future of the International. There is yet another element in the inaugural address that requires commentary. Marx wrote that the workers could only conquer political power in cooperation with each other, and if they are guided by knowledge. He thus in all likelihood has in mind a social theory that also provides guidelines for political action. This is the very thing he had in readiness, and it is what made him feel he was suited to write the address. But what is important is that he did not say that the workers should be guided by those who possess knowledge. He was, as we have seen, very consistent on this point. At the same time, there is a problem. Marx would be extremely active in the work of the International the whole time. He provided criticism and advice, and was, as always, prone to polemics. He strongly, sometimes ruthlessly, opposed strategies that clearly deviated from his own. The tone and the inaugural address, on the other hand, is mild and conciliatory. Here, Marx was not a man of conflict, but of cooperation. An absence on one point can be noted in his text, just as in his later contributions to the meetings of the International. He used the traditional word brotherhood for international solidarity among workers. This is the old term from the French Revolution, indirectly, in fact, from early Christianity. The International would otherwise signify the breakthrough of the newer word solidarity. Above all, it was Johann Philipp Becker who was the successful driving force here. Solidarity, he said, was Brüderlichkeit der Tat, the brotherhood of action, that should not be confused with the bourgeois Brüderlichkeit der Phrasen, the brotherhood of phrases. 19 It is unlikely that Marx would have anything to object to with the word solidarity. but it would not be part of his normal vocabulary. Closely linked to the inaugural address are the provisional statutes for the International, of which Marx was in all essentials the author. The main ideas are the same as those in the former text. The workers themselves will lead their struggle for liberation. The goal is to abolish class rule. This requires the workers' economic liberation from a subjugation that constitutes the foundation of all social misery, mental degradation, and political dependence. Liberation is neither a local nor a national task, but implies a social transformation that has to embrace all countries. This in turn requires concurrence, practical and theoretical, of the most advanced countries. Marx also said that the workers' movement had again begun to be a tangible force in the industrial countries of Europe, and arouse both hope and the memory of earlier mistakes. The International Workingmen's Association had assembled in London to fulfill these hopes and to frustrate these fears. The document concludes with 10 points that constitute the actual statutes. In the original proposal that Marx worked up, there were 40 such points, but he let the red pencil pass over most of them. It was established that the first conference would be held in Belgium, and that it would be populated by delegates of the workers' associations that had joined in the meantime. Further, it was said that the Central Committee would have its seat in London, serving as a node between the organized workers of various countries, informing itself of their situations, and taking up issues of common interest, including conflicts and controversies. Finally, it was emphasized that although the International served fraternal cooperation, the various workingmen's societies that had joined would retain their existing organization. Point 20. Marx was satisfied with his efforts, as indicated by the letter to Engels that has already been discussed. His proposals were approved by the subcommittee he was a part of. He acknowledged that he was forced to make certain additions. Before the 10 points, he had to include 2 sentences on duties and rights, and another about truth, morality, and justice. But, he added reassuringly, they are so placed that they can do no harm. Point 21. It is easy to find the sentences Marx referred to. It says that the International and all the associations linked to it fight for truth, justice, and morals both in their mutual relations and in encounters with all other people without regard to skin color, faith, or nationality. Further on, it is established that rights and obligations hang together, duties are inevitably part of the rights and vice versa. Marx's aversion to such declarations did not mean that he disliked the ideals expressed in and through them. He maintained, on the other hand, that they were ineffectual in class society, and that additionally they could lead people into a false understanding that freedom had already been won when lofty words of this type were proclaimed as the guiding star of the state without anything being done about the oppression of workers and thus the greatest injustice in society. It is only through a social revolution that justice, which is not only empty talk, can be won. In his response, Engels expressed his joy over Marx again coming in contact with people of this type. But he was pessimistic regarding the future of the International. It would surely be split very soon between those who are bourgeois in the thinking and those who are proletarian as soon as their positions were clarified, he said. In the German original, he used the pair of opposites theoretisch bürgerlich, theoretically bourgeois, and theoretisch proletarisk, theoretically proletarian. Point 22. Marx tried to reassure his friend. The matter was not so complicated when it had to do only with workers. The only literary man, or intellectual, as it might be said today, in the society was the Englishman Peter Fox, a writer and agitator, and he had written an appreciative note about the address to Marx. It is obvious that the International had already become a matter very dear to Marx's heart. For the sake of the organization, he was willing to shelve old conflicts. Here he met pupils of Proudhon, whose doctrine he had fought so persistently for many years. Others believed, like Louis Auguste Blanqui, that a revolution could best be realized if a group of enlightened and single-minded revolutionaries carried out a putsch, a coup, in the hopes that the masses would soon follow in revolutionary frenzy. Marx had dismissed Blanqui as bourgeois, a strong word in his mouth, see above, p. 320, but he was now ready to cooperate with the bourgeois adepts. Even more remarkable was that he could get on with Italians who followed in the footsteps of Giuseppe Mazzini, and thus the radical nationalistic movement La Giovine Italia, Young Italy. Marx could appreciate the Italians' rhetorical ability, but strove for an entirely different type of society than Mazzini. Their personal encounters in London had not turned out well. But now Marx rejoiced over Mazzini's followers signing the texts. His satisfied comment is a hodgepodge sentence typical of his correspondence with Engels: Mazzini is rather disgusted, das sein Lutmieten terzeichnen, mais il faut faire bon mine à mauvais jeu. Mazzini is rather disgusted that his people are among the signatories, but one has to grin and bear it. Point 23. Value, price, and profit. After his initial successes, Marx became a diligent writer in the name of the International. He wrote to Abraham Lincoln with an eloquent assurance of support from the workers in the war against the slave owners. When Lincoln was assassinated, he authored a letter of condolence to Lincoln's successor Andrew Johnson, also promising wholehearted support from the International. Point 24. He also wrote a number of other, smaller things. But his most important contribution during the first period of the International was a few lectures he held for the other members of the Central Committee. The background was that another member of the Central Committee, John Weston, a carpenter and follower of legendary socialist Richard Owen, made claims in the Beehive, a trade union weekly, that the union's struggle for pay increases was futile, and was in fact detrimental to the workers' cause. Marx offered to take up the subject in a few lectures. They must have been immensely entertaining. On 2 occasions, Marx lectured from the manuscript that contains just over 70 pages in the Swedish translation. But Marx was in his element. It is once more a brilliant text. It is also marked by a mild and conciliatory tone. Weston, the subject of the criticism, is called Citizen Weston in the lecture. It is the French revolutionary form of address, citoyen, that was still being used in the International, and is treated in an extremely considerate manner. In many respects, the lecture can be seen as a summary of essential lines of thought in the first volume of Capital. The distinction between concrete labor and labor power is clearly laid out. Perhaps in consideration of his many British listeners, Marx names Thomas Hobbes as the pioneer of the concept of labor power in an entirely different way than in Capital, where the Englishman is only found in a footnote. Marx emphasized the statement that a person is worth the price as would be given for the use of his power. In Capital, Marx had problems laying out the relationship between exchange value and price. In the second edition, he solved it through a clear distinction between value and exchange value, fixing the latter as equal to price. In the lecture, he manages the same difficulty with the sentence, price, taken by itself, is nothing but the monetary expression of value. As he did in Capital, he got onto the subject of original, primitive, accumulation. It should actually be called original expropriation, he said here. What was actually happening was that the link between the workers and their tools was being severed. It was an idea he had been faithful to ever since the manuscripts 20 years earlier. Profit is the unpaid labor that fattens both the landowner and the capitalist. Marx views the collective struggle of the workers for pay increases and shorter work times in the light of this fundamental injustice. The workers were only trying to set limits to their exploitation by capital. The other side always has a counter-maneuver. Shorter work time is met by increased work tempo. The successful campaign for a 10-hour workday had 2 conditions. The first was the unceasing resistance of the workers, the other was the legislation. Marx did not even mention Parliament, the institution responsible for the legislation. Trade unions, he continued, work well as resistance against the autocratic ways of capital. But the goal is clear: abolition of the wages system. The presentation concluded without more detailed information on how this goal was to be achieved. Perhaps the reason was that Marx knew that his listeners were divided on the point. But perhaps he considered that he had already said enough on the subject in the address. He had already achieved what he wanted to with the lecture, namely to outline his own theory and clarify his understanding of the task and significance of the trade unions. Point 25. The lecture turns up a few times in the correspondence between Marx and Engels. In an initial letter, Marx wrote that he was struggling with differential calculus, but also mentioned Weston's article in the Beehive, which had received support from another Englishman on the Central Committee. People were of course waiting for him to respond, Marx said, but for him writing more of my book was more important. That was what Engels wanted to hear. But barely a month later Marx had nonetheless held the first part of the lecture, and the second part was waiting only a few days later. In the first part, he had responded to Weston's foolishness, Blodson, he said, whereas the second part was a theoretical exposition. It is striking how differently Marx spoke about Weston in his lecture and in his letter. In the lecture, his tone towards the carpenter was friendly and considerate. In the letter to Engels, Weston's ideas are mentioned only with contempt. But the letters between Marx and Engels are often like that, two rascals nonchalantly throwing insults about. The most important thing in the letter was something else: people wanted to print his lecture. Marx was hesitant. On the one hand, he would come into contact with people such as John Stuart Mill and Edward Spencer Beazley. On the other hand, the presentation, which was relatively popular, anticipated many of the new things his book contained. Was it advisable to publicize the results of his research this way? He appealed to Engels's more dissociated judgment. Point 26. Engels's response was a resolute no. Marx would reap no laurels in a polemic with Mr. Weston, and it would certainly not make a good debut in English economic literature. No, Marx should complete his book, and if he was not finished with it by September 1, he would owe Engels 12 bottles of wine. This was written on July 15. Point 27. We do not know what happened with the bottles of wine. Capital, at least, was not ready by the appointed date. On the other hand, it can be said with certainty that Engels's advice was extraordinarily unwise. Had Marx's lectures been printed, it would have meant an easily accessible introduction to his theories in English. All the willing readers who had difficulty penetrating Capital would have avoided the detour through Engels's later writings and would have been able to go to Marx himself. Weston would perhaps have been given a more central role than his ideas in the Beehive deserved, but what of it? For a workers' movement, it can hardly be a disadvantage that a carpenter gets attention. But Engels imagined an entirely different setting for Capital. It was a scientific work among scientific works. It should be given an honored place in the scientific world, reviewed with respect even by its opponents, quoted, castigated, applauded, that is, the way it happened in the German academic world, which was earlier than the English and the French in assuming this modern form. What Engels did not realize was that this German academic world on principle only reckoned with those who had a professor's chair, preferably at a respected university, or at least were lecturers in a promising academic career. There was a merciless boundary between those who were inside and those who were outside, and Karl Marx found himself irretrievably outside. His academic credentials were worthless in this context. Marx viewed the matter no differently. Capital was to be regarded as a scientific dissertation. The bridge to the common reader would be built later. The bridge building he himself was busy with in the International could verbally reach the members of the Central Committee, but not the general public, not yet. Marx's daughter Eleanor finally allowed the manuscript of both lectures to be published in 1898. There is a small note in Marx's letter that deserves a moment's reflection. By publishing the lecture texts, he would come into contact with John Stuart Mill and Edward Spencer Beazley, he wrote. We know that a few years later he actually made Beazley's acquaintance, see above, p. 527. On the other hand, he never did with John Stuart Mill. In his eyes, Beazley was an outstanding historian, despite his positivist points of departure. But Mill? Marx commented negatively, often condescendingly, about Mill as an economist quite consistently. Unlike Smith and Ricardo, Mill did not acknowledge the internal contradictions of capitalism. But was there something else that tempted Marx into making Mill's acquaintance? Something in Mill's hesitation between capitalism and socialism? Or his ideas on political freedom? Or did Marx simply want Mill to be informed about the theory that supported capital? We will never know. Point 28. Bakunin and Marx. In the substantial letter to Engels where Marx reports on his early efforts for the International, he mentioned in passing that he had received a visit from Bakunin. Bakunin was an old acquaintance. The relationship between them had varied, but was mostly tense. Now it sounded entirely different. I must say I liked him very much, more so than previously, Marx wrote. Point 29. The sympathies turned out to be short-lived, however. In the battle that would ultimately tear the International to pieces, Marx and Bakunin would be the foremost combatants. Over the years, Marx had been able to put up with the disciples of Proudhon and of Blanqui. He had endured the occasional Chartist or Owenite, and even the occasional follower of Mazzini who was willing to compromise. But with Bakunin in the organization, this was impossible. Bakunin had lived a singularly dramatic and adventurous life after the revolutionary years of 1848–49. Imprisoned by the Tsar's police, he had been sentenced to death and pardoned, not once but twice. Instead, he was exiled to districts in Siberia that were considered escape-proof. But escape Bakunin did, living on berries and roots, and finding his way at last to the northeast coast of Russia. From there, he took a boat via Japan to the west coast of the United States, crossed the American continent, and turned up in London in 1861. It is no wonder that he was seen as a hero in many camps, especially among liberals. During a visit to Sweden, a large banquet in his honor was arranged in Stockholm, and August Blanche, at that time an extremely celebrated author in the country, gave a captivating speech for him. Marx did not have much that could compete with Bakunin's adventures. And now the great Russian was ready for new revolutions. He worked untiringly to stir up the people against everything to do with power and authority. Point 30. Bakunin stayed out of the International for several years. But Marx had his eye on him. The Russian was eager to build up his base of power. Mr. Bakunin, in the background of his business, is condescendent enough to wish to take the workers' movement under Russian leadership, Marx wrote in a letter to Engels at the end of 1868. But only a few days later, he received a letter from Bakunin professing his friendship and his support for Marx's fundamental ideas. 31 On that question, however, things were less stable. Bakunin created the Alliance de la Démocratie Socialiste, Alliance for Social Democracy, that he linked to the International. Not without reason, Marx perceived the alliance as a Trojan horse with which Bakunin intended to conquer the International from within. To his consternation, one of his warmest promoters in Switzerland, Johann Philipp Becker, also turned out to have a weakness for Bakunin. Simply put, Becker was trying to combine Marx with Bakunin, something that was not easily done. Becker himself soon realized this, and broke with Bakunin. 32. Marx took action, with the Central Committee in London at his back. This was already his habit. He had become the Central Committee's most important spokesperson. According to Wolfgang Schieder's calculation, Marx wrote more than 50 documents totaling 200 pages over the years up to 1872. One of the most important official documents by his hand was the decision of the Central Committee on Bakunin's alliance. It said that the alliance was acting simultaneously outside and inside the International, in a paradoxical manner. It was to have its own Central Committee in Geneva alongside the Central Committee of the International in London. The result would inevitably be a split and factional battles, and internationalism would give ground to nationalism. The adherence of the alliance to the International was therefore declared null and void. 33. But Bakunin did not give up so easily. He turned up at the Congress in Basel in 1869. Marx was not there. He did not generally travel to the annual congresses. He did not have enough money, nor did he want to divide his time. Nevertheless, the crucial decisions were made in the Central Committee. He came in person only to the final, dramatic 1872 Congress in The Hague in order to fight the decisive battle with Bakunin. Bakunin had already reaped successes back in Basel. Among other things, he got a majority of the participants to support the demand to abolish the right of inheritance. This was actually what Marx had written back in the manifesto, despite Engels being satisfied with heavy taxation in the proposal, the Catechism, that formed the basis for the final text. What was the reason that Marx did not welcome Bakunin's initiative? Inheritance, as we know, had played an important role for his own finances. In an article in Becker's periodical Der Vorbote, which Marx also wrote in the name of the Central Committee, he raised up the question of the right of inheritance to a level of principle. The issue of inheritance was part of the legal superstructure, and could not be regarded as a principal question. By doing so, cause and effect were being confused. As long as the private ownership of the means of production remained, the right of inheritance was a natural consequence. Removing it without doing something about the fundamental conditions of ownership would be ineffective. Until then, people could work for things such as taxation of inheritance. The article indicates that Marx himself had changed his understanding as his social theory developed from the manifesto to the first volume of Capital. 34 But this issue was in no way crucial for the continued fate of the International. It got worse when, during the autumn, Bakunin started attacking the Central Committee in London in a few articles, above all in his own periodical Illegalite. He said that the Central Committee was not meeting the requirements of the statutes to carry out the decisions of the Congress. Marx wrote the Central Committee's response. His words were still marked by the conciliatory spirit that characterized almost everything he had written in the name of the International up to that point. But the response was essentially sharp. There was nothing in the statutes that said that the Central Committee was obligated to engage in polemics with Illegalite or other newspapers. They were only responding to contributions from the Regional Council in the French-speaking region of Switzerland. But nothing would be publicized from either one side or the other. Bakunin and his followers were deeply dissatisfied with the dominant role that London, and Great Britain in general, had in the International. Marx responded that the Central Committee was in the happy situation of holding the lever of proletarian revolution in its hand. The English had all the necessary material conditions for a social revolution at their disposal. What was missing was just the ability to see the situation in broad outline, l'esprit généralisateur, and revolutionary passion, la passion révolutionnaire. It was the business of the Central Committee to help bring out both the one and the other. He went on, our significance is especially vouched for by the leading newspapers in the country that represent the opposite interests, to say nothing of those who support our cause. But to succeed, it is important that we really act as a Central Committee. Diverse other organizations cannot then act as independent units. Marx accused his opponents of a naive understanding of the relationship between social and political movements. The statutes said clearly that the main question was the economic liberation of the workers, to which the political movement relates as a means. Unfortunately, the phrase as a means was left out of the French translation, something that had to do with the differences of opinion in the French section. It can be noted that in the letter, Marx did not respond directly to Bakunin's main accusation that the decision of the Congress on the right of inheritance had not been implemented by the Central Committee. It is easy to conclude that the silence was due to Marx believing that the decision of the Congress was against the International's fundamental thesis on the relationship between social and political conditions. As we know, this is precisely what he had emphasized in the article in Der Vorbote. 35. The conflict between Bakunin and the Marx Party entered a new phase when war between France and Prussia broke out in July 1870. At the outbreak of war, Marx was unhesitatingly on the side of the Prussians. A Prussian victory would mean the end of the hateful regime of Napoleon III. At the request of the Central Committee, he wrote an initial address in which he spoke for the entire International. Napoleon III, or Louis Bonaparte, as Marx called him throughout, was a sworn enemy of the International, alleging that it was an underground organization with plans to murder the emperor himself. It was a bizarre misjudgment, Terror and assassination was not the path the International wanted to take. On the other hand, the organization insistently encouraged its members to vote no in Bonaparte's constant referendums. Bonaparte depended on support from the rural masses in the countryside, and got it. His support was weak in the cities, and weakest in Paris. In the referendum of May 1870 that indirectly opened the way for war with Prussia, 5 of every 6 votes were yes to the emperor. But in Paris, 139,538 votes were on his side and 184,236 were against him. 36. The address that Marx authored as soon as war broke out starts with a quote from the inaugural address itself on the significance of international collaboration among workers, especially to counteract war. It is therefore no wonder, he continued, that Louis Bonaparte hated the International and made it the subject of various senseless accusations. The plotting for war now underway was simply an improved version of the coup that brought Bonaparte to power. For the time being, Prussia was fighting a war of defense. But Prussia was also an accessory to a conspiracy against Louis Bonaparte. This concerned succession to the Spanish throne. And who knew when the Prussians' appetite would be satisfied? If Bismarck turned it into a war of aggression, the workers in Germany would turn against the enterprise. Finally, Marx, and through him the entire International, held out the prospect of the alliance between workers one day putting an end to all war. A new society would arise, in which peace would prevail and labor would be the common affair of all. 37. It was this beautiful horizon that the workers' movement worked towards up until the First World War. Marx's address was disseminated in newspapers and flyers in many languages. But in 1914 there were few who remembered the message. Nearly everyone was gripped by the martial frenzy that would cost 9 million people their lives. The Franco-Prussian War was, of course, also discussed in Marx's and Engels's correspondence. Their words there are just as roguishly nonchalant as they usually are. But there was seriousness, and hope as well, under the jargon. Both hoped that Louis Bonaparte would lose quickly. The Prussians were not only militarily stronger, German workers were also superior to the French both in theory and organization, Marx said. Its predominance over the French on the international stage would also mean the predominance of our party over Proudhon's, etc. 38. Engels was not in disagreement. But he had a completely different interest in the course of the war itself than his friend did. He had become a real expert in military enterprises through his training and his own experiences, and he published a long series of articles in the evening newspaper Pall Mall Gazette that attracted a great deal of attention. In them, he could quickly inform his readers that the plans of Napoleon III to cross the Rhine and then go carefree all the way to Berlin were entirely unrealistic. It was instead the German troops who would be able to advance. Engels admired the German Count Moltke and his strategic capability. According to Engels, the 70-year-old Moltke was youthfully energetic and could lead the Germans to a quick victory. By September 2, just over a month after the outbreak of war, the French army was crushed at the Battle of Sedan. The emperor was captured, and the French government proclaimed the Third Republic. But the war was not finished. A new French army was set on its feet. This turned out, however, to be just as incapable as the previous one of effective resistance, and during the autumn and winter the German troops advanced towards Paris. Engels and Marx could now see that what had initially seemed as a war of defense had indeed developed into a large-scale war of conquest. Paris would be open to the German troops, Alsace and Lorraine would become Elsass and Lothringen, incorporated into the new German Reich which, fittingly, would be proclaimed in Versailles, where King Wilhelm would simultaneously be crowned Emperor Wilhelm I. In fact, it was above all the arch-conservative Otto von Bismarck who thus drastically expanded his powers. 39. Unrest and confusion prevailed in France. The government capitulated, but parts of the army refused to accept the surrender, and revolts broke out in several cities. Marx's attitude towards the events was split. He was definitely against an anarchistic coup that would lead to spontaneous formation of local governments. He wrote in a letter to Engels only a few days after the Battle of Sedan that one of his faithful followers, Auguste Serraillier, was on the way to Paris to see to it that the French division of the International did not commit all sorts of follies there in the name of the International. The plans were namely to bring down the provisional government, establish a Commune de Paris and other similar things. 40. In the name of the Central Committee, he laid down similar thoughts in a second address on the Franco-Prussian War. It is a highly complex document of almost 10 pages. A longer exposition on the military and strategic consequences of the German conquest of Alsace and Lorraine was based directly on material Engels had sent him. A passage on the ideal attitude of the German workers, peace, and no war of conquest, is certainly his own. The same applies to the most important parts of the address, on the French situation. In itself, the provisional government promised nothing good. It was an unsightly mix of followers of the former royal house of Orleans, which King Louis Philippe had belonged to, and typical bourgeois republicans. The working class had been put into a difficult situation. Any attempt at upsetting the new government in the present crisis, when the enemy is almost knocking at the doors of Paris, would be a desperate folly. The French workmen must perform their duties as citizens, but, at the same time, they must not allow themselves to be deluded by the national souvenirs of 1792. 41. 1792 was the year of the Paris Commune. Marx's warning, which the entire Central Committee stood behind, could not have been more unequivocal: no Paris Commune. But however plain his words may have been, he was nonetheless more uncertain in the face of what was actually happening in France. This can be seen in a letter that he wrote just over a month later to his newfound friend, the positivist historian Edward Spencer Beasley. In it, Marx said that a revolutionary commune had been proclaimed in Lyon by a coalition of workers linked to the International and radical bourgeois republicans. But the asses, Bakunin and Closiret, arrived at Lyons and spoiled everything. Belonging both to the International, they had, unfortunately, influence enough to mislead our friends. The Hôtel de Ville was seized, for a short time, and the most foolish decrees on the abolition de l'État and similar nonsense were issued. People's sympathies immediately shifted, and nothing came of the Commune. Marx was describing the events at a distance, and probably according to information from some of his sympathizers. By all appearances, the anarchistic elements were stronger from the beginning than his words hinted at. Incidentally, Bakunin's fellow thinker Gustave Paul Closiret was a battle-scarred military man with experiences from both Garibaldi's War of Liberation in Italy and the American Civil War. But Marx dismissed him as a fool and a coward. 42. The main thing in his reaction was nonetheless that he did not condemn the attempt itself to establish a commune, but only the approach. In other words, his attitude was extremely flexible. Before revolutionary communes were established, he warned against them. Once they had been proclaimed, however, he supported them in principle but could criticize their direction. In this light, his reactions to the Paris Commune are understandable. The Paris Commune of 1871. The history of the Paris Commune is a short one. It was proclaimed on March 18, 1871, and was crushed 2 months later during La Semaine Sanglante, Bloody Week, from 22 to 29 May. It aroused loathing and enthusiasm. It had its own song, Le Temps de Cerises, Cherry Season, and has been the subject of an enormous amount of literature. 43 The first person to write its history had himself been part of it, and had avoided by a hair's breadth the fate that met at least 20,000 men and women during the horrible massacre in May. His name was Prosper Olivier Lissaguret, and his 1876 book was called Histoire de la Commune de Paris de 1871, History of the Paris Commune of 1871. Like many other survivors, Lissaguret fled to London, where he came into contact with Marx, who helped him with his book. Even more important was the encounter with Eleanor Marx, the youngest daughter. Prosper Olivier and Eleanor became a couple, despite Jenny's and Karl's opposition. but their passion withered after a few years, and Eleanor broke off the engagement. Lasagare's book on the Commune, on the other hand, has the freshness that eyewitness depictions can provide. It is also built on interviews with others who survived the bloodbath, additionally providing a decent overview over the chaotic course of events. 44. Only two works from the later literature will be pointed out. The first is a splendid volume for which Jean Bruhait had primary responsibility, but also the help of a number of colleagues. Bruhait was both a historian, educated at the École Normale Supérieure, and an active communist who broke with the French Communist Party as a result of the May 1968 unrest in Paris. La Commune de 1871, the Paris Commune, the second edition of which was published in 1970, is marked by the spirit of the times but is also an ambitious work, with documentation equally as rich as the illustrations. In the eyes of Bruhait and his assistants, the Paris Commune was one revolution in a series of revolutions pointing towards Russia and 1917. Lenin's comments in State and Revolution, that the Paris Commune was the first attempt of the proletariat to crush the bourgeois state, are respectfully reproduced. 45. The second work that should be mentioned is André Zeller's 1969 book Les Hommes de la Commune, The Men of the Commune. Zeller was one of France's highest military men in 1961, when together with three other generals he staged a coup against President Charles de Gaulle with the intent of keeping Algeria French. The coup was defeated, and Zeller and his colleagues were sentenced to prison. Zeller was freed in 1966, and then devoted himself to completing an extremely knowledgeable 450-page book on the Commune. It could be expected that his understanding would be the direct opposite of Bruhait's, and that he would thus see the Commune as a lower-class uprising directed against the legitimate holders of power. But it is not. It is a lively, empathetic description of people trying to create their own spontaneous order in a chaotic and desperate situation. The title is odd. Women played a more conspicuous role in the Paris Commune than in any previous uprising. Many of the furious press condemnations of the short-lived regime dealt with women. Zeller in fact also mentions a few women, above all the young Russian follower of Marx Elizabeth Dmitriev, who at the age of 19 turned up at the Marx family home and won everyone's confidence. She was additionally one of the founders of the Russian section of the International, and during the Commune she played a central role in the Union de Femmes that organized women from various parts of Paris for the purpose of strengthening the Commune and giving women a central place in it. Old General Zeller had one main criticism of the Commune: it lacked leaders. There was neither a Lenin nor a Trotsky, he argued. It is easy to agree with him that the Commune was odd in the respect that it is difficult to even discern a group of leaders. So many names parade by in the records. In Bruhait's major work, the number of pictures of faces is almost stunning. Zeller, at least, had a favorite, Louis Rossel. He was a gifted young officer who refused to accept the French capitulation. This was primarily why he joined the leading group of the Commune, known as the Communards. At the age of 22, he served as their military leader for 11 days. But problems soon arose, most likely through infiltrations from the enemy's side, and chaos broke out. Rossel refused to shoot any alleged traitors, resigned his commission, and was declared to be arrested but hid in an apartment in central Paris. Ultimately, it was the enemy who captured him after the defeat of the Commune and executed him after a sham trial. Bruhait is not as enthusiastic. Rossel was a good organizer but armed with military prejudices, he said. He wanted to introduce a system so strict that it could not fit a revolutionary situation. The rumors that he had ambitions to create a dictatorship may possibly have been true. Bruhait follows in Marx's footsteps when he evaluates the Commune and its many actors. It is typical that his conclusions on what went wrong reproduce statements by Marx, and also Lenin. 46 Marx himself knew that his influence on developments was highly limited. A good many of the leading representatives of the Commune had joined the International, but as we know there were several shades of opinion within the International. Proudhon still had followers in the French section, and the same applied to Blanqui. The anarchists were gaining ground. Marx had a few faithful followers, Elizabeth Dmitrieff was one of them, the shoemaker Augusta Saraili another. But they were in no way crucial to the course of events. It is easy for posterity to view the Commune either as the result of an underhanded plot staged by various conspiratorial elements within the International, or as a proper revolution in the same suite as its predecessors in 1789, 1830, and 1848. But it was neither of those things. If anything, it was the result of a series of coincidences. The background was a devastating war. In that respect, the Commune had similarities with the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917, as well as with the Chinese Revolution of 1949. France had suffered a total defeat. Paris had been abandoned to the enemy. A provisional French government had been constituted, but it had no real authority in the capital. Dissatisfaction was fermenting in the National Guard, La Garde Nationale, which included all men old enough for military service. The provisional government had agreed to disarm the Guard, but the Guard wanted nothing to do with the agreement. The violence escalated when 73-year-old Adolphe Thiers took over government power. He tried to calm the citizens of Paris in vain. Two generals, Jacques-Léon Clement Thomas and Claude Lecompte, were both shot by their own troops. These were not planned actions, as Thiers and others maintained, but unplanned outbreaks of fury. Thiers immediately gave the order to evacuate Paris, and fled the city himself. Zeller scornfully comments that Thiers always did this when the ground began burning under his feet. Cutting and running had also been his weapon in 1830 and 1848, as well as in 1851 when Louis Bonaparte seized power. 47. All this happened on March 18, the first day of the Commune. The people in power had left Paris, it was now a question of establishing the people's own power. The only model on hand was the one from 1792. Many of those taking the initiative regarded themselves as Jacobins, the followers of Blanqui, Proudhon, Bakunin, or Marx had no alternate model. Marx had warned against every attempt to repeat the past, but had said nothing about how to avoid it. Suddenly, there was a power vacuum in Paris. The first person who could speak and act with any authority would thus seize the initiative. It became a collective affair. A Comite Central Committee, took on the task of guiding the free city towards the future. The first proclamations were already coming out on March 18. Citizens, the people of Paris have cast off the yoke they wanted to put on us, it said. 48. But the Central Committee's position of power was not undisputed, opponents also announced themselves. In order to create legitimacy, general elections were quickly arranged after 4 days, on March 22. But even this decision received criticism. Weapons were more important than opinions, the critics argued. Through the election, in which participation was weaker than expected, each of the 20 arrondissements of Paris received 4 representatives, thus a total of 80 in all. On March 28, the Commune was proclaimed. So far, this was a rather undramatic history, a respite in the middle of the noise of the battle. But, outside Paris, the rumors were flying, each one worse than the last. Forgeries circulated and gained credence. Even Marx came in for his share. Newspapers that were hostile to developments in Paris published a forged letter in which Marx criticized the Parisian members of the International for devoting themselves to politics too much. Marx and Engels wrote a clarification to the Times. 49. The Commune divided responsibility among its leading members, all areas were to be covered. But external threats soon became impossible to ignore, and on April 10 Marx judged the situation to be hopeless. It was the communards' own fault, he said, they had shown entirely too much civility, honnêteté. They did not want to appear like usurpers, but devoted their time to electing committees. Their chances lay in starting a civil war, but instead they had given free rein to that mischievous Thiers. 50. It is not easy to know how Marx imagined a civil war when the strongest army in Europe, the German, stood outside the city. but his attitude towards the Parisian drama contains many other nuances. This is clear from a letter he wrote only 6 days later to Ludwig Kugelmann. What resilience, what historical initiative, what a capacity for sacrifice in these Parisians, he exclaimed enthusiastically. In fact, he went further, history has no like example of a like greatness. Nevertheless, compunctions meant that the crucial moment had been lost. Entirely too rashly, the Central Committee had turned over power to the Commune. Marx noted with satisfaction that his prediction from the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte had come true. The next attempt at a French revolution should not amount to taking over the bureaucratic military machinery, but smashing it. 51. Kugelmann received a new letter from Marx on April 17. New ideas were crying out to be expressed. World history would be easy if it played out under purely favorable circumstances and if chance did not play a role, Marx wrote. The characters of those in the leadership of the movement also belong to chance. 52. In 2 drafts, Marx addressed precisely 2 such leading persons. The completed letters have been lost. One was Leo Frankel, or Frankel, a Hungarian who joined the International and made his name in the Commune through his efforts to establish a committee for public security, Comité de Salut Public, and the other was Louis Eugene Varlin, who was also a member of the International but was chiefly a Proudhonist. Marx encouraged them to see to it that papers that compromised Thiers and other enemies of the Commune were preserved in a safe place. He also criticized the Commune for devoting entirely too much time over trifles and personal squabbles. 53. There are no letters in Marx's hand from the time of the Bloody Week. On June 12, when London was flooded with refugees from the massacres in May, Marx formulated a few summary assessments in the letter to Edward Spencer Beasley that has already been discussed. He noted that the nonsense, unsinn, of the Paris press about his own writings and his relationship to the Commune testified to the fact that the police were sitting on greatly insufficient material. But he exclaimed in the same breath, if only the Commune had listened to my warnings. He had advised them to fortify the heights to the north towards the Prussian side, otherwise they would end up in a rat trap, and he had told them to send all papers that compromised the Thiers regime to London. They had done neither. 54. The Paris Commune made Marx notorious across all Europe, in fact, over large parts of the world. Previously he had lived somewhat in the background, watched by a police spy or two. He had become briefly known as a journalist and acquired a certain, very limited reputation as a scholar, but now his name was being spread everywhere and roused horror or rapture. He was not unaffected by the fame. He wrote to Kugelmann with a satisfied smile that throughout the period of the last Paris Revolution he had incessantly been called Le Grand Chef de l'Internationale, the big boss of the International, in the hostile press. 55. Kugelmann knew as well as Marx that it was not true. As we have seen, Marx's influence over the Paris Commune was limited, and the very birth of the Commune was neither calculated nor pushed forward by anyone. It arose out of the chaos the war had created. But, once the Commune was a fact, Marx, true to habit, tried to keep accounts of what was happening. He composed several drafts before publishing in June 1871, when everything was over, the civil war in France, a nearly 40-page address that constituted the official position of the International on the events in Paris and in France. It is above all a history of the background of the Commune, its character and its bloody conclusion, more than the course of events. The interesting thing is Marx's analysis of the Commune as a political phenomenon. He starts with a small exposition on the development of the state. Its permanent attributes of a standing army, police, bureaucracy, and so on are a consequence of the absolute monarchy. But the state gradually developed to strengthen the power of the capitalists over labor. It serves, in the words of Thiers, to keep the vile multitude in check. This took on an extreme form in the Second Empire, during which the rich got tremendously richer and the working class had to toil and starve. It is in this light that the Commune should be viewed. It was, Marx said, the direct antithesis to the empire. Here, he was reaching directly back to Hegel, who argued that the revolution of 1789 constituted the antithesis to absolutism. But Marx did not then follow in Hegel's footsteps. For Hegel, the negation of absolute royal power must also meet its negation, in this case the rule of the first Napoleon. Marx, naturally, did not see the bloody repression of the Commune as such a step forward, quite the contrary. But how did the Commune itself appear as an antithesis to what preceded it? The Commune had rid itself of the army, replacing it with the National Guard, which consisted of the working men. The Commune was to be a working assembly, not a parliamentary one, and it was to be simultaneously executive and legislative. Once the Commune had got rid of the police and the standing army, it was also eager to free itself from the power of the priests. In a vision reminiscent of Charles Fourier, Marx saw all of France covered by nothing but communes down to the smallest village. Each and every one had its sovereignty, at the same time as they were joined together in decision-making assemblies both regionally and centrally in Paris. At the higher levels, it was thus a representative system. Marx said optimistically that, just as private businesses have a splendid ability to put the right person in the right place, here he undoubtedly got his information from Engels, so would the communes and the network of communes find their ideal executor of all the tasks a society requires to function. After this summary plan for a new type of society, Marx returned to a more theoretical level. Much earlier, he had preferred to use a classic pair of concepts, form and content, or form and substance, to elucidate his views on society in general. Once again, this was put to use. These were, he said, entirely new historical creations that should not be confused with certain earlier forms of social life, with which they may have a certain external similarity. They were thus not any new variant of the medieval communes, nor do they constitute a new attempt at breaking down large political entities into small states. Nor did it involve a return to the communal division of the 1790s. On the contrary, they constitute a thoroughly expansive political form, whereas all previous forms had been repressive. This form aims at turning the means of production, land and capital, into simple tools for free and associated labor. This is, Marx emphasized, pure communism. The working class expected no miracles from the commune, and they had no preset utopias. They saw before them a long series of future battles, which would change both circumstances and people. International cooperation would always be important. The Commune showed wisdom and moderation, Marx wrote. Like the English oligarchs, the German Empire had created an important part of its wealth through robbing the Church of its riches at one point, and now they professed horror at the fact that the Commune had taken 8,000 francs from the Church. But despite his admiration, he admitted that the past had strongly made itself felt during the months the Commune existed. His words are a faint echo of the classic ideas in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, written nearly 20 years earlier, where he talked about the past weighing like a nightmare on those that came after. Now, he was more hopeful, time would shake these regressions off. With these words, he definitively distanced himself from the Jacobins who played an important role in the First Commune. But he also emphasized the significance of women in the Commune as heroic, noble, and devoted, like the women of antiquity. At the end of the document, he defended the decision of the Commune to take hostages, including the Archbishop of Paris, when the threat from outside became urgent. Marx pointed out that the communards offered again and again to exchange the prelate, and even additional priests, for one man, namely Blanqui, who was being held prisoner by their opponents. Thiers refused, since he knew that with Blanqui he would give to the Commune a head, while the Archbishop would serve his purpose best in the shape of a corpse. The Commune ended with a civil war under the supervision of the foreign invaders. Thiers' troops displayed a cruelty that can only be compared with the worst Roman generals. But Marx assured his readers that the defeat of the Commune did not mean the end. The battle would be taken up again and again ever more intensively. 56. The address is an important document. It acquired great historical significance especially because it guided Lenin to such a great degree. It is not as obvious that it completely expresses Marx's understanding. His earlier addresses in the name of the International had been products of compromise. This one has such features as well. Marx suppressed the criticism he gave free rein to in his correspondence. When he pointed out Blanqui as the possible leader of the Commune, he was scarcely expressing his own assessment of the foremost advocate of what he called the tactic of the putsch. Rather, he was placating the influential Blanquists in the International with his words. But what can be said about his words on the Commune as a promising start to a social revolution? Here there is more that squares with his deepest convictions. He expressed the ideas on free association of people in many other places. His views on politics as a form of the real content of society, humanity's metabolism with nature, are unmistakably his own. It is clear that the Commune affected him deeply, and in certain important aspects actually changed his convictions, at least for the time being. Above all, he now saw bloody conflicts as a part of social development that would be hard to avoid. His thought that the Commune was only the first of a series of increasingly far-reaching class struggles contrasted with his earlier warnings against establishing a Commune in Paris. It is completely possible that he was influenced by Engels, who was growing even closer to him now that they both lived in London, and Engels was actively involved in the innermost circles of the International. Engels, as we know, was a man with military ideas and ideals, in contrast to the eternal civilian Marx. One question the reader gets no response to is how political development as Marx outlined it here relates to the concentration of capital. Would the future not also contain ever greater businesses, though communally owned, alongside all the communes? How would this affect the communes? It is clear that the Commune had become extraordinarily important for Marx. It is nonetheless risky to fully identify his political ideas with what he expressed in his letters and addresses about the striking and harrowing months in Paris in the spring of 1871. We will soon see why. The dissolution of the International. After the Commune, the centers of power, with Bismarck at their head, regarded Marx as the most dangerous man in Europe. Marx was not displeased with the role after years in the background. At the same time, political problems were piling up for him. In the International, the British delegation had set the tone. This also helped him into the central position he obtained in the organization. But the British, without exception, thought poorly of the Paris Commune. Systematic union work stood at the center for them, and, in that light, the French experiment appeared to be senselessly rash and fundamentally hopeless. Marx estranged himself from the British with his address on the Commune, choosing instead to enter into competition with Bakunin and the anarchists. The anarchists argued that the Commune showed they were right in relation to Marx about the path to a free and equal society. The spontaneity in the process spoke to their advantage. At the same time, neither Marx nor Bakunin had counted on such a social experiment having the misery and suffering of war as its immediate basis, but the anonymous shots from the embittered soldiers who killed two generals became the starting signal for the Commune. In the words of Wolfgang Schieder, Marx's address, held when the Commune had already been crushed, was one of his Politische Meisterlösungen, political master solutions. Point 57 Marx interpreted the Commune with its own categories. The communards thus did not annihilate state power, which the anarchists had as a goal, but fundamentally changed it for their own purposes. They did not seek to repeat the communal experiment of the 1790s, what Marx had warned against, but created something completely new that could be developed further in the future. But the anarchists were not convinced. On the contrary, they gained ground. The Italian and Spanish sections sided with Bakunin, and the Russians strengthened their position in France. Marx, with Engels at his side, sought to seize the initiative through a smaller conference in London in September 1871. Marx completely dominated it. According to a careful calculation, he spoke 100 times 58, and rode completely roughshod over his chief opponent, the Spaniard Anselmo Lorenzo, who stood very close to Bakunin. Marx behaved in a more conciliatory manner towards the Blanquist and communard, Edouard Vaillant, but did not accept the thesis that insurrection was the only way to go. No, Marx declared, parliamentarism was an alternative to revolutionary opposition. 59. This is a standpoint that does not emerge in the address on the Commune. But it is nonetheless probable that it lies closest to Marx's actual political convictions at the time. By all appearances, he was quite disillusioned in his views on the International. In a letter to Danielson, he likened the organization to a prison. Jenny Marx told Liebknecht that her husband was upset about all the accusations after the Commune. Her letter in general is marked by a great melancholy, both her own and on behalf of Karl and the International. Now I have grown too old to hope for much, and the recent terrible events have completely shattered my peace of mind, she wrote. 60. But one final battle still remained for the International. Marx and Engels both traveled to the Congress in The Hague in September 1872, the first and last of the International's congresses that both participated in. Marx's followers had a narrow majority over the anarchists, with Bakunin at their head. Their opponents could thus be thrown out of the International. But the victory was not worth much. Bakunin was able to quickly gather his troops into a counter-congress. Marx's last desperate attempt was to move the center of the International to New York. He had great confidence in the future of the workers' movement in the United States, to be sure, but he undoubtedly had no illusions that the International would be able to attain its earlier position so far away from most of the associated workers' organizations. 61. In 1874, the International dissolved. The German Social Democrats. It was only now that Marx seriously began occupying himself with the development of the workers' movement in Germany. In his eyes, Germany had always lagged behind Great Britain, and was several steps behind France. The Germans had not even had their own bourgeois revolution. In the initial phase of the International, British trade union leaders had been his most important support. As a result of the Commune, France came into focus. But once the Commune had been crushed and its surviving activists forced into a bitter life as refugees in London, at the same time as Bakunin had attained decisive influence over the workers' movement of Southern Europe, the new German Reich appeared as the remaining alternative for Marx's and Engels's political involvement. There had been a growing German workers' movement ever since the early 1860s in this new kingdom. Its pioneer was Ferdinand Lassalle. Lassalle was 7 years younger than Marx and had much in common with him. Both had Jewish backgrounds, both studied in Berlin and were decisively influenced by Hegel's thought, both stayed a few years in Paris, and both had a burning interest in ancient Greece. Lassalle's interest materialized in a 2-volume work on Heraclitus and his philosophy. Both also had a great interest in literature. Marx had given up writing poetry early on in his youth, but Lassalle was more persistent. In 1859, he sent Marx a drama titled Franz von Sickingen after the German knight from the time of Luther who acquired great power and great wealth through various tricks. Lassalle was eager to get his older friend's assessment of the document, and Marx wrote a proper review in his response. First came the praise: the construction was good, as was the plot, more than could be said about most modern German dramas, he added sourly. Reading it had quite simply livened him up. The iambs limped, to be sure, but that did not need to be a disadvantage. The tragic plot reminded him of the Revolutionary Party of 1848–49, which rightly came to grief. It was a worthy theme for a drama. But, and now came the objections, was the chosen subject really suitable for illustrating the current failures? The parallels stumbled. Franz von Sickingen had gone under because as a knight, he belonged to a social class on the decline. He only imagined that he was revolutionary. Marx also criticized the characteristics of the other characters in the play. Sickingen appeared entirely too abstract, and the rest of the cast devoted too much time to reflection. Lassalle's unfortunate partiality for Schiller's brooding heroes shone through. Marx ultimately toned the criticism down a bit by saying that his wife Jenny had enjoyed reading the play. 62. Lassalle's drama gradually became the subject of a large and involved literary debate. But Marx had already done his part with the review in his letter, which itself testifies to the fact that strong intellectual and aesthetic interests brought him and Lassalle together. 63. Marx would also become interested to some extent in a woman who played a special role in Lassalle's life, the Countess Sophie von Hatzfeldt. Lassalle had made her acquaintance in Berlin. At a very young age, Sophie von Hatzfeldt had been forced into a marriage with a man from the high nobility who turned out to be a scoundrel and a tormentor. Lassalle, who like Marx knew a lot about the law, took up her case and conducted lawsuits against her husband for nearly 9 years. He was successful, the Countess was awarded a significant part of the family fortune, and from it she endowed Lassalle with a generous annual sum. It is unclear whether the Countess and the young socialist were united by any amorous connections. In any case, the political harmony between the two was palpable. Sophie von Hatzfeldt became the Red Countess and played an important role in the early German workers' movement. It was Lassalle who founded the first Workers' Party in Germany in 1863. It was actually not called a party but an association, Allgemeine Deutsche Arbeiterverein, ADAV, the General German Workers' Association. Lassalle was only with the party during its first years. At the age of 39, he fell in a duel with a rival, a Romanian boyar named Janko von Rakowitsa, over the favors of a young woman. The relationship between Marx and Lassalle was full of contradictions. Marx, who was used to playing first fiddle when meeting people with leftist opinions, found the incessantly talkative, enthusiastic, self-confident, and conceited, yet extremely versatile, Lassalle difficult. Upon receiving message of the fatal outcome of the duel, Engels wrote appreciatively to Marx, whatever Lassalle may have been in other respects as a person, writer, scholar, he was, as a politician, undoubtedly one of the most significant men in Germany. Marx responded that despite everything, Lassalle was one of the vieux and the foe of our foes. Marx found it difficult to imagine that the mouth that had spoken so incessantly was now forever silenced. But he would soon become more negative once he had acquainted himself with the social theory Lassalle had allowed to serve as guidance for the political movement he started. He had taken essential elements from Marx, to be sure, but without referring to his guide, Marx was extremely irritated with those who did not acknowledge his priority. It was worse with Lassalle's political positions. Lassalle, who came from Breslau, now Wrocław, in Silesia, did not share Marx's loathing for Prussia. On the contrary, he hailed Prussia's advances with satisfaction. He and Marx also had entirely different ideas about the best strategy for the working class. Marx stuck to his understanding from 1848 that the Germans still had to undergo a bourgeois revolution, and that the working class must therefore ally with the bourgeoisie, or middle class, to use the term he used in the inaugural address. Lassalle and his followers, on the other hand, indicated the capitalists as the immediate enemy and saw the landowning class as a natural ally. He also had a completely different attitude towards state power as such, arguing that a socialist party should be able to make direct use of the state. Bismarck, the powerful and victorious Chancellor of Germany, took a certain amount of interest in Lassalle and even initiated written correspondence with him. The letters remained unknown and were not published until 1928. It is easy to imagine how furious Marx would have been if he had learned about the correspondence. 64. After Lassalle's death, other forces took over his party. A newspaper named Der Sozialdemokrat appeared as a party organ. Its editor-in-chief was named Johann Baptist von Schweitzer, a young man from a good family. Schweitzer tried to get Marx and Engels as contributors. Marx actually contributed a few articles, but soon became deeply displeased with the newspaper and with Schweitzer. One of the reasons was that Schweitzer, like Lassalle earlier, turned out to be rather positive not only towards Prussia but also to Bismarck. Schweitzer's most immediate opponents, however, were in Germany. One of the most important was Wilhelm Liebknecht, a close acquaintance of the Marx family during his years as a young refugee in London and now busy supporting himself as a journalist, with varying success. He had tried contributing to Schweitzer's newspaper at one time, but the contradictions became too great. In Leipzig, Liebknecht met August Bebel, a young carpenter who had given himself over to journalism and politics, and they both founded the Sächsische Volkspartei, People's Party of Saxony, in which socialists and liberals agreed on their anti-Prussian convictions. 65 But the ideological framework soon became too vague for both socialists, who in 1869 created Germany's second social democratic party, Die Sozialdemokratische Partei Deutschlands, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, in the Thuringian city of Eisenach. The party was more openly revolutionary than Lassalle's and Schweitzer's, and Liebknecht was forced to spend several years in prison. Ideologically, Liebknecht and Bebel stood closer to Marx than Lassalle or Schweitzer. But both Marx and Engels were constantly displeased, particularly with Liebknecht, who they often branded as slow-witted and lacking in judgment. In his role as the chief spokesman for the International, Marx also tried to have diplomatically acceptable relations with both German parties, even if it was only Liebknecht and Bebel who were formally linked to the organization. By the end of the 1860s, the International had become a force to reckon with in Germany. Whereas Schweitzer had once spoken with contempt about the antiquated Marxist clique, Marx's influence grew dramatically during the victorious years of the International. Roger P. Morgan points out that the person who above all contributed to its success was Johann Philipp Becker, who lived in Switzerland, it is true, but was untiring and successful in bringing forth new members in Germany as well. 66. At that time, the political landscape was also changing dramatically. The tactic of Lassalle and his party, seeking cooperation with the landowning class, was rendered defunct when the liberals allied themselves with Bismarck's conservative grouping during Prussia's years of victory in the 1860s. As representatives of the working class, both social democratic parties now stood alone. After the Paris Commune, repression became palpably more severe in the now unified German Reich. Bebel ended up in prison, as did Liebknecht. Unifying both parties came naturally in this awkward situation, and this was achieved during a conference in 1875 in Gotha, a city in Thuringia. Marx wrote a temperamental criticism of the proposed unified party program. His critique of the Gotha program is one of his most important and most influential political texts. He did not send the text to Liebknecht, with whom he was extremely displeased at that point in time, but to Wilhelm Brache, another person who was ideologically close. In the furious letter that accompanied it, he was horrified that he and Engels were generally regarded as the spiritual fathers of the German Social Democrats. If the program became reality, he and his friend would publicly entirely dissociate ourselves from said program. Engels had already sent critical letters on the draft program to both Wilhelm Brache and August Bebel. He anticipated some of Marx's critical points in it, but only some of them. There is no counterpart to Marx's heavy criticism based in the social sciences. It is also worth knowing that he talked about our party, that is, the party that Marx said they were both so far away from. 67. But it was Engels who much later, in 1891, published Marx's critique of the Gotha program. By then, it would soon be time for a new program for the large, extraordinarily successful German Social Democratic Party. The program they agreed on in Erfurt in 1891 became the most palpably Marx-inspired in the party's history. But by that time, Marx was already dead. In 1875, the unpublished document that Marx sent to Brache was not given much importance. Two parties were to be united in Gotha, and Marx's criticism did not have the effect on that work he undoubtedly expected. Nor did he put his threat of a public repudiation into effect. 68. Critique of the Gotha program. The Marx who criticized the Gotha program is very different from the Marx who wrote the most important documents of the International. In the latter, he sought to bridge antagonisms. Here, he was prepared for confrontation. The International no longer existed, and now his most important goal was to clean everything reminiscent of Ferdinand Lassalle's ideas out of German social democracy. Moreover, both he and his audience were still living in the shadow of the Commune. The Commune had given him and many others new ideas of what was politically possible and desirable. After the era of repression in the 1850s and of new hopes in the 1860s came the Commune, born in a vacuum of power and crushed by merciless opponents. Where once a brighter path towards a classless society seemed to open up, only confrontation now remained. It was in this spirit that Marx set about critiquing the Gotha program. It was an almost furious reckoning. It began as a lecture in the world of ideas of capital. Labor is the source of all wealth and all culture, the authors of the program stated. No, Marx said, nature is just as much a source of the use values that people live on. Labor itself is the expression of a natural force. The conception of the supernatural creative power of labor is bourgeois. Here, Marx's criticism is independent of varying political conjunctures, touching on the often overlooked core itself of the theoretical structure of capital. Humanity is a part of nature, society and its culture develop out of nature. Class society creates a gap between society and its source. Society appears as something supernatural, something standing over nature. Humanity can own the nature from which it has sprung. The goal is to bridge the gap. This requires a grand development of the productive forces of labor and the workers' collective striving for a society of free associations. In the rest of the text, Marx goes through the proposed program line by line, noting embarrassing trivialities, questionable inferences, and fine truths. His tone increases markedly as soon as he sees Lassalle's surviving thoughts behind the text. He angrily objected to Lassalle's phrase unverkürter Arbeitsertrag, undiminished proceeds of labor, which he found incompatible with all reasonable economic thinking. In addition, the idea that the worker should receive the full value in wages of what their labor produced is unrealistic. One part of it necessarily had to go to administrative costs, another to schools and health care and so on, a third to those who cannot work at all or those who can no longer work. Marx also detects the remainder of Lassalle's and his party's ideas in the proposal that the working class should ally with the landowners. Only the capitalists were pointed out as opponents. The question of how Marx views morals is an interesting one. There is the trace of a declaration in what he says about justice. The program's proposal talks about equitable allocation. But what is equitable allocation under the prevailing method of production? Marx asked himself. Is such allocation not a chimera when certain classes possess economic power over production? It will be otherwise only in a society where class power is broken. But then, justice would not mean that everyone gets the exact same compensation for their labor. Some people are physically or intellectually superior to others, but these natural differences should not single out the less fortunate for discrimination. Some people are married, others are not. Some have more children than others. Marx distinguished between a lower and a higher stage under communism. Only in the higher stage are individuals no longer subordinate to the division of labor. The antithesis between physical and intellectual labor is abolished, and individuals are equal to their productive forces. Only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety, and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. In short, it is only in such a society that true justice can prevail. This is the culmination of the critique. What follows after seems like marginal notes in comparison. Marx notes a slipshod use of the term reactionary mass. The bourgeoisie was and is a revolutionary class, who would dare cry out to craftsmen, minor industrialists, and farmers that they were a reactionary mass. Another criticism deals with the tension between nation and internationalism. Marx says that the class struggle is only national in its form, whereas it is international in its content. That is, its immediate targets of attack are the class relations of its own nation, but the same struggle must take place in each individual country. Marx has a particular eye for the iron law of wages, Ricardo's concept that he still embraced in the manifesto. Now, he unhesitatingly rejects it. Even more hateful to him are the hopes that Lassalle and his followers placed in a neutral state. Marx's views of the existing state were dark. Freedom cannot be sought there, but consists in the state being transformed from a controlling body to a subordinate one. The road to freedom passes through the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. The concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat thus turns up again here. Between 1850 and the Paris Commune, it was conspicuous by its absence in everything he wrote. It did not disappear by chance, nor was it by chance that it came back in a situation reminiscent of the revolutions of 1848 to 49. It could still be of use in 1875. Marx had expressed the sentiment many times that universal and equal suffrage was an important step on the path towards another society. Now he lessened its significance. It already existed in Switzerland and the United States, he said. It was a truth with a large modification. At the time Marx wrote that, Switzerland had a very particular type of democracy, and in the United States it would be a long time before all men, for example, Native Americans and African Americans, could vote in general elections. Women were given the right to vote in 1920 in the United States, and in Switzerland only in 1971. Marx placed less confidence here in the possibility of changing society via the ballot box than he did during his years in the International. The Paris Commune and Bismarck's hardening grip over German politics had given him new ideas. But the understanding he expressed precisely in his critique of the Gotha program was not set in stone, either. The text on the Gotha program ends with a sentence in Latin, Dixi et salvavi animam mem, I have spoken and saved my soul. This origin is found in the Bible, more specifically in Ezekiel 3:19. It is known in the wording Marx used from the Roman Catholic Bible. Marx had unburdened his political conscience. 69. His political influence did not increase in Germany after the criticism, if anything, it decreased. When both he and Engels left the party, not even Liebknecht felt that they both could play a role any longer for its continued development. 70. The development of the new, United Social Democratic Party underwent a strange trajectory. In 1878, Bismarck forced through his anti-socialist law, or, as it was officially named, Gesetz gegen die Gemeinverleichen Bestrebungen der Sozialdemokratie, the law against the public danger of social democratic endeavors. The law, in force between 1878 and 1890, simply banned the party and with it all socialist propaganda as well. Even so, individual social democrats could be elected to governing bodies. Their influence grew, even during the years the law was in force. It was a matter of pride for Bismarck that the law remained on the books, but his defense had fateful consequences for himself. This law more than anything contributed to him being forced to leave his post as chancellor. It was rejected with him, and German social democracy emerged even stronger from its struggle for recognition. In 1890, the party was more organized than any other political party up to that point, and its election results were brilliant. 71 Engels realized early on that if anything, the prohibition would strengthen the cause of the workers in Germany. The anti-socialist law will favor us, he declared in 1879. It will complete the revolutionary education of the German workers. 72. Marx would never live to see whether Engels had been right in his predictions. As we have seen, he devoted himself in his final years to studies in a number of different fields, and what he made public was limited to various brief corrections and forewords to new editions. He rebuked a seriously erroneous history of the International, authored a brief foreword to a new edition of his Reckoning with Proudhon, The Poverty of Philosophy, worked up a workers' questionnaire for a French socialist periodical, and he and Engels together wrote a series of short articles in which Engels's typical style shows through. 73 During these years, Marx's health worsened, at the same time that he was once again in full swing testing the foundations for his social theory. In politics, there was above all one area that occupied his thoughts: developments in Russia. The Russian Road. Marx did not publish much at the end of his life. After the French version of Capital in 1875, it was not much more than sporadic trifles. The rumor that he had given up or left all the responsibility to Engels began to stick. Franz Mehring, who published the first full-scale biography of Marx in 1918, felt called upon to emphasize that his subject did remain continuously active up until the end. This did not prevent David Ryazanov, the untiring publisher of Marx's and Engels's writings, to assert in his double biography of both men that from 1873 Marx was in such a bad way that he was only capable of devoting himself to his always incomplete capital project. The idea turns up even later, at least in the English literature. David McClellan circulated it in his biography from 1973. Even Tristram Hunt fell victim to the same idea in his book on Engels from 2009. Gareth Stedman Jones does the same in his biography of Marx. 74. On the contrary, the thousands of pages of excerpts and other notes that Marx produced at the end of his life testify to his inexhaustible energy. A careful study of these shows that he was busy re-examining much of what he had previously concluded, and in particular, broadening his horizons. Several outstanding specialists have brought up the idea of speaking about the late Marx of the 1870s and early 1880s, in contrast to the young Marx before 1850 and the mature Marx of the 1850s and 1860s. Above all, Polish-British sociologist Titer Shinin and Japanese historian Haruki Wada have advanced this idea. Wada developed it in a monograph in Japanese, later providing a summary in the 1983 anthology Late Marx and the Russian Road, which Shinin edited. Shinin himself contributed an article on the subject. Two British sociologists, Derek Sayer and Philip Corrigan, agree with the main thesis but also want to accurately define it. 75. What is there to say about this? The division itself into distinct periods seems exaggerated to me. It is reminiscent of what music historians usually say about Beethoven and literary historians about Strindberg. Unity can be glimpsed behind the boundaries drawn up. It is easy to recognize Marx in everything he wrote, from the 1840s to the 1880s. At the same time, he was an author and thinker who constantly re-examined his theses. This is seen most clearly as regards politics. The late Marx that Wada and Shinin speak about is in many respects Marx after the Paris Commune of 1871. But there is yet another principal moment of change, the interest in things Russian. Ever since his youth, Marx had seen the Russia of the Tsars as the great menace. Early on, it is true, he had got to know radical Russian emigrants who represented an entirely different Russia. But it was only when some of these exiles decided to translate capital into their own language that his interest in Russian culture and Russian society awakened in earnest. When one of his friends, Nikolai Danielson, sent him a book in Russian by one N. Flerovsky about the working class in Russia, he became so interested that he decided to teach himself Russian. After a hectic period of learning he could spell out Flerovsky's text, and he was impressed by it. 76. His interest in Russia would soon increase further. The most important inspiration came from the Paris Commune. By reading additional Russian literature, especially texts by Nikolai Chernyshevsky, the most outstanding author and intellectual of the time, he came in contact with the powerful Russian political current called Narodniki, or Friends of the People. The name comes from Narod, the Russian word for people. It was, as Titer Shinin points out, a very broad movement, with everyone from revolutionary terrorists to peaceful philanthropists. 77. Chernyshevsky belonged to the radical wing and was its most influential author. The Tsarist regime found him entirely too dangerous and had jailed him in the 1860s. As a prisoner, he wrote his most read and admired work, What is to be Done, a didactic novel that played an enormous role in his home country. But the texts by Chernyshevsky that Marx was above all influenced by were on the one hand an article on the Russian peasant commune, Obshchina, and on the other a few fictional letters that dealt partially with the same subject. In these texts, Chernyshevsky declared that he was a follower of neither Schelling's nor Hegel's systems, but that he had learned from the theses of these philosophers that the highest form of development resembled the first, original stage more than the intermediate ones. Chernyshevsky applied this thesis to Russian developments. Critics usually say that the peasant community, characterized by common ownership, is primitive in relation to the private ownership of land. But is there not another form that is higher than private ownership, a form that repeats important elements in the original Obshchina, 78? It is this idea that took hold of Marx. The immediate background to his fascination lay in his conviction that the Commune of 1871 represented a higher social form than the one that capitalism had produced. He drew additional inspiration from the literature by Lewis H. Morgan and others on primitive societies, from which he enthusiastically composed excerpts. He had reason to attempt to formulate his understanding a few times on issues that concerned the future of Russia. Part of it was that his name had become well known in radical Russian circles through the translation of Capital. In 1877, the Russian periodical Otechestvenny Zapiski, Notes from the Homeland, had commented on the book, and Marx found reason to write a clarification in which he questioned whether Russia was following the Western European pattern of development. He never completed the text. Engels found it among the piles of manuscripts he went through after Marx's death. 79. There were also several longer drafts of a letter to the Russian revolutionary Vera Zasulich, who was in exile in Switzerland after having carried out an assassination attempt in St. Petersburg. Zasulich had been deeply influenced by Capital, but had got into discussions with a number of other Russians about what Marx's writing could mean for the future of Russia. Her opponents, who called themselves Marxists, maintained that Russia necessarily had to go through a capitalist stage for the country to achieve a classless society. As proof, they found in Marx such things as a quote in Capital that England had undergone development and other countries had to follow. 80. Marx took Zasulich's questions very seriously. He wrote 3 longer drafts as a response but discarded them all and only sent a fourth, significantly shorter one. One central piece of information was common for all the drafts. The quote from Capital that he cited in the draft to Otechestvenny Zapiski only said that the West European countries were fated to go through the same development as Great Britain. He thus did not comment there about the future of Russia. On the other hand, in only one of the drafts, the one he wrote first, did he take up Zasulich's reference to some Russians that saw themselves as Marxists. "The Russian Marxists of whom you speak are quite unknown to me," he said, with deprecating quotation marks around the term Marxist. The Russians he knew had opinions directly opposed to theirs, he assured her. There was no inevitable dissolution of common peasant property in Russia, not even for Marx himself. In the typical Russian village, the Obshchina, property was held partially in common. Such ownership was threatened when capitalism began to permeate Russia. But the development was not inexorable, Marx assured her. In all 4 drafts, Marx argued against a deterministic understanding of Russian developments. Only the wording was different. Marx was evidently striving to find the right formulations to express his standpoint. He emphasized that Russia did not need to go through the same technological development as Western Europe. Steam power had a long history before it was able to transform industry and communications in Western Europe, but now it was available to be put to immediate use in Russia as well. It was thus with all types of technology. Russia should simply be able to hop over the development that marked Western Europe. But Marx's reasoning, which varied from draft to draft, also contains other elements. In the first draft, which probably was written as number 2 in order, he also cites Lewis H. Morgan's theses on primitive societies, quoting his words that archaic forms of society were reborn in more advanced societies. Here, an entirely different pattern is cited. Humanity's path led from homogeneous societies through splits and conflict back to a unity that is more complex and advanced than the first one. It is Hegel's dialectic that ultimately seems to be guiding his thoughts, although it is Morgan he cites. In the next breath, Marx emphasized that knowledge about the dissolution of early societies is extremely imperfect and sketchy. Those familiar with the subject knew that it was often war that tore communities to pieces. But certain forms of common ownership turned out to be more viable than others. Marx recalled that in his own home districts outside Trier, that is, Hunsrück, archaic forms characterized by large common lands had survived up to the present time. Clarity can only be obtained from this uneven picture if it is regarded purely theoretically and normal conditions of life are reckoned with. The requirement Marx imposed is rather obvious: all the conformities to laws that science can establish are valid under certain ideal circumstances. The crucial factor with Russian village communities is that, unlike older societies with common ownership, they are not built on blood ties. It thus constitutes a higher form, which he designates communes agricoles, agricultural communities, or, if you like, agricultural communes. Within this form, circumstances can cause great variations. Marx also pointed out that Russia was suited to this form through the quality of its soil. He was quite simply optimistic about the possibility of developing it to a higher level. But, he said by way of conclusion, this required a Russian revolution. So ends the longest draft of his response. But he obviously was not satisfied with it, and it is easy to understand why. He took up entirely too many threads, and the quote from Morgan opened up a historical and philosophical discussion, whereas the reasoning about the purely theoretical standpoint faces towards scientific theory. He thus made a third attempt, concentrating there on different variations of primitive societies. He set the Russian and the German village communities against each other. The German form did not yet exist at the time of Julius Caesar. It is not known when it arose, but Marx called it medieval and also brought out his home districts as a robust example. What was new, on the other hand, was that he emphasized that there was a tension between the common and the private and agricultural communes, and that this tension could lead to their dissolution. But this was not an inevitable development. He pointed to different variations in Russia, but broke off abruptly in mid-sentence. 81. Clearly, the reasoning had become too much for him. An investigation into the various types of simple societies with large amounts of common ownership would require an entire dissertation, and Marx was not ready to write that. He thus satisfied himself with a much shorter, fourth version, in which he began by explaining that he had delayed his response. It had been 20 days, because he had been struck with an illness that he had periodically suffered from for over 10 years. That was why he could not write anything intended for publication. He just established, once again, the fact that in capital he only expressed an opinion on Western Europe and gave no proof either for or against the viability of the village community. On the other hand, he had gathered material from original sources that convinced him that the village community was the point of support for Russia's social rebirth. 82. It is thus the later material that he was trying to bring to the fore in the three drafts, but without having succeeded. Marx was, and remained, the master of the unfinished work. After Marx died, Engels wanted to have the drafts published, as well as the fragment intended for Otechestvenny Zapiski. But the Russians concerned delayed the process, and a Russian translation was published only in 1886. It roused differing feelings. Many who saw themselves as carrying Marx's line further, including Lenin, tried to minimize the significance of the letter. David Ryazanov, the scholarly publisher of Marx's and Engels's writings, even maintained that texts testified to Marx's intellectual capacity having declined. Haruki Wada asserts that the negative reactions were early examples of a powerful tendency to protect their own image of Marxism against Marx's own words. 83. It is easy to agree with him. The drafts do not testify to any reduced intellectual vitality, but surely to an exciting new orientation to a large complex of problems that was difficult to survey. The forms of politics. On the whole, Marx's fundamental social theory had retained its identity since the mid-1840s. His political understanding, on the other hand, underwent several sudden changes, especially from the 1850s up until his death. Considering the essential features of his thinking, this changeability is hardly surprising. The distinction between the content of the society and its form is crucial. The content is the interaction between the forces and the relations of production. In Marx's time, it was thus the relationship between the productivity of labor on the one hand, and the struggle between capitalists and workers on the other. Politics, on the other hand, was one form this content took. Form is extraordinarily important. It is there that a social class can change its conditions in competition with other classes. But, at the same time, the political stage is changeable. Opportunities open and close. Sometimes periods of calm prevail, the established power is unchallenged. But new possibilities in the face of the future crop up, and then it is a matter of seizing the day. Marx was thoroughly optimistic about the possibility of decisive changes. He was not a meek and cautious commentator, on the contrary, he was quick to point out the new and epochal. So it was under the revolutionary years of 1848 to 49, so it was when the British Workers' Parliament assembled in 1854, and so it was in the face of the economic crisis that gathered over Europe after the mid-1850s. He was hesitant before the International at first, but gradually became increasingly hopeful in the face of the opportunities to assemble the international workers' movement for a decisive showdown with capitalists and landowners. We saw how, during the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71, he revealed uneasiness about creating a new Paris Commune on the model of 1792. But once the Commune existed, he saw not the past but the future in it. Contact with the Russian Narodniki got him to develop ideas on another path towards the society of the future than the one that ran through Western European capitalism. This time as well, his hopes for revolutionary change got support from a concrete political event. When war broke out between Russia and Turkey, he was sure that the Turks, the gallant Turks, would be victorious. He wrote to his friend Zarga that this victory would trigger a revolution in Russia. He said that he himself had carefully studied official and unofficial sources that his friends in St. Petersburg had let him acquaint himself with, which is why he knew that the country was already in a state of decomposition before the war. 84. When it turned out that, despite his conjecture, Russia came out of the war victorious and the regime could gather its forces in order to take the wind out of the radical opposition, Marx did not give up. It was then that he composed his drafts, borne by unmistakable optimism, to Zasulich. The lines of bright optimism are bordered by an equally long series of dark disappointments. The disappointments made him angry rather than sorrowful. There was one disappointment that probably vexed him more than any other, the development of Great Britain. British trade union members had got him to involve himself in the International, and during the movement's years of success he believed that the British working class was now ready for revolution. But nothing came of it, everything ended in compromises. At the very end of his life, just before Christmas 1882, he wrote to his daughter Laura that he was delighted by the success of his theory in Russia, which was, with England, the guarantor of the old society. 85 England and Russia were now placed on the same level, and his hope was in Russia. Marx often spoke about revolution, but he was critical of those who had that word on their lips at all times. In the same letter to his daughter Laura, he praised what her husband Paul had recently written. Previously, he had been repulsed by certain ultra-revolutionary turns of phrase that were best left to the anarchists. Marx's own view on revolutions was rather simple. Like the bourgeoisie once did, only the working class itself can break its chains. It only has to be equipped with a proper theory. But revolutionary opportunities are just that, opportunities, characterized by chance. In discussions on the similarities and differences between Marx and Engels, it is often said that Engels was marked to a greater degree than Marx by the strong evolutionism of the 19th century. In his opinion, society developed fundamentally in the same way as nature did. Marx, on the other hand, emphasized more the significance of upheavals. Marx typically imagined an uninterrupted evolution, a constant increase, of productive forces under capitalism, whereas, on the contrary, the capitalist method of production itself is conservative. One day, this method of production would burst, but his basic theory, the theory in capital, does not say when this will take place. there is a reason he was entirely too optimistic as soon as signs of a revolutionary development could be anticipated. He constantly believed that the limit had been reached. The most fruitful Marx research of the last 2 decades, which concentrated on the German Neue Marx lecture, New Marx reading, and the American temporal single system interpretation, or TSSI, see above, p. 448, but also blossomed in France, perhaps chiefly through Etienne Balibar, asserts that the crucial point in Marx's theory is the relations of production, rather than the forces of production. 86 The gap between Marx's and Engels's ideas has thus been emphasized more than previously. Engels was undoubtedly a man of the productive forces, and this applied even more to the next generation of followers with Karl Koski at their head. The similarity between the theories of Darwin and Marx was emphasized again and again, at the price of both being depicted in a vulgarized and superficial manner. The difference between Marx and Engels is especially important in the area of politics. Marx spoke about the state needing to be transformed, becoming only an administrative unit over the long term. Engels, on the other hand, made use of metaphors such as the state withering away or dying. People seem to become only the instruments of society's own natural processes. The boundary between species development and humanity's historical development is more clearly marked in Marx than in Engels. 87 At the same time, the difference should not be exaggerated. It is not even certain that Marx and Engels themselves were fully aware of it. In their mutual correspondence, Marx spoke incessantly about our theory. We should remember that there was for a long time a certain degree of confusion regarding the content of the terms socialism and communism. This confusion did not lessen during the 1860s and 1870s. Wolfgang Schieder makes an important observation in his book about Marx as a politician. In 1842, German political scientist Lorenz von Stein published his pioneering work Sozialismus und Kommunismus des heutigen Frankreichs, in which he spoke about socialism as a science of society. Marx took over this usage early on, and did not change it when he had heavily critical viewpoints, for example of what he called utopian socialism. When Engels began talking about his and Marx's theory as scientific socialism, he thus deviated from Marx's original conception, Schieder says. He is thinking of Engels's works Antiduring and Die Entwicklung des Sozialismus von der Utopie zur Wissenschaft, Socialism, Scientific and Utopian, translated by Edward Aveling. But Marx actually wrote a foreword to the French translation of the latter work, in which he spoke about what might be termed an introduction to scientific socialism. 88. This is hardly a question of a landslide in Marx's linguistic usage. On the one hand, he is referring to a scientific discussion in which different interpretations are freely contrasted with each other, and Fourier, Saint-Simon, Proudhon, and Marx himself give their interpretations free rein. On the other hand, he has in mind what he, for the time being, sees as true, and here he agrees with his own and Engels's interpretation. There is nothing strange in this. It only becomes odd when the term scientific socialism hardens into a dogma with which other interpretations, regardless of how well-founded they may be, are forcibly opposed. Schieder notes in passing that in some early writings, the term communism signifies a movement, eine Bewegung, but draws no conclusions from this. 89 But is it not helpful to imagine that socialism signified the doctrine or theory itself, and communism the party that would gather the workers behind it? No, the usage was not so unambiguous. For Marx, and not only for him, communism also became the term for a certain type of society. Starting with the Paris Commune, it became completely so. As we have seen, Marx said that the Commune represented pure communism, above, p. 559, and he took a few additional steps in the same direction in his criticism of the Gotha program a few years later. There, he differentiated between a higher and lower stage of communism. The harmonic balance between people's abilities and their needs is reached only in the higher stage. This is the statement that his followers made the starting point for rigidly dogmatic further elaboration. The first stage of communism was dubbed socialism, and only the second one simply communism. In the Soviet Union, this became a profitable basis for all kinds of schematism. But that is a later story. The newcomer to the flora of concepts, which came into existence after the revolutions of 1848 to 49, is the concept of social democracy. Its country of origin is Germany. From there, it spread above all to the Nordic countries and Russia. The word democracy retains its radical character of popular governance, in which the people, the great mass, are understood in contrast to the elite holding power. It is still assumed by most that universal and equal suffrage would mean that the capitalists as well as the landowning aristocracy would be swept from power if the majority actually had the last word. The word socialism retained its ambiguity, but normally meant that the conditions of ownership would be radically changed. In its radical interpretation, ownership of the means of production, land and capital, would be subjected to joint administration under democratic control. But from the very beginning, social democracy took different forms. The party that Lassalle founded was thus social democratic. As will be remembered, the party newspaper was called Der Sozialdemokrat. Like his early followers, Lassalle saw a possibility for social democracy in an alliance with the landowners against the capitalists. The competing party founded by August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht already had the word social democracy in its name. When both parties united at the conference in Gotha, this became the joint term that later marched triumphantly throughout Northern Europe. Battles soon flared up within the party in Germany over whether a revolution was a necessary condition for achieving the desirable type of society. In Russia, the party split into two competing tendencies, the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. But this is also a later story. As far as is known, Marx did not describe himself as a social democrat. But nonetheless, the United Social Democratic Party in Germany became our party for him and Engels. With his merciless criticism, he tried to turn it in the right direction. 90. After the interlude of the International, Marx would again more wholeheartedly express his opinion that the revolution was a necessary path towards a classless society. But he did not perceive the revolution primarily as a bloody reckoning, rather, as the breakthrough for a new social order. Once this was established, the former ruling powers would certainly attempt to retake the position they had lost. Casualties would then be unavoidable. Engels, the old military man, was significantly more bellicose in his way of talking about revolutions. 14. Statues, Malicious Portraits, and the Work. A book that we read for the first time develops unpredictably, like life itself. But upon rereading, the text steers purposefully towards its conclusion. The reader already knows how it goes, the first lines herald the last ones. This is also how we regard the person who has died. In the child, we anticipate the sum total of their life. Every step in their development is preparation for what is to come. In his autobiography Words, Jean-Paul Sartre wrote a few memorable lines on the matter. In the drawing rooms of Arras, a cold, simpering young lawyer is carrying his head under his arm because he is the late Robespierre. Blood is dripping from it but does not stain the rug. Not one of the guests notice it, whereas we see nothing else. 5 years will go by before it rolls into the basket, yet there it is, cut off, uttering gallant remarks despite its hanging jaw. 1. The same applies to Karl Marx. But it is perhaps not the dead Marx at his writing desk, white-bearded and consumed by illness, that obscures the view of his life and work. If anything, he disappears behind his colossal horde of interpreters and followers, and even more behind the political parties and states that quoted him and his writings. Where is the living Marx, under this crowd? It is hoped that a part of the answer has emerged in the preceding chapters. But now we must consider the part of his history that followed his death, when he remained a constant presence, beloved and canonized, but also hated and defamed, and often misunderstood, among both admirers and slanderers. Since Marx's influence is so enormous, this presentation must necessarily be rather a number of short paragraphs about the innumerable branches that are called the history of Marxism. A full-scale presentation would require several volumes. Such volumes already exist, although all of them came to be during the period when the Soviet Union still existed. The most extensive of these is the three-volume work by Polish-British philosopher Leszek Kolakowski, published in English translation in 1978 as Main Currents of Marxism. It is a very knowledgeable work, marked by the author's bitter experiences of Polish communism. As in his other great works, Kolakowski uses an organic metaphor to understand the development of an ideological phenomenon, first budding, then flowering, and finally withering away. Contemporary Marxism, he argues, is dying. Point 2. Predrag Vranicky develops another view in his 1972-74 work, Geschichte Marxismus. Vranicky lived in Yugoslavia, specifically, what is today Croatia, and was part of the regime-critical Praxis group, which sought to renovate Marxist theory in their home country. His history breathes not only dissatisfaction with the condition of things, but also a certain degree of optimism about the future of Marxism. Point 3. More limited thematically and in number of pages, but important in its effort, is Perry Anderson's 1976 book Considerations on Western Marxism. Anderson, a British Trotskyist thinker, sees the various Marx-inspired theories that developed above all in Western Europe as fundamentally idealistic. Ideas, not political realities, are bandied about. Point 4. In the brief version of the history of Marxism that follows here, the view is directed at how later interpreters and followers relate to Marx and his work. This summary presentation will serve to provide a basis for the final question of how Marx today, more than a quarter century after the fall of the Berlin Wall, appears in light of all that has been done and written with either actual or alleged inspiration from him. The road from Highgate to the Winter Palace. It was Engels who gave the speech on the day in March 1883 when Marx was buried in Highgate Cemetery in North London. The group at his graveside was not a large one. Eleanor Marx was there, of course, but not her sister Laura. On the other hand, Laura's husband Paul Lafargue was there, as well as Charles Longuet, the husband of the recently deceased Jenny Chen. Lenchen Demuth was there, but not her son Freddie. Friedrich Lessner, who had followed Marx the whole way from Neue Rheinische Zeitung to London and remained one of his closest confidants, was among the group of mourners, as was another veteran of the 1840s, George Lochner. Wilhelm Liebknecht represented the German Social Democrats. Two outstanding natural scientists, both equally convinced of the greatness of Marx's social theory, paid him the final honors, the chemist Karl Schorlemmer and the biologist Ray Lankester. Gottlieb Lemke, one of the many London Germans, laid a wreath with a red band from the party newspaper Der Sozialdemokrat and from the German Education Association for whom Marx had meant so much. There were not many who heard Engels speak. We do not know exactly what he said. On the one hand, he left behind a draft, on the other hand, he wrote himself in Der Sozialdemokrat that he gave a speech something like the one that was being printed. Both texts deviate from each other greatly. Engels probably spoke rather freely, but with one eye on his draft. In any case, he used no small words about his friend. Marx was placed alongside Darwin. He had revolutionized science both through his views on the decisive motive forces of history and with his theory on the laws of development of capitalism, and he had also made independent contributions in other areas of knowledge as well. But his scientific work was not simply something for itself. In his eyes, science was a force that could change society, and he had himself contributed to this social change through both his political work and his journalistic activities. That was why he had also become the most hated man of his time. Except when it was absolutely necessary to defend himself, he treated all these expressions of loathing like spiderwebs he could easily brush aside. And now that he was dead, he was mourned by millions of colleagues from Siberia to California. He also had many opponents, but no personal enemies. Greetings from Russian Social Democrats and French and Spanish socialists were read at the graveside, and finally Liebknecht gave a speech in which he singled out Marx not only as a great social scientist but also as the creator of both German social democracy and the International Workingmen's Association. 5. The latter were statements that Marx himself would have repudiated. But now he no longer had any say, and a monument could be raised over him, then only in words, but later also in stone. With few exceptions, the statues in stone or metal belong to the Soviet era, usually depicting Marx as a powerful, self-confident fighter gazing resolutely into the future. Sometimes he is alone, sometimes he is with Engels, but the style, as with statues of Lenin and other revolutionaries, is heroic. Once Marx was dead, the battle over the correct interpretation of what he said and wrote began in earnest. In the beginning, there were two people who were close to him that had the greatest authority. One was of course Engels, the other Marx's youngest daughter, Eleanor. They were both close to each other. Engels had watched Eleanor grow up and had remained the family's closest friend and support. But they had somewhat different ideas of how Karl Marx's intellectual legacy should be handled. There is at least one picture of this divergence that Eleanor Marx's latest biographer, Rachel Holmes, depicts. The Second International was formed on July 14, 1889, the 100th anniversary of the French Revolution. Engels was the great leading figure in the new movement, and was greeted with ovations at the congresses he was able to take part in before he died in 1895. Eleanor Marx had a strong position that only initially had to do with her kinship with the great Karl. She herself possessed a formidable intellectual capacity and was additionally equipped with a great capacity for work. It was also to her advantage that she spoke perfect German and English from childhood, and taught herself equally perfect French in her youth. At the Zurich Conference of the Second International in 1893, Marguerite Grulich had painted a giant portrait of Karl Marx. Under it, Engels gave a brief, eloquent, and highly acclaimed speech about his friend. Eleanor was not completely happy about the idolization of her father. The aging Engels, on the other hand, seems to have had nothing against it. 6. As we have seen, Marx had defended himself against the designation Marxist. He did not recognize himself in the roughly knocked-together theory ascribed to him in both France and Russia. Even his youngest daughter sometimes had to fight against the same vulgarization. During one of her many lecture tours, she encountered a man who explained to her after her speech what her father had actually meant by social democracy. When the man had finally got to his point, Eleanor exclaimed, "Heaven save Karl Marx from his friends." 7. As far as is known, Eleanor never used the term Marxism. But Engels accepted it when it began to be more widely adopted around 1890, as German social democracy was enjoying great electoral success and it became legal to propagandize for the party and its ideas. For a short time, Marxism additionally became a fad among younger people, especially young students and artists. One group, chiefly concentrated in Berlin but spread across Germany, was called Die Jungen, the Young. Die Jungen were active in various ways, politically, scientifically, and artistically. They found unity in Karl Marx. Students played him off against their academic teachers. One of the most prominent, Paul Ernst, wrote much later in his memoirs, "Going from Schmaler to Marx was like going to heaven." Gustav von Schmaler was a political economist of the historical school, a professor in Berlin and the architect behind Bismarck's welfare program that was to alleviate the workers' dissatisfaction. It need hardly be said that he stood far from Marx. Die Jungen played a role in the rapidly growing left press, and took on a leading role in newspapers such as Volkstribune, People's Tribune, in Berlin and Volkstimme, the People's Voice, in Magdeburg. 8. But the young enthusiasts who called themselves Marxists had a problem with Marx's view of history. What role did the superstructure, where they themselves intended to work, actually have? In Engels, they saw an oracle, or at least someone better able than anyone else to enter questions on the subject. He thus received a number of letters from young men. The most well-known response he wrote was to Joseph Bloch, a student in Berlin who also made a name for himself as editor of a few socialist publications. It was in the letter to Bloch where Engels pointed out that production and reproduction of actual life was only in the final analysis the determining moment in the development of society. 9 The determination in the final analysis has caused headaches among his interpreters. Greater clarity can be obtained if it is noted that the same expression occurs in anti-Dühring. There, it was part of a polemic against Eugen Dühring, who had claimed to lay out conclusive truth in the final analysis, endgültig Wahrheit letzter Instanz, in the fields of moral philosophy and economy. Dühring's ambition was to turn both moral philosophy and political economy into a type of more complex mechanism. Ethical truths would be as unchangeable as the laws of mechanics. It may seem strange that Engels took over Dühring's expression in the final analysis in the middle of a polemic with the latter. But he loaded the expression with new content. History, and, for example, ethics with it, is constantly changing, a process we also therefore have insufficient knowledge of. What we can say in general about history is limited to platitudes and commonplaces of the sorriest kind, for example, that, generally speaking, men cannot live except by labor, that up to the present they for the most part have been divided into rulers and ruled, that Napoleon died on May 5, 1821, and so on. 10. These were words spoken in the heat of battle. Class society is hardly a platitude, in Engels's opinion. But the meaning is clear, his words echo with what both he and Marx said many times previously, at the earliest in the German ideology, namely that the general principles of history that can be established are not a timetable according to which history can be arranged. The real development only emerges in the study of concrete historical material. This was what he meant in his letter to Bloch. But here, it is not so explanatory. He said that it is often the form, he italicized the word, that determines the course of events in historical conflicts. As we know, the form is the political, legal, and ideological conditions, in fact, even personal circumstances, that can determine the actual outcome. He referred to Marx's 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, to Capital, and to his own anti-Dühring. Engels also patiently wrote a number of other responses to young enthusiasts who wanted clarity on the issue. But his attitude towards the movement was fundamentally negative. The fact that Capital had got a number of new, conscientious readers played no role. Engels was upset over what he saw as the young men's conceit. Otto von Boehnweich, a young baron who complained in his letter about the masses' lack of education, received particularly harsh treatment. Engels was furious. He could not understand how Boehnweich could say such a thing when German workers had just displayed their outstanding political maturity in the struggle against the anti-socialist laws. Arrogance among the educated was a greater danger. We, that is, the workers' movement, lack occupational categories such as engineers, agronomists, and architects, to be sure. But the capitalists have been able to buy such skills, and we can do that as well. Engels continued, but apart from specialists like these, we shall manage very well without the rest of the educated men, e.g. the present heavy influx of literati and students into the party will be attended with all sorts of mischief unless those gentry are kept within bounds. 11. These were harsh words. His wrath is explained not only by von Boehnweich's pride in his education. There were also more tactical reasons. Die Jungen criticized the Social Democrats for taking entirely too cautious an attitude in politics. The revolutionary flame had died down, and the party leadership had adapted itself to existing German society. But Engels, like Bebel and Liebknecht, knew that it was now a question of navigating carefully and not verbally challenging those governing the country. Bismarck had disappeared, but a more aggressive nationalism was developing under Kaiser Wilhelm II. A social democratic movement that directly threatened an uprising could be the subject of even more brutal repression than the newly abolished anti-socialist laws. The party program itself could indeed be radicalized, which happened at the 1891 Congress in Erfurt, where Marx's critique of the Gotha program served as guidance. But fate should not be tempted in practical politics as long as they were at a disadvantage as regards numbers and power. Incidentally, Engels began his letter to von Boehnike with a confession of gradual development. Socialist society is not created all at once, he explained. It is a continuous process of change. It can be implemented gradually, without difficulty. The communities of production and distribution, that is, cooperatives, that the workers have been able to create and make competitive prove this. This assurance is far from the revolutionary slogans that Die Jungen gave vent to. But if looked at carefully, revolution, and even the dictatorship of the proletariat, can be found in the party program that Engels would soon successfully propagandize for. On the other hand, he was afraid that Marx's critique of the Gotha program would be leaked far too early and become a weapon in the hands of the young enthusiasts. This is how a letter he wrote to Karl Koschei in December 1890 has to be interpreted. He enclosed the manuscript of Marx's critique, but warned Koschei to lay low with it for the time being, otherwise it could end up in the wrong hands. He promised to write a few introductory lines to the text himself, but could not say when. His hands were full with letters he had to write first. He was talking about exactly that type of correspondence we just became acquainted with. It was typical of him to write this to Koschei. Born in 1854, Karl Koschei was a few years older than the members of Die Jungen but was still a relatively young man. He had precisely the academic background that Engels dismissed in his letter to von Boehnike, but he was an even-tempered person and had won both Marx's and Engels's confidence during a visit to London in 1881. 2 years later, he had founded the periodical Die Neue Zeit, the New Times, which gradually found a position as the main theoretical organ of German social democracy, in fact, of all of Marxism. It was there that Engels published Marx's critique of the Gotha program with an introductory clarification, and it was there that various feuds about the correct direction of Marxism played out. 12. Koschei also wrote a series of books that became important for the consolidation of Marxism. The first of them was called Karl Marx Ökonomische Lehren, The Economic Doctrines of Karl Marx. It was published in 1887 and became a great success. The 13th edition, from 1910, is now on the internet. In the introduction, Koschei establishes his thesis that Marx's individual doctrines are parts of a firmly constructed system and can only be understood in their context. We who have followed Marx's lifelong work as researcher and author know that this is as far from the truth as can be imagined. The Marx who is continually on the road towards new horizons becomes here instead a system builder who carefully joins together bits of his knowledge so that everything fits together, as in a puzzle. The only competent interpreter is the person who takes stock of the puzzle. Marxism was on the way to becoming an orthodoxy. Orthodoxy both tames young hotheads and revives those who work in thoughtless routine. It is entirely natural that Koschei took up the task of providing the correct interpretation of the new, radical party program from Erfurt and responding to the tricky question of how ethics relates to the materialist conception of history. 13. It is also Koschei who must step in when his old friend and brother in the party Eduard Bernstein emerges with the demand that Marxism must be revised. According to Bernstein, experience showed that the social revolutions Marx said so much about were not necessary. The working class was already doing better, before it and its own party lay a possible path of constant improvements. Democracy was gaining ground, and through it the working class would come to power as soon as it had gained sufficient intellectual maturity and was equal to economic development. Marxist theory thereby also had to be revised. Bernstein maintained that with his letters, which had been disseminated in party circles, Engels had already changed the theory and that it was a question of going further along the same road. What theory lost in uniformity, it gained as a science. Bernstein was of the same generation as Koschei, but had no academic background. After high school, he had made a living as a bank clerk before he gave himself over to social democracy. He had also got to know Marx and Engels personally, and he was and remained a close friend of Koschei. It was in Koschei's periodical Die Neue Zeit that he published a series of articles on the problems of socialism, which Koschei encouraged him to develop into a book. The result was the 1899 work Die Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus, Evolutionary Socialism. This revisionism battle continued up until the First World War, with Kosky and Bernstein as the main combatants. August Bebel, the leader of the party, sided with Kosky's interpretation. It thus became the official Social Democratic line up until Bebel's death in 1913.14. But despite the orthodoxy, the German Social Democratic Party had fundamentally changed. When a militant nationalism gripped people's minds during the new century, the German Social Democratic Party was unresisting, despite all its commitments in the Second International. Only two members of parliament, Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, the son of Wilhelm, voted against the war credits the Kaiser demanded to throw the country into war. The party had revised its line in a more fateful way than Bernstein had intended. One of the early contributors to Kosky's Die Neue Zeit was the Russian Georgy Plekhanov. He wrote an article on Hegel that Engels found ausgezeichnet, excellent, but which is memorable above all because it was there that the term dialectical materialism was coined. Henceforth it became the name of the philosophy that Engels had drawn up the outlines for. 15. In dialectical materialism, as it was now being outlined, Marx came ever closer to Darwin. Marx himself said that Darwin's theory was the foundation of his own and Engels's theory, but it also underlined the difference: humanity changed their environment, and thereby themselves, through production. This crucial difference was toned down step by step in the development of what was now being called Marxism. Everything was subject to evolution, species as well as societies. Determinism also took hold all the more firmly. Everything that Marx had said about the play of chance ended up in the background. The future was like a ball of yarn being unraveled, turn after turn. The difference between predictions and appeals was forgotten. Marxism became dogmatic. This was not only a development in Germany, but in France and the Nordic countries as well, even if the desire to build systems was not as conspicuous there. The first Italian to emerge as a Marxist of some importance was the professor of philosophy Antonio Labriola. He already had a long intellectual development behind him when he became a convinced follower of Marx and Engels. Incidentally, he exchanged some interesting letters with Engels. Only Labriola's letters are preserved, however, and not Engels's. Labriola avoided dogmatic excesses, could comment critically on far-reaching determinism, and emphasized that Marxism was a philosophy of action, of praxis. He thereby heralded the most innovative Italian Marxist, Antonio Gramsci. 16. But the most decisive development was Russian. Plekhanov long remained the guiding name. Through his proximity to Engels and his contributions to Die Neue Zeit, he gained particular authority. It was only much later that one of his followers, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, known as Lenin, would overshadow him. Lenin's life is so well known that it can be depicted quite summarily. His background was solidly bourgeois. An older brother, Alexander, was active as a revolutionary narodnik and was executed when Vladimir was 17 years old. Vladimir decided to complete his work. He earned a degree in law and became a Marxist, got involved in the Russian Social Democratic Party, was exiled to Siberia and escaped to Western Europe, where, with the brief exception of the First Russian Revolution in 1905, he remained until 1917 when the Tsar was overthrown. There were many other Russian social democratic refugees in Western Europe, and it was there that the party's politics were pursued. In Russia their activities had to be strictly underground. There were no former followers of Lassalle or Proudhon among the Russians, nor were there any revisionists. The great majority had a background as Narodniki, but had now become Marxists. But this harmony was only illusory. Marx's work could be interpreted in various ways, and stress could be laid differently. Above all, it was difficult to talk about a uniform and natural political line in Marx. The immigrants themselves constituted a variegated collection of people with different images of what a good society should be and what the road there should look like. There were heated clashes of opinion that culminated at the 1903 Congress, held in Brussels and London. Lenin led the group that had the majority and were therefore called Bolsheviks, whereas their opponents, led by Julius Martov, correspondingly became Mensheviks, the representatives of the minority. The most important subject of contention was how the party should be governed. The year previously, in 1902, Lenin had made his position clear with the book What is to be Done? He argued that a group of intellectuals schooled as professional revolutionaries had to lead party work with a firm hand. 17 This was far from Marx's ideal of the revolution as the act of the working class itself, but better corresponded to the actual Russian situation with the party's leading figures isolated in Western Europe while the people remained under the rule of the Tsar. Even among the Narodniki, there had been believers that politically devoted intellectuals should lead the masses to their own liberation. The danger of a party led by a few people holding power was not as obvious in the isolation of exile, even if it was criticized by the Mensheviks as well as by Social Democrats from other countries. But Lenin argued that it was he and his group who were bringing the inheritance from Marx and Engels into the new century. As we have seen, Marx had no prepared political theory, but could seek openings towards the future in shifting political forms. The same went for Engels. Lenin's theory of the party, however, was firmly constructed. 18. Marxism was for him a teleological process. Step by step, Marx and Engels had revealed reality as it was, and he himself could now tear away yet another corner of the veil that hid both nature and society from humanity's gaze. In 1913, he explained in an article titled The Three Sources and Three Component Parts of Marxism, the Marxist doctrine is omnipotent because it is true. In addition, it is comprehensible and harmonious, and provides men with an integral world outlook. The Russian original also speaks of Marx's teachings, and there Marx thus had to bear the weight of his doctrine alone. But in this brief text, written in an effective lapidary style, Lenin also gives Engels a part of the honor through Anti-Düring and the book on Feuerbach. The end pieces deal with politics, and there Lenin certainly knows that he himself has taken numerous steps beyond both Marx and Engels. 19. But before Lenin could be content with the completed system, he had been forced to demand a course correction among his closest followers, the Bolsheviks, as well. In 1909, his most important philosophical work, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, was published. The background is an interesting one. Around the turn of the 20th century, the Austrian physicist and philosopher Ernst Mach, whose surname is now the unit for the speed of sound, had become a thinker who appealed to the young generation of radicals and revolutionaries. It is above all his main philosophical work from 1886, Beiträge zur Analyse der Empfindungen, Contributions to the Analysis of Sensations, that made an impression. Mach advocated an extreme form of empiricism that anticipated the logical positivism that distinguished the Vienna Circle, asserting that the only thing that existed was sensory perceptions. From them, we construct both the external world, and the idea of our own ego and what it contains. With his theory, Mach got into a polemic with Albert Einstein, who embraced a realist theory of knowledge. Atoms had a real, independent existence. 20 For Lenin, it was more important that Mach's theses conflicted with the doctrine that Engels had worked out, which contained both a realist theory of knowledge, we can achieve real knowledge of an external world that is independent of us, and an ontological materialism, there are no idealistic magnitudes that are not grounded in some type of substance. Many young revolutionaries, on the other hand, saw Mach's empiricism as better suited to their cause. In the period around the turn of the 20th century, reality itself could seem precarious. Europe was teetering on the brink of a great war, commerce was being reshaped with electricity playing a role that was hard to grasp, the economy was concentrating large capital in the banks as never before, art was seeking new forms of expression, and physics and chemistry were undergoing their great fundamental crises that would result in the theory of relativity and quantum physics. Nietzsche was capturing minds on both the left and the right. Everything seemed undefined, bordering between threatening and hopeful. Realism and materialism did not fit in such a disorganized reality. But Lenin wanted to preserve Marxism as Engels had left it. It particularly aggrieved him that his opponents among the Mensheviks were more inclined to stick to Engels, while several of the leading young Bolsheviks followed in Mach's footsteps. So it was, for example, with Alexander Bogdanov, a polymath who competed with Lenin for power among the Bolsheviks, and Anatoly Lunacharsky, who after the revolution would be the People's Commissar for Education in the Soviet Union. They, and a number of other Bolsheviks, assembled at a conference that resulted in a document in which they attempted to unite Marx and Mach. It can be seen from Lenin's correspondence how he tried to gather his forces for a counterattack. The great death blow would be materialism and empirio-criticism, in which above all Engels was set against Mach and where his opponents were castigated in more than 300 pages. The image of a uniform Marxist outlook is constructed here, and dialectical materialism constitutes the very foundation for Lenin's theories on society, on capitalism, and on socialism. Modify the foundation, and the whole construction falls. Point 21. There are two reasons for Lenin's ardor. On the one hand, he had to compete with the Marxist system that Karl had already constructed. Lenin was not at all as much of an evolutionist and Darwinist as Kosky. Revolutionary leaps were more important to him. But the most important difference was his political theory. He put the responsibility on a revolutionary elite. Kosky, the chief ideologist for a large, successful party machinery, looked to the future with calm confidence. Development would bring forth the socialist society just as certainly as the bud would burst forth in bloom. The other reason for Lenin's fervor was that a closed system could be a powerful force. If the party, or rather, its Bolshevik section, could unite around a closed ideology, that would be a strength. But if Mach is given a place in the center of Marx's and Engels's theories, who would come next? If the theory is unconditional, then one day it could become omnipotent. Lenin won the decisive battle over Bogdanov and the other followers of Mach at a meeting in Paris. Bogdanov was expelled from the party and left politics for several years. The outbreak of war in 1914 drove Lenin to Switzerland, and there it soon turned out that he himself had not finished with the fundamentals of Marxism. He tried to deal with his disappointment over the betrayal of the European workers' movement by grappling with one of the most demanding works of the history of philosophy, Hegel's Wissenschaft der Logik, Science of Logic. The background is, of course, that he knew that the work played a large role for Marx, and he himself declared that capital could not be understood without knowing something about Hegel's logic. In his notes, he emerges as an ambitious student who, with pen in hand, underlined important parts and added notes such as NB, subtle and profound, and even haha. Often he got into longer commentary, agreements, or repudiations. He wrote cf. Machism in the margins when he referred to Hegel's reckoning with Kant. His reckoning with Bogdanov was still fresh in his memory. He also sought support in Hegel for his striving for a uniform and closed philosophy, the general laws of movement of the world and of thought. 22. But Lenin's philosophical studies, in which Hegel's logic constituted the natural center, also led him out onto partially new terrain. The relationship between evolution and revolution found itself at the center of his interest. The tendency from Engels, and more so from Kosky, had been the emphasis on a process of continual advance. But what place do dialectical leaps have in such a world of ideas? Is there a place for any revolution in general? Lenin summarized his thoughts in an unfinished text titled On the Question of Dialectics. Every change is a struggle between opposing forces, and the struggle occasionally results in radical changes. In the fragment, he talks above all about human knowledge, but he found the same rhythm in the shufflings of reality. Point 23. It would be a few years before he himself was part of creating such a radical change. Russia suffered appalling losses during the war, and the sacrifices led to the Tsar being overthrown. After the February Revolution in 1917, Lenin hastily made his way to Russia. Once there, he surprised his comrades with the declaration that it was now time for the Bolsheviks to seize power. They actually succeeded, in what is called the October Revolution of 1917. It is often pointed out that it was more of a coup than a revolution. On the other hand, revolutions are rarely military events in a grand style. The Chinese Revolution of 1949 is an exception. More often they are a clever exploitation of a vacuum in power. The measure of a revolution perhaps has more to do with the extent to which a society is changed through it. In that sense, Lenin's revolution had colossal dimensions. The storming of the Winter Palace, the center of power, was at least a symbol that could then be used on every anniversary of the revolution up to the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. The Soviet Union, orthodoxy, and deviationists. When Lenin challenged Koskai's orthodoxy with his own at the beginning of the century, it seemed to be a hopeless competition with a large, successful party apparatus. Lenin only had a part of Russian social democracy, whose leading figures were in exile, behind him. But the World War changed everything. German Social Democrats had lost their prestige, whereas Lenin succeeded in seizing and keeping power despite opposition that long seemed to be insurmountable. Russian developments after 1917 are well known and depicted in an enormous amount of literature. These will not be described here. Point 24. The future that the Bolsheviks were throwing themselves, and their country, into was still an unwritten page. Socialism would now be built, Lenin announced the morning after the seizure of power. There were two different power bases for the task. One was the party, governed according to Lenin's principles, with an elite holding power at the top. The system of Soviets was the antithesis. Ordinary people would decide in these councils of workers, peasants, and soldiers. They themselves elected their leading representatives, and their mandates would vary. In the long run, it was the party that gathered more and more power into its hands. The dream of direct democracy through the Soviets remained, but increasingly in the shadow of the party apparatus. The party, which in 1918 began calling itself communist, encountered a hostile world. 14 different nations sent troops to crush the new regime, but all were unsuccessful. The communists also met domestic opposition, especially from other left-wing groups. The conflicts culminated in the Kronstadt uprising of 1922. The sailors in the Kronstadt fortress fought for Soviet power, but were mowed down by the army. Leon Trotsky played the decisive role in this course of events. He was Lenin's most important collaborator during the revolution, and for a few years afterwards, he was extraordinarily gifted, versatile, and a brilliant speaker and writer, but also merciless towards those who offered him resistance. When Lenin, stricken with illness, became increasingly unable to lead the party, Trotsky seemed to be the obvious candidate as his successor. But he soon met a superior opponent in Iosif Jugashvili, a Georgian known under his revolutionary pseudonym Stalin. Stalin did not have Trotsky's intellectual capacity, but he was an unrivaled player at the game of power who went further in unscrupulousness than Machiavelli had ever imagined. Point 25. Before Stalin gradually strangled all political, philosophical, and cultural debate, however, magnificent intellectual energy was developing. Experiments in form flowed freely for a few feverish years. Everything would be created anew, and a new type of person would emerge from the process of resmelting. The direction was not a given, even in the field of the economy. Lenin was still in power when the new economic policy, with elements of the free market, was proclaimed. Stalin put a definitive stop to it only when he pushed through his 5-year plan. Intense debates were conducted in the field of fundamental Marxist theory as well. How would a society actually develop after a proletarian revolution? Did culture, philosophy, and politics not also have to be transformed? Or was that something that more or less occurred by itself? Quite simply, the debate concerned the issue of determinism. A battle was brewing, not with weapons, but with words. The main combatants were Abram Deborin on one side, and on the other a group of mechanists who asserted that after the revolution, the alteration of the whole of society would run more or less automatically. Nikolai Bukharin was relatively close to the latter group. Deborin, who was Plekhanov's confidant before the revolution, emphasized the leap in development, the unpredictable. Bukharin, who had a central position in the party, he was its darling, as Lenin phrased it, emphasized that the course of events conformed to laws, and pointed out the danger of a dialectic run wild that gave too much space to ideas, and perhaps passing fancies. Deborin tried to bring Lenin, who had a weakness for Hegel's logic, to his side, but Lenin was already out of the running. The central point of the debate was over the question of whether there had to be a unique cultural revolution after the October Revolution. Deborin said yes, his opponents said no. But the showdown also revealed that Lenin's assertion about Marxism constituting a closed system did not add up. On the contrary, there could be disagreement about central issues such as determinism and the dialectic. It was that type of uncertainty that Stalin saw as a direct threat to the power he was on the verge of establishing. In field after field, he therefore staked out a general line that no one could deviate from. In philosophy, this took place in late 1930 to early 1931. A resolution from the main philosophical organs came out in December. On New Year's Day 1931, Mark Borisovich Maidan, one of Stalin's closest men in the field, gave a lecture in which he critiqued Deborin and also Bukharin. On the other hand, he called attention to the foundations of Leninism, the document in which Stalin codified the term Leninism. Engels's The Dialectics of Nature had been published in the 1920s and was now, in all its incompleteness, a part of the orthodox arsenal. The laws of the dialectic were exactly 3, not 2 or 4 as Engels had also ventured. Neither dialecticians nor mechanists were awarded the victory in Maidan's lecture. If anything, the general line entailed a middle way, the dialectic was given a place, but on the foundation of strict materialism. Development has its leaps, but in moderation. More important was that Maidan, and through him Stalin, demanded that the general line should permeate all scientific research. As we have seen, this had fateful consequences in genetics in particular. The distance between Marx's incessant reappraisals and new orientations and this closed system, open only to the arbitrariness of those in power, is tremendous. Point 26. The range of deviationists. The Soviet Union survived its first period of upheaval. Most observers believed that the revolutionary outbreak would be put down as quickly as it had been in Hungary, Bavaria, and other places where uprisings had broken out in the shadow of the World War. But the Soviet Union endured, and after a few tumultuous years it emerged as a stable country. It was particularly so when the capitalist world entered deep crisis around 1930. Unemployment was epidemic, and many people were radicalized. The Soviet Union appeared for many as a safe path towards a better, more just future. Erich Hobsbawm, whose same admiration led him to become a communist, wrote in his masterly 1994 book about the 20th century, Age of Extremes, about how the world appeared to young radicals in crisis-stricken Europe. Hobsbawm's reaction was not unusual. An intellectual elite was also attracted. In Great Britain, the country that Marx finally gave up hope on, as well as in the United States, France, Germany, and Italy, brilliant young minds gathered around the dry catechism of Marxism, Leninism. They saw misery, poverty, and hopelessness in their own suffering countries, and imagined the realization of their ideal in Stalin's Soviet Union. Long afterwards, it is easy to forget the enthusiasm that the country to the east could arouse in the strongholds of capitalism. Marxism, Leninism was not seen as a distortion of Marx's work, but its completion. Point 27. Lenin had created a third, communist, international, and it was steered with a tight rein from Moscow. Exiled by Stalin, Trotsky created a fourth international, offering through it an ideological home for those who had turned away in horror from Stalin's collectivization, show trials, and mass purges. But the Soviet Union remained a powerful center for Marxist, Leninist propaganda up until its dissolution in 1991. The production of books, articles, and films was immense. Those who considered themselves followers of Marx but critical of the Soviet system, wherever they lived in the world, became deviationists from the norm that political power had created. As soon as an orthodoxy is established, revisionists and heretics turn up. A Koskai requires a Bernstein. Bernstein revised Marx, it is said, but Marx's theories did not suddenly become a monolith on the day he died. Lenin's system, which Stalin codified as Marxism, Leninism, invariably made revisionists out of everyone who tried to think further on their own. Rosa Luxemburg herself had attacked Bernstein's revisionism. With her studies of the development of finance capital, she passed on the inheritance from Marx in an independent fashion. Early on, she had criticized the Bolsheviks' ideas of a ruling party elite, and when after the October Revolution Lenin drove out all competing tendencies from the power apparatus, Luxemburg was merciless in her criticism. But she was soon silenced by a right-wing militia that murdered her and Karl Liebknecht on 15 January 1919.28. With the establishment of Soviet power and its orthodoxy, revisionism remained a constant shadow. The watch around the ideological line decreed was sometimes stricter, sometimes more generous. But it was always there, and was a concern for the innermost circles of power. Helga Griebing wrote a book on the history of revisionism from Bernstein up to the Prague Spring. It was published back in 1977, when the Soviet Union still appeared to be the most stable of powers, unthreatened by anything except the Third World War. The Austro-Marxists who tried to unite Marx with Kant were given their own section. Their role within Austrian social democracy was important during the interwar period. The first big individual name in Griebing's book is the Hungarian philosopher and literary historian George Lukács. His 1923 book History and Class Consciousness attracted sharp criticism in the Soviet Union. Lukács questioned the orthodoxy that had taken form on many points. Marxism did not entail a belief in one or another of the theses in Marx, it is thoroughly a method of studying reality, he asserted, and he repudiated the copy theory of knowledge that Lenin had established with inspiration from Engels. In addition, he criticized Engels's method of extending the dialectic to nature as well. Lukács would himself repudiate his theses, and thereafter remained somewhat loyal to Soviet orthodoxy up until 1956, when he sided with the uprising in his home country and once again fell into disfavor. 29. One unique and fascinating Marxist was Ernst Bloch, who developed a number of themes in his own headstrong way: materialism that opened broad horizons towards the diversity of life and culture, atheism that did not exclude the emotional intensity of religion, utopias that drove people constantly forward on the way to the home everyone longs for, but where no one has yet been. The final words in his colossal 1959 work Das Prinzip Hoffnung, The Principle of Hope. When Bloch returned to Germany after exile in the United States, he chose the GDR and was allowed to start a new philosophical journal, Deutsche Zeitschrift für Philosophie, German Journal for Philosophy, but soon turned out to be entirely too obstinate for the regime and sought refuge in West Germany, where he lived out his final years, a celebrated teacher of radical students. 30. Both Lukács and Bloch were part of the group of intellectuals who, according to French philosopher Michael Lowy, gave expression to the hope for a happy ending to history that is typical of Jewish messianism. Lowy argues that such utopian thinking was common in the decades around the turn of the 20th century. One question that then presents itself is whether Marx's ideas can be seen as a forerunner of this tradition. This seems doubtful. Marx was rather unaffected by the Judaism of his ancestors, and his statements on the subject do not even indicate any closer familiarity. 31. From the 1920s onwards, the publication of Marx's unfinished works, which had been interrupted after Koskai, was taken up again. The driving force in this project was David Ryazanov, who was active in the Soviet Union under increasingly difficult conditions. He was eventually murdered in the Great Wave of Terror in 1938. The corresponding work in Germany could be carried out under freer conditions before Hitler's seizure of power. In the years around 1930, the publication of a large critical edition of Marx and Engels's work was underway. Even though it had to be discontinued in 1933, it had far-reaching consequences. A new Marx could be glimpsed in part, above all in and through the previously unknown economic and philosophic manuscripts. 32. One of the leading interpreters of this text was Herbert Marcuse. At that time, Marcuse was also a contributor at the Institut für Sozialforschung, Institute for Social Research, that had been established in Frankfurt am Main, where researchers such as Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer were working. Characteristic of this Frankfurt school was that Marx was treated as a classical scholar and inspiration alongside several others, above all Hegel, Freud, and gradually Max Weber as well. This tradition has been maintained in new forms. Jürgen Habermas has attempted to reconstruct historical materialism. Even a number of somewhat younger talents, with Axel Honneth at their head, have developed interesting ideas on Marx's topicality. 33. The thinkers usually counted among the Frankfurt School were without exception sharp critics of the Soviet Union and its Marxism, Leninism. French Marxists had a more ambiguous relationship to the rule of Stalin and his successors. After the Second World War, the French Communist Party grew stronger, attracting many young intellectuals. Michel Foucault was one of them. He said that at the time he disliked Jean-Paul Sartre, who polemicized against the communists. Gradually, their roles changed. Sartre took up a conciliatory attitude towards most of what the Soviet Union was doing. But in his great work from 1960, Critique de la raison dialectique, Critique of Dialectical Reason, he was at least a biting critic of the lazy Marxism that in his opinion characterized official Soviet ideology. 34. Sartre's own Marxism bore the stamp of humanism, the Marx of the manuscripts, who spoke about humanity's essence and its alienation, became normative. A few years into the 1960s, this interpretation was subjected to merciless criticism by French philosopher Louis Althusser, who as we have already seen maintained that the early Marx, the author of the economic and philosophic manuscripts, differed crucially from the mature Marx. Italy also had a strong communist party, but it developed in another, freer direction. One of its founders was Antonio Gramsci. Together with Rosa Luxemburg, Gramsci was the most innovative Marxist of the first half of the 20th century. But the conditions for his work were extremely unique. It was in Mussolini's prisons between 1926 and 1937 that he composed his famous Quaderni di Carcera, prison notebooks. That is why posterity has above all taken notice of his theories on cultural hegemony. He took one of his starting points from the third of Marx's theses on Feuerbach, that the educator himself also has an educator. A person's convictions are not determined only by the social position they have. In capitalist society, the bourgeoisie also has the role of pedagogue, thereby possessing power over thinking. It would remain so even if the working class conquered political power, Gramsci argued. The workers therefore had to create their own convictions, values, and norms, getting help from those intellectuals who stood on their side. During his time as an active politician, Gramsci was a more mainstream communist. In prison, where he could follow the ravages of fascism, the victory of Nazism in Germany, and the degeneration of the Soviet Union, he arrived at his new convictions. It was the late 1950s before his ideas gained real influence. Over the following decades, he was among the most important providers of impulse for the left then taking form in Europe and other parts of the world. 35. Gramsci became one of the fathers of Eurocommunism, a short-lived movement that was important in its time. Its chief proponent was Enrico Berlinguer, the leader of the Italian Communist Party who struck a historic compromise with the ruling Christian Democrats in Italy. Nothing came of it, however, and Eurocommunism quickly lost its power of attraction over the course of the 1980s. 36. The leading ideologues in the Soviet Union of course condemned Eurocommunism as yet another form of revisionism. In the same way, they had managed to dismiss and persecute numerous deviationists on the home front. Tellingly enough, these persecuted heretics often sought their inspiration in Marx's own writings. A showdown that attracted a great deal of attention in its time played out in Poland between the young philosopher Leszek Kolakowski and the then chief ideologist of the Communist Party, Adam Schaff. We have already become acquainted with their debate, see above, p. 134. Tellingly enough, Schaff soon lost his central position and was ultimately driven to leave Poland in connection with the wave of government-supported anti-Semitism that gushed forth in 1968. Kolakowski had been forced to emigrate earlier. In almost all Soviet-dominated countries, similar oppositional interpretations of Marx and Marxism developed. The Praxis group in Yugoslavia has already been mentioned. In Hungary, students of Lukács, with Agnes Heller as the most famous representative, formed their own pocket of resistance. But she and her fellow thinkers were gradually forced into exile. Among other things, Heller wrote a book that attracted a great deal of attention, titled The Theory of Need in Marx in its English translation. She made frequent use of Marx's writings from his youth, as well as the Grundrisse and Capital, briefly put, all of his writings far outside the narrow and doctored selection of orthodoxy. 37. Free thought also played a role in the Prague Spring of 1968 when a new regime in Czechoslovakia sought to create socialism with a human face. The attempt was brutally put down, and those who wanted to go their own way were forced into silence. Their chief representative was Karl, author of the remarkable and magnificent work Dialectics of the Concrete. Kosik sought to escape the soulless orthodoxy of Marxism, Leninism through drawing inspiration from Marx himself, both the young Marx and the author of Capital, and also from Hegel and even Heidegger. A central concept in Kosik was praxis, which he distinguished from labor with its character of a load or a burden. There is freedom and innovation in praxis, something that every person is capable of. But existing society, which Kosik by way of precaution only called capitalist, smothers freedom with its abstractions. 38. The left-wing wave that rolled over Western Europe and the United States from the late 1960s through the following decades had much to learn from the intellectual opposition in the Soviet Union. But this only happened by way of exception. Everything associated with the Soviet Union, even its opposition, appeared tainted with melancholy. People sought inspiration further afield. China, with Mao Zedong, aroused enthusiasm among many. Like the Russian Revolution and the Paris Commune, the Chinese Revolution of 1949 came after a devastating war. The difference was that Mao appeared as the victor of the war. In the beginning, he followed the Soviet Union's path, and China was flooded by Soviet experts. After Khrushchev's speech at the 20th Party Congress in 1956, the friendship turned into hostility. The Chinese Communist Party was not ready to rid itself of its inheritance from Stalin. But the cause of the schism also lay on another, deeper level. Mao and his party may have embraced Marxist orthodoxy, but they also carried another intellectual inheritance rooted in China's long history. The old imperial dynasties had had the mandate of heaven. Mao may not have spoken about heaven, but his regime was the one that would carry China further through the new centuries. Their long-term perspective was united with a short-term one. Chinese politics after the revolution was characterized by extreme irregularity. The Great Leap Forward, which would industrialize the country in a single stroke, ended in catastrophe with famine and mass death. The Cultural Revolution would put an end to class society and the rule of the political elite, and create an equal China. The results were years of unhappiness for millions of people, while enthusiasm for the great goal also gradually died down among the young people that had supported the revolution. But it was precisely the Cultural Revolution that captivated many who wanted to get away from capitalism, consumerism, and vacillating social democracy in Europe and the United States. The hardness of heart of the Western world and the Soviet bloc contrasted with Mao's vital innovative thinking and the fighting spirit of the Red Guards. Many became Maoists, and schooled themselves in what was called Marxist, Leninist, Maoist thought. 39. Others were swayed by the Cuban Revolution of 1959. It meant liberation from a regime of oppression supported by the United States. The country only gradually became communist when the Soviet Union offered the only bulwark against the powerful enemy to the north, which considered itself as having the right to choose regimes in Latin America to its liking. Cuba gradually became more and more like other Soviet-supported regimes, with food shortages and political dissidents in prison. It was not primarily Fidel Castro, revolutionary leader and later on president, who inspired enthusiasm among radicals in Latin America, the United States, and Western Europe. It was his closest comrade, the Argentinian Escobedo Guevara, known as Che. Che Guevara saw his task as liberating all of Latin America from poverty, right-wing dictatorships, and dominance by the United States. He imagined the next opportunity for revolution was in Bolivia. He thought he would encounter a dilapidated Bolivian army, but on the contrary found himself face to face with an enemy trained and equipped by the CIA. He was executed in 1967, and immediately became an icon who still holds a certain charm many decades later. At the beginning, it was Guevara's theory of revolution, the Foucault theory, that aroused interest and, at least in Latin America, a following. This meant that the uprising against the regime of oppression would be concentrated on a single crucial point, like sunbeams in a magnifying glass. That was how Guevara interpreted what had happened in Cuba. A limited group of men had overthrown the old regime by concentrating their attack on their opponent's weakest point. It was an idea that inspired many across the entire continent. Latin America was regarded as a unity, in fact, a single country from Mexico to Patagonia. Now this enormous territory was to be liberated from oppression. 40. But the United States started large-scale training for combating guerrillas in Panama, and attempts at uprising failed everywhere. Even a democratically elected socialist president, Salvador Allende, was overthrown in 1973 in a military coup for which U.S. Secretary of State and Nobel Peace Prize winner Henry Kissinger was primarily responsible. Chile instead became one of a number of brutal right-wing dictatorships that left their mark on the continent at the time. Only around the turn of the 21st century could a number of more or less socialist-minded regimes come to power in Latin America. But by then the Soviet Union had fallen, and the grip of the United States on the continent had weakened. The Foucault theory no longer had any drawing power. It would not be possible to obtain a correct image of the singular history of Marxism without also saying something about its equally lively counter-history. Statues of Marx have been raised, but the malicious portraits, abuse, and more or less conscious distortions are equally numerous. The Soviet propaganda apparatus was met with an American one. The free world was never so free as it was during the time of Joseph McCarthy in the early 1950s, when the mildest liberal could be accused of being a communist. It remained free despite bloody regimes in Spain, Portugal, and Latin America, and the apartheid system in South Africa could only fall once the Soviet Union was gone. The oddest propaganda efforts could also find a place among seemingly serious researchers. The 1947 biography of Marx by the German sociologist Leopold Schwarzschild, translated into English in 1986 as The Red Prussian, was a work of hatred that suited the atmosphere of the Cold War. Even the title of the work is strange. As we know, Marx was not from Prussia, but from the Palatinate. But in its time, the book met with great approval in circles where perhaps not Marx, but the Soviet Union was seen as a major threat. 41. The list of writing in the same tradition is a long one, and it has not stopped yet. It is more common now that Marx is dismissed with some brief, conventional summary of the idea behind his work. A few terms such as base and superstructure, and socialism, and communism, are brought together, and if necessary, the dish is spiced with a few well-known quotes taken from writings and letters that came out at various stages of his life. Above all, according to these caricatures, there is a straight line from Marx through Lenin to Stalin and Mao. Everything that had been realized in the Soviet Union and China is found in Marx. The actual history of Marxism began with Marx's death, gaining its fixed form when Trotsky and Lenin each created their own closed system. Everyone who did not feel at home within these narrow frameworks but nonetheless sought inspiration and Marx's writings thus became deviationists and were dismissed as revisionists or renegades. Within the Soviet sphere of power, many who went their own way paid with their lives or were exiled to the Gulag archipelago of work camps. At best, they were pushed out into obscurity like Deborin. Only in periods of ideological thaw could those who thought independently make themselves heard without repression. Even those who lived outside direct Soviet influence were forced to constantly declare whether they accepted or deviated from accepted Marxism. When the Soviet Union fell in 1991, the Communist parties, recently so powerful, became mere fragments of what they had been, with no possibility of maintaining more than a trickle of the enormous torrent of propaganda material. Trotsky's Fourth International still remains, but with no power other than words can provide. The changes in China were equally radical. They had begun much earlier, as a result of Deng Xiaoping's return to the center of power in the late 1970s after more than a decade out in the cold. Deng and his closest collaborators pushed through a radical change of China's economic policy, with increasingly larger features of a capitalistic market economy. In 1989, when large parts of Eastern and Central Europe were already melting down, a growing movement of primarily young Chinese demanding freedom of expression, the press and assembly reached its culmination. The movement was crushed on June 3 in Beijing, in a bloody massacre in Tiananmen Square. Deng wanted a free market, with politics entirely dominated by the Chinese Communist Party. The party would decide what could be said and written in the country. More than a quarter century later, long after Deng's death, raw capitalism and raw communism are still united in a China that has now become an economic world power. The party pays lip service to Marxism, Leninism, literature in the names of Marx, Lenin, and Mao Zedong is still being produced, and there are still mildly oppositional politicians demanding more ideology, more Marxism, and above all more Mao Zedong in politics. Their criticism is now benevolently taken up by those in authority, who in their own way unite Marx with what can be termed a neoliberal economic policy. The Chinese regime is stable so long as it is economically successful. The day it is not, it will be threatened by collapse. 42. When the state Marxist traditions collapsed or disappeared into impotence, it became much easier to concentrate on Marx's texts without the risk of various official interpreters interrupting. But the dark tradition that signed a contract for Marx over a large part of the 20th century inevitably raises the question of what there is in his works that could inspire such a catastrophic development. That question will soon also be asked here. But, like the question of what is still useful and capable of development in his works, this will require a careful study of the texts. The sum total of Marx. Marx built no system. He was, on the other hand, constantly working on his grand theory of society. This theory occupied him for almost 40 years, and he still was reshaping it at the end of his life. In the foreword to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy from 1859, he formulated what he called his thread through the research. Many of his followers made this thread a guiding principle. This entailed a great change. Threads are followed to find a way out of the labyrinth of society. But many of Marx's followers seemed instead to find a map that they could then supplement and change, or develop, more or less arbitrarily. Marx warned against temptation of finding a formal schema in his work. Only careful study of the full diversity of reality provides real knowledge. He himself became a major specialist of the capitalist epoch as far as he managed to follow its development. Capital stands at the center of this work. It is not, as many believe, simply a work about economics, but deals with society in its various ramifications. It is just as much sociology and modern history, and to a certain extent also political science and cultural history. Through the term character mask, it contains an important bit of social psychology. In Marx's opinion, it does not matter if the capitalists are greedy, but the system drives them to act as if they were. The concept of class was at the center of Marx's interest early on. The rhetorical flourish in the Communist Manifesto that all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle was not simply a slogan, but a powerful exhortation to realize the crucial significance of social classes and class antagonism in history. The class relations that Marx studied in detail are those specific to capitalism, or more precisely the relationship between the three classes that dominate the means of production: landowners, capitalists, and workers. The power of the landowners dates back to earlier historical stages, but changes character in this new society. Owing to their power over the land, they reap a portion of the profits, of which the capitalists run off with the lion's share. The workers create profits through their labor, and receive wages that make it possible for them to survive and reproduce themselves. By associating in trade unions, they can secure a somewhat larger share. This pushes the development of the forces of production, as does legislation forbidding inhuman working conditions. The workers can thus produce more in a shorter time. For this reason, technology must be developed and scientific research must be engaged. Rapidly increasing productivity is the chief achievement of capitalism. The dark side is the lack of freedom and the destitution it brings the working class. Even the capitalists are victims of the compulsion to constantly guard their positions and to continuously rationalize production. All other occupational categories in society are affected as well. All that is solid melts into air. Capitalism creates its own world of illusions. Marx calls this commodity fetishism. This means that passive objects, commodities, appear as living, while people, that is, those who produce these commodities, on the contrary seem inactive. Commodity fetishism is capitalism's own religion. Like all religions, it is humanity's spontaneous way of both making sense of and finding comfort in a world that otherwise seems as mysterious as it is threatening. What was once called fate or God is called the market in capitalism. Humanity's relationship with nature is changed as a result of the capitalist mode of production. It is itself a part of nature, living off what nature produces, at the same time as it exceeds nature, extracting more and more through its creative power. But capitalism creates a widening gap between humanity and nature. Nature is treated so that its products become maximally profitable without regard to the conditions for its continued existence. According to Marx, there is also a self-destructive dynamic in the capitalist system. Capital appropriates the surplus value that labor creates, but surplus value is at the same time a growing burden that allows dead labor, labor that has already created value, to encroach upon living labor. The past weighs ever heavier on the productive present. The system must finally be crushed under its own weight. Marx is speaking of a tendency here, but makes no predictions. He can, if anything, be compared with a geologist who declares that a major earthquake must occur sooner or later somewhere along the San Andreas Fault in California. In practice, Marx prepared himself for the fall of capitalism as soon as the clouds of crisis piled up over larger or smaller parts of the world. So it was in 1848–49, and again in 1856–57. His life in the 1860s was devoted to research and the international, but the Paris Commune in 1871 readied him once again for the great metamorphosis. Marx was no politician. He saw politics as a changeable form for the actual content of society. His ideas about its possibilities were also quickly changeable. Only those who made him a system builder have padlocked him into certain statements he made in definite situations and transformed them into dogmas. He used the term dictatorship of the proletariat both around 1850 and in connection with the Paris Commune. The idea was that the working class that had seized power in a revolution would safeguard it against all possible competitors during a brief transition period in order to prepare the way for a new classless society. During the more than 20 years between the revolutions of 1848–49 and the Paris Commune, the concept faded away. Marx was then more interested in the opportunities that universal suffrage could open for the rapidly growing working class. Marx never saw himself as the leader of a revolution. Liberation was the act of the working class itself. He would contribute clear, unbiased insight into how society worked, and what opportunities were opening up for the oppressed. The idea that a small elite of intellectuals, schooled in the craft of revolution, would lead a firmly constructed party to a socialist society was foreign to him. During his lifetime, incidentally, only the beginning of the modern party system could be seen. One controversial question in all Marx research is the question of alienation. In the opinion of many, the concept only belongs to a few early writings, above all the manuscripts. As soon as Marx abandoned the idea that humanity had an essence that could be realized in the future, later talk of alienation, Entfremdung, Entäußerung, became only meaningless reminiscences. This is a mistake. Marx did not say that humanity did not have an essence, he said that its essence is formed by the society they live in. Furthermore, one of his important ideas is that capitalism creates immeasurable wealth but still forces the worker into destitution. In a classless society, workers would be able to enjoy the prosperity that now only the bourgeoisie and the upper classes do. Even the people of India, he says, blessed by the British with the driving forces of modern development but at the same time deeply oppressed, have a decent existence within reach. For Marx, alienation is the distance between possibility and current reality. Another concept his interpreters have difficulty agreeing on is the dialectic. Here as well, many stop before a large either/or, either the dialectic must govern everything from the class struggle to water that freezes into ice at a certain temperature, or it only has a decorative function in Marx's writings. It is not so simple. Marx said neither yes nor no to Engels's innovation of a natural dialectic. The essential thing is that it plays no role whatsoever in his own writings despite his commenting quite a lot on both nature and the natural sciences. On the other hand, the dialectic is extremely important for the entire structure of capital. As Hegel did in both the phenomenology and logic, he followed the path from the simple to the increasingly complex. For the sake of historical concreteness, he also wove in sections on, for example, the working day and the development of machinery under capitalism. The totality must take on the form of a work of art, he himself said. Other dialectical core concepts also figure often in Marx's texts. Form and content are central, he uses them more often than the conventional and misleading base and superstructure. Material production and the class relations connected with it constitute society. Politics, like the legal apparatus, religion, art, and the predominant way of thinking, are the forms of this content. The forms are in no way passive, it is in and through them that the conscious life of humanity is played out. But they are always dependent upon the content. Surface and depth are other dialectical concepts that have an important place in Marx. Use value is the sensuous surface, while, exchange, value is not visible on the outside. In the second edition of the first volume of Capital, Marx clarifies that value in turn also has depth and surface. The surface is the exchange value that the constantly changing price constitutes, under that is the value that, according to Marx, is determined by the amount of labor put into its production. The relationship between the forces and the relations of production can also be grasped dialectically. The capitalist mode of production pushes the forces of production towards constantly greater heights, compelled by its own hunger for surplus value. But the growth of the forces of production also exposes capitalism to increasingly harsher strains. The key concept in Hegel's dialectic, Aufhebung, with its triple meaning of abolition, preservation, and lifting up to a higher level, is also important for Marx. Like Hegel, he sees every major social change as an Aufhebung of what previously existed. From first to last, a revolution worth the name is an Aufhebung. Even capitalism will someday be abolished. 43. Lastly, we can say that Marx underestimated the ability of capitalism to integrate new technologies. He himself lived to see the start of the Second Industrial Revolution, fully realizing the potential of both electricity and the chemical industry. But he did not imagine that they both would give capitalism a new life. Even less did he imagine the third revolution, of electronics and biotechnology, that began in the second half of the 20th century. This revitalized capitalism as well. It was during this same period that the Marx-quoting really existing socialism foundered. The study of capital over the last 2 decades has increasingly emphasized the significance of the relations of production at the expense of the forces of production. This is a major reversal from Koskai's belief, grounded in biology, of technological development that would soon burst capitalism from within. Die Neue Marx lecture, the new reading of Marx, shifts the emphasis to capitalism with its inherent ability for renewal. Attention has thus been directed towards features of his theory whose consequences Marx himself did not completely draw out. He was entirely too keen on imagining a revolution behind the next corner of development. Marx said he was not writing recipes for the kitchen of the future. 44 On the other hand, he said that the society he was living in had to give way to an entirely different sort of society. Capitalism was not an eternal condition. It had arisen once centuries ago, and it would go under in the same way. His explanations of this new society are few and sporadic. The labor of the future must be universal and free, at the same time characterized by the seriousness that distinguishes freedom, he said in the Grundriss. The realm of freedom should spread alongside that of necessity, it says in Capital. From each according to their ability, to each according to their need, as it is written in Critique of the Gotha Program. But what kind of statements are these? Are they of the same type as calculations of future solar eclipses? Absolutely not, they said nothing about a point in time. Nor are they appeals to action of the let us come together to create a better society type. If anything, one can think of the magnificent phrase in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte that people create their own history, not freely, but based on immediately given circumstances. The circumstances are given, but what we do with them is not. How, for example, do we make use of the insight that society produces riches never before seen at the same time as the mercilessness of class society means that so many live impoverished, hard, often unendurable lives? For Marx, this insight is enough for people to join together and, under the given circumstances, create a new and better society. Above all, Marx was a critic of the capitalist social system. The word critic bears Kant's stamp. Marx wanted to lay bare the conditions for all of society, the foundations of its strength and its vulnerability. The project as such was almost too large, and given Marx's ambitions he could not completely bring it to a close. 45. Marx completed much else. He was a brilliant journalist and author of shorter works. There, his stylistic mastery reached outstanding heights. One need only think of the first section of the Communist Manifesto, his words about religion as the opium of the people, or the chain of aphoristically incisive phrases in the introduction to the 18th Brumaire. One important foundation for his linguistic brilliance was the wide reading he conducted early on, which reached from ancient Greece up to the time he lived in, from Aeschylus to Balzac. He constantly scattered literary quotes in his text, preferring to do so in the original. His wide reading in different types of nonfiction became even more impressive with time. He was a tireless devourer of books who fearlessly dove into one technical field after another as soon as it appeared important to him for the project he was working on. This was more than diligence, it was a kind of obsession. When sometime in the late 1860s he was asked his favorite pastime, he wrote in Buchernwollen, bookworming. 46 He submitted this information in what were called confessions, which young women gladly harassed their families and their friends with at that time. Here, it was his daughter Jenny Chen who demanded his responses, her sister Laura wanted the same, and he varied his answers somewhat but not by much. We already know his favorite poets, Dante, Aeschylus, Shakespeare, and Goethe. Among the prose authors, he mentions not only Balzac but also Diderot, Lessing, and Hegel. The two real-life heroes he indicates are an ill-matched pair, Spartacus, the leader of the great slave uprising of antiquity, and Kepler, the scientific genius. He takes his heroine from Goethe, Gretchen, the victim of Faust's perfidious lust. His responses to the questions about his favorite masculine and feminine qualities run in the same style, strength and weakness. This is a response befitting a Victorian family man, but hardly Karl Marx. The maxim he saw as his own is classic for a humanist, nihil humanium alienum puto, nothing human is alien to me. His motto could be a helpful memento for those who see a dogmatist in him: de omnibus dubitandum, question everything. These confessions, of course, say nothing more than that Marx wanted to appear this way to his family. But even a self-portrait of this kind has informational value. Marx never wrote anything closer to an autobiography than these confessions. Marx and posterity. How does the historical Marx relate to the image, idol or bogey man, that posterity has created of him? This question cannot have any definite answer. The person answering it themselves has only an image of Marx, however nuanced it may be, and that image is marked by the time and the environment that person is living in. But there is nevertheless much we can say with certainty. Once he was dead, he could no longer sum up his work himself, others had to take on the task. He can be glimpsed behind Marxism, or rather, the different kinds of Marxism. Long afterwards, and with access to nearly all of his work, we can compare what he and his followers asserted. We can see that he emphasized the difference between his and Darwin's theories more powerfully than Koski. We can see that his views on party and party leadership differed markedly from Lenin's. But can we then say that Marx had no presence in what either Koski or Lenin did? He did, of course. There are important elements in Marx's works that reverberate in both Koski and Lenin. Despite the abundant intellectual wealth in Capital, there is a tendency in it towards ignoring the concrete problems of society that becomes even clearer in Marx's political and journalistic work. Nationalism is a central example. It began its modern career sometime after the French Revolution. German culture was an important breeding ground. Marx condemned all this as reactionary drivel. Similarly, he was blind to the nationalist overtones in the Second French Empire. It was above all the rural masses in the countryside, otherwise untouched by the Enlightenment, who supported Napoleon III in the frequent referendums. If the occasional worker also supported the emperor, this was due to his false rhetoric that hinted at a social conscience. Towards the end of the 19th century, the nationalist mass movements that would leave a mark on the 20th began to take form. They competed, often successfully, with the workers' movement on its own territory. What is more, the demand for socialism could be united with national enthusiasm. Marx was not solely responsible for the clumsiness, defenselessness, in fact, in the face of this nationalism. But he was one of those responsible. He and his fellow thinkers did not see that nationalism was just as natural an element in modern society as its opposite, internationalism. In 1914, nationalism commanded almost the entire political field. Even most social democrats and socialists were seized by a bloody fervor for their own countries. 47. In general, Marx had not paid sufficient attention to the irrational sides of human life. He himself was a passionate man, and through literature he had obtained great knowledge about the furthest depths of the soul. But when he spoke about the future, in which the workers' movement would march victoriously forward, it was as if he ignored these insights. People would then act entirely based on their social position. Workers would act as workers, and not also as German or French, Catholics, Protestants, or atheists. Sexuality, and erotic passion in general, was another field where Marx did not have much to say. People would surely devote themselves to the pleasures and torments of love in another kind of society as well, but Marx did not utter a word about this. Sigmund Freud took up the question of communism in love in his book on the unpleasantness of culture. Even in a country such as the Soviet Union, sexual relations had to remain the source of the strongest dislike in the most violent hostility among men who in other respects are on an equal footing. He wrote. 48 This would hold true even if the Soviet Union had developed into the ideal society it never achieved. As regards the position of woman, Marx was conspicuously silent. He certainly imagined that women would be liberated as women in a future classless society. But when it came to concrete analyses, he most often forgot the oppression they lived under. Even where concrete things such as women's place in industry were concerned, he displayed a noteworthy thoughtlessness. Only here and there, such as in the case of the Paris Commune of 1871, could he call attention to women's efforts. Here, his friend Engels was more observant. It was he who wrote The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, a classic in the genre, in 1884. Even earlier August Bebel, the leading name of German Social Democrats, had written a book in which women were entirely in focus, Woman Under Socialism, 1879.49. Soon enough, women would play a prominent role in the movement that in many respects originated with Karl Marx. His daughter Eleanor is one example among many, Clara Zetkin is another. Among other things, Zetkin wrote a book about the situation of women factory workers that attracted a great deal of attention, and she was the one who took the initiative for International Women's Day in 1910. It was thus from the beginning a completely socialist initiative, but March 8 would gradually come to be celebrated by others as well. 50. Neither Lenin nor others were unfamiliar with the fact that the idea of a ruling party elite was foreign to Marx. But does that mean that Lenin's great project had nothing to do with Marx? That would be a hasty conclusion. Marx was never in doubt about the dominant role of the workers in every workers' movement. But where did he find himself? He was the one who developed the theory of capitalist society and its internal contradictions. It was thus also he who could determine what was possible to do, and what was futile or dangerous. During certain periods, he was a man of compromise who only cautiously attempted to win a hearing for his own interpretation. But as soon as the contradictions sharpened, he did not hesitate to polemicize, harshly and mercilessly, with those who thought otherwise. He could be ruthless in his polemics against those with opposing opinions, regardless of their background. He was equally as sharp with the journeyman tailor Weitling as he was with the nobleman Bakunin. Proudhon the typographer was spared no more than Voigt the professor. Marx was certain that he was the one who possessed the best theory of society. This resoluteness, which not infrequently intensified into irreconcilability, can seem reminiscent of Lenin's manner of acting. Theory pointed out one single path, and it was to be followed. This unwillingness to compromise of course had another side, the magnificence of the project. The essential thing for Marx was the social revolution, that is, the transformation of the fundamental conditions of society. The political seizure of power was only a means, which he could imagine in various ways. In contrast to Marx, Lenin was a pure politician. He was also someone who actually gained power, something Marx completely lacked. But Lenin soon found that this power was limited as well. The Russian bureaucracy lived on, and he found no way of abolishing the dictatorship of the proletariat. In his testament, he warned his closest collaborators about Stalin, but even on this point his words had no influence. Stalin became his successor, burying him in a mausoleum and, even more effectively, within a doctrine called Leninism over which Stalin alone reigned. What then took place had no connection with Karl Marx, who in fact became an increasingly censored author in the country that claimed it was carrying his work forward. Marx's influence remained quite great in the social democratic parties that remained in the Second International. But even there, it concerned a closed Marxism, even if it was of a Koskian vintage. The question of what this Marxism meant for practical politics is a subject of discussion we will not go into here. It is telling that this strain thinned out in party program after party program. This was so even in Germany. The last remnants disappeared in the program the German Social Democrats adopted at Bad Godesberg in 1959. After the First World War, it was Lenin and his Communist International that set the norm for Marxism. Rosa Luxemburg became the first deviationist, but quickly disappeared from the scene. Her words have long been forgotten, far from being a sum of ready-made prescriptions which have only to be applied. The practical realization of socialism as an economic, social, and juridical system is something which lies completely hidden in the mists of the future. 51. Antonio Gramsci was essentially also a deviationist, but his notes from prison reached the world posthumously. It was only then that they could inspire freethinkers in opposition to Soviet dogmatism. An important part of the anti-Soviet tradition of thought reaches back to Marx's own writings, both capital or such things as were yet unpublished. This is how the young Marx, the author of the manuscripts, was discovered, and also how the Grundrisse came into focus for interpreters of Marx. It has been a long time since the Soviet Union and its satellites collapsed. At that time, there were many who were glad that Marx too would now definitively be sent off to the past, to be remembered only by historians of the 19th century and additionally the occasional nostalgist. But that is not how it turned out. Marx has maintained his topicality. More than that, in many respects, he has been liberated from the history of Marxism that concealed him behind various dogmatic disguises. Naturally, he will never be completely free of this history. As we have seen, there are things in his own works that anticipated both Trotsky and Lenin. But it is only now, with the perspective of distance, that we can clearly see the relationship between his works and the traditions that invoked him. The biggest difference lies in the fact that Marx never arrived at any summation of his work, much less any system. He followed a thread, which guided his path through the labyrinth of society. But the map his followers began sketching out as soon as he had died was not his work. He certainly would have liked to have drawn such a map himself. But new questions, new material, and new books continually turned up in his path. On the other hand, he developed an entire toolbox of critical instruments. The central element in his work, as we have seen, is criticism of political economy and of the ideas and theories, the institutions and cults and myths, that develop out of the system. In fact, this criticism applies to the whole of the capitalist society that Marx lived in and that we still live in, even if on another level. It is true that he always saw this reality on its way towards dissolution. There was a limit to its conditions of possibility, and on the other side of this limit a new kind of society would be created, a classless society where everyone could freely act as individuals in community with others. The conception of this society, socialist, communist, the terms were fluid, was already lively and strong when Marx became acquainted with the new radicalism of the 1840s, and it continued to be fluid over a large part of the 20th century. In the Soviet Union, it was often said that this good society could only be achieved after enormous hardships. The misery was a precondition for a happy future. This was not Marx's thinking. He did not ignore the risk of bloody conflicts, but he had no conception of any grind that people had to go through in order to attain a better society. Nor was the ambition to create a new human his. He dreamed of polytechnical education in the future, through which the gulf between manual and intellectual occupations would be bridged. He probably imagined a school system that would also include the kind of education he himself possessed in such ample measure. On the other side of the fall of the Soviet Union and China's development into the most expansive capitalist economy of the 21st century, the term Marxism itself has lost its topicality. There is no longer a norm to follow or oppose for those who want a way out of the world that has taken shape over the last 2 decades. So far, the opponents of this new capitalism have assembled under the slogan "Another world is possible." Many different tendencies can gather under this banner: Marxist, Leninists and anarchists, Maoists and feminists, radical Christians and Muslims, environmental activists and anti-militarists. But one name continually turns up in this new age: Karl Marx. It is no longer Marx the supposed system builder who attracts people. It is instead the Marx who constantly sought to push deeper into the labyrinths of the age he lived in, the Marx who was never content with the magnificent discoveries he made but who saw new horizons opening over the top of every hill and therefore had to continue on his way. This Marx is subtle enough to form the basis for precise, philosophically demanding analyses such as the 2004 work by American philosopher and Fairchild Pomeroy, Marx and Whitehead. Through a parallel reading of Marx and British philosopher and mathematician Alfred North Whitehead, Pomeroy seeks to show that both, in their own way, sought to overcome the gulf between subjectivism and objectivism, one with the concept of process, the other with the dialectic. 52 But Marx is also resolute and direct enough to still inspire topical criticism of capitalism's latest achievements, the failings of politics, and the genuflection of the contemporary world of ideas before a fetish. Like the market. In both cases, it is the Marx of the 19th century, not the 20th, who can attract the people of the 21st. Today, the world is globalized in much the same way as it was before 1914. Communications move much more quickly, but this is a degree of difference and not of type. People, messages, and ideas are flung around the globe. Money circulates between continents in a never-ceasing stream, poverty lives side by side with wealth, and capital exercises its impersonal power over all and sundry. In this world, Karl Marx lives on. His path in our present era and our future is not a subject for this book. Here it is the Marx of the 19th century that has been in focus. We have followed the winding path through his life and his writings. What is the image of him that ultimately emerges? For me, it is without a doubt Faust, the restless doctor in his dark study who is constantly seeking to increase his knowledge of the world. Marx certainly struck no deal with the devil. In his eyes, this potentate is as much an ingredient as God is in the opium of the people called religion. No, Marx allied himself with the working class. He wanted to work for the liberation of the workers. In their liberation, he saw the liberation of all humanity. He has no unequivocal answer to the question of the path to such liberation, the ballot box, bloody uprisings, or a combination of both. But it is not with his answers that he maintains his contemporaneity. He lives on as the great critic of capitalism. As a critic, he sometimes lets us imagine a positive contrasting picture of human activity, in which solidarity can coexist with freedom, and pleasure with seriousness. It is a possible utopia for our time as well. Postscript. I have had a number of helpful readers who provided valuable points of view on what I have written. As always, my dear Eva Maria has been my first reader. Some have closely scrutinized chapter after chapter as I wrote them: Maria Johansson, Per Magnus Johansson, Thomas Carlson, David Carlson, and Per Arne T. Jader. Others took a position on the entire book: Michael Azar, Sten Dahlstedt, Claes E. Kenstam, Victoria Farreld, and Edda Manga. Yuanlin Roth read the chapter on Capital, the Unknown Masterpiece. Elena Nomley provided valuable information, as has Per Magnus Johansson. Marx Chronology. 1818 Karl Marx is born, May 5. 1825 The first passenger railroad opens. 1830 The July Revolution in France. 1830 S. Balzac is a success with his novels in a realistic style. 1840 The term anarchism is coined. Its competitors, liberalism, conservatism, socialism, and communism, are not that much older. 1841 Marx finishes his doctoral thesis. 1843 Karl Marx and Jenny von Westphalen are married. 1843 Marx begins a major work on Hegel, the introduction to which is published after Marx's death. 1843 Karl and Jenny move to Paris. 1844 daughter Jenny, Jenny Chen, is born. 1844 The Weavers' Uprising in Silesia. 1844 The cooperative movement begins in Rochdale. 1845 Marx is deported from Paris. 1845 daughter Laura is born. 1845 Marx and Engels write the German ideology, which remained in manuscript form until 1932. 1847 The Bund der Kommunisten, Communist League, forms and adopts the slogan "Workers of all countries, unite." Marx and Engels are tasked with drawing up a program. Marx designs the final version, which is called a manifesto. 1847 The 10-hour workday is introduced in Great Britain. 1848 The Communist Manifesto is published. 1848 The February Revolution in Paris. 1848 The March Revolution in Berlin. 1848 The National Assembly begins to meet in Frankfurt am Main. 1848 Marx and Engels publish the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, an organ for democracy. 1849, 55 4 of Karl and Jenny's children die. 1851 The Great Exhibition in London's Crystal Palace. 1852, 61 Marx writes a long series of articles in the New York Daily Tribune. 1853, 56 The Crimean War. 1855 Daughter Eleanor is born. 1856, 57 Economic crisis in Europe and the United States. 1857, 58 Marx writes the Grundrisse, Foundations of the Critique of Political Economy, published posthumously. 1859 War between France and Austria. 1859 Darwin's On the Origin of Species is published. 1861, 1865 The American Civil War. 1861 Serfdom is abolished in Russia. 1864 The Marx family moves to their own house in London. 1864 The International forms. Marx has great significance for the organization. 1864, 65 Marx draws up the version of the third volume of Capital that Engels revised and published in 1894. During the 1860s and 1870s, Marx writes 6 different versions of the second volume of Capital, which formed the basis for Engels's edition in 1885. 1867 The first volume of Capital is complete. 1870 Engels moves to London. 1870, 71 The Franco-Prussian War. Germany conquers Alsace and Lorraine. Bismarck's power increases. 1871 The Paris Commune is proclaimed, but is brutally crushed after less than 2 months. 1874 The International dissolves. 1875 Germany's 2 social democratic parties unite in Gotha. 1875 Marx writes Critique of the Gotha Program. 1876 Engels begins writing Anti-Düring. 1878 The Social Democratic Party is banned in Germany. 1880s Electric light bulbs become commonplace. 1881 The International Exposition of Electricity in Paris, and in Berlin the following year. 1881 Jenny Marx dies, December 2nd. 1883 Jenny Chen dies, January 11th. 1883 Karl Marx dies, March 14th. 1889 The Second International is founded. 1890s The term Marxism spreads. 1895 Engels dies.